Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon and good evening, wherever you are. And welcome back to day 2 of Walk21 Seoul. My name is Ju-Yeon Cho, and I have also been granted the honor of being your MC for the second day. So I have been listening in on all of the panel discussions as well as the oral presentations, and it is indeed an honor and also a pleasure to be able to hear the various insights of our experts. Day 2 will also be packed with various discussions and panel discussions around the world, and we will be covering a wide range of issues, so we ask for your undivided attention. Once again, this conference is streamed live on our Walk21 Seoul Conference YouTube channel, as well as our Walk21 Foundation YouTube channel, and simultaneous interpretation is being provided in English and Korean. All copyrights of this conference belong to the Seoul Metropolitan Government and the Walk21 Foundation. Unauthorized use of presentation materials, images, or videos without consent from Seoul Metropolitan Government and Walk21 Foundation could be constituted as the copyright infringement. The reproduction and distribution of the conference through recording or videotaping is strictly prohibited. The virtual conference room that we are in right now is disinfected and is following the quarantine inspections. There's also a photo contest that I would like to remind you of on the Walk21 Seoul official website. So please share your favorite walking pictures along with the Walk21 Seoul participants. With that, let us begin Plenary 3 session under the topic, How do we imagine and invest in walkable cities for the future? This session will be chaired by Mr. Lloyd Wright, Senior Urban Development Specialist of the Asian Development Bank. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Wright.
Thank you, and welcome everyone to day 2 of Walk21. And welcome to our plenary session on imagining and investing in walkable cities. This session actually reminds me of the old wedding adage on gifts to the bride. It goes, something old, something new, something borrowed, something blue. The old is the fact that we have thousands of existing older cities that require retrofitting to more walkability. The new is our knowledge that over the next 20 years here in Asia, over 1 billion people will be moving from rural areas to cities, and creating new smart cities that are walkable is imperative. The borrowed, well, let's face it, that's me. Because as we all know, Bronwyn and Jim are constantly borrowing me for just crazy stuff. And finally, we have our good friend, Rodney Tolley, who will be presenting his new book, Slow Cities, which has a beautiful blue cover. And he'll be tying it all together as the final speaker. Well, now let's go to our first speaker, Jonathan Ward, who is a designer with the renowned firm of NBBJ. And Jonathan will be talking about an exciting new project, a new smart city project in the city of Shenzhen, China. Jonathan, over to you.
Great, thanks, Lloyd. Let me just share my screen here and get started. All right, so okay, there we go. Uh-oh. There we go. Somebody's not happy. Can everybody see the screen?
We can actually, yes.
Excellent. Okay. So, I would love to be there. Seoul's one of my favorite cities in the world. I spent a lot of time there over the years. So, hopefully we'll be back soon. But in the meantime, I'm looking forward to sharing some thoughts with you. And so I want to talk a little bit about designing our future of our cities for life. And I want to back up a little bit before I get to the 10-cent city and talk a little bit about, how we got there, how we started thinking about it, and what are some of the changes in our world that are enabling this new thinking about cities. And we start, thinking about, what does it mean to remove the car, or remove the car as the brain of designing the city? And that's what we started thinking about a lot. We started imagining what is the future city if you actually do that. So if you remove the sort of the imperative of how the car designs a city, we think it transforms to something, maybe on the right. It could be lots of different things, but in my imagination, maybe it's something like on the right, away from something on the left, which is very much about, accommodating the car and everybody working around it. We felt like that's step number one. And to get there, I wanted to talk about these paradigm shifts that are happening in our world, which are moving us towards more connectivity. And connectivity, we all talk about digital connectivity, but I think about human to human connectivity. And what is behind that paradigm shift? And I'll talk about that a little bit, and then I want to talk about, buildings first, and then I'll get back to the city. And so, first, Lloyd mentioned this urbanization. There's this ongoing massive shift, around the world from rural to urban. And with that brings many challenges and opportunities. So thinking about what those challenges and opportunities can be, and how that's changing the way we think about tall buildings, the way we think about cities, and how we can then maybe rethink investing the human character into the city more so than maybe the machine character. When we think about health and well-being, obviously we're all thinking about that over the past year and a half, of course, but that's underlying. A healthy city is not one where you're dominated by both the car, but also dominated by all the challenges of the fossil fuels that are burned to power those cars. And can we think about healthy buildings, healthy cities in a different way? And then well-being, starting to consider urban spaces, whereas in the past, this sort of urban space might not ever have been built because the value wasn't there. Now developers and cities are seeing the value of creating these kinds of spaces and putting the car in jail over there on the left, and creating these sorts of spaces which are about bringing people together to do things that we do that can make our life better and our world better. And then, culture is a big part of it. The culture of organizations, the culture of city, the culture of countries, nations, and places are all, in a way, also subsumed by the car, making the car to be out a big villain. But we're talking about walkable cities, and they become the barrier to, in a way, unleashing our culture in a way that's much more vibrant and much more connective. And finally, technology, of course, is a big part of this. And technology, can be a very simple overlay. Lloyd, you mentioned the smart city, and that's a lot of that has to do with IoT technologies and all those sorts of things that make a city more efficient and more effective and more user interactive. And I think that's something that's important. But I think if you dig deeper into technology in terms of how it can connect people together, and I always like to refer back to the map of the internet. When we start thinking about it, if we can map our buildings and our cities
Jonathan,
in a way, oh yeah, sure.
My apologies for interrupting. I'm not sure if this is a prologue or if you're actually going into the presentation, because all we're seeing is your first slide. So perhaps you can try to reshare. And let's see if we can, I suspect you've moved on from your first slide, and we would love to see what creative designs you have.
Thanks. I'm glad you brought that up because I didn't know that. Let's try it again. Here we go. So you guys tell me if you see something different this time. Technical difficulty.
It's a long ways from Los Angeles to Seoul, so it just takes a moment, I think, to boot up. But
let's try that again. It occasionally happens. So Let me know if you see something now. Can you guys see my screen now?
It just says that you've started screen sharing, but it doesn't actually let us see the screen.
Oh dear. Everything was working.
Now we see something.
Okay. Do you see a big dark slide with a lot of colors in the middle?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
I'm not gonna, these are the slides I showed before, but I'll skip through those real quick. I'll dig further. So yeah, the map of the internet. Thanks, Lloyd, for calling that out. I think that was the clue, the map of the internet. Well, where is that map of the internet? And that's something I always refer to when I think about, our buildings that we create, we design, are usually designed to deter connection and to not sort of get people to cross paths and link together with one another. And the cities that we design, I think, are also in the same vein. And learning from technology in the way that it's opened up, vast, sort of wealth of ways of connecting with one another. And moving from this sort of one-to-one relationship to actually building more, vibrant networks. In a way, it's going backwards, when we think about it, utilizing technology to get vibrant community networks to be revitalized. And we started this journey, and I'll come to the city in a few minutes, but we started this journey when we were thinking about buildings in the city. And this is through a number of projects we designed. It's through a number of studios at universities where I designed and taught, and thinking about, can a building in the way that it relates with the city be more of an integrated ecosystem? And that immediately starts to talk about places for people and connecting people together. And that can move its way out into the city from the building. Whereas the most buildings are like blocks of wood, where there's very little ecosystem going on inside those buildings. So you're limiting all this connectivity that could happen. Can the high rise, and still talking about building, can it be democratized? Thinking about patterns of cities, can those patterns of cities be brought to high rise buildings to create something other than sort of a unidirectional experience, but it's a multivalent experience in a high rise building? And again, I'll come back to the city. And thinking about movement systems that are, singular and linear to something more networked in a building, and then applying that also back to the city as well. And then thinking about, the public realm, as we urbanize our cities even more and more, and this, I can't remember the number you threw out, Lloyd, but it was a big number of people, shifting from rural to urban. But, if we keep building all of these wood-like buildings, we're going to spread and sprawl and spread and sprawl and spread. But perhaps we condense and we start thinking about public realm in a vertical way. So this is something we started thinking about as well. And that can be, through design, it could be through entitlements, it could be through zoning, it could be through all sorts of different ways of doing that. And you can even take policy and zoning, from where it is currently, which is shaving and carving these wood buildings, to actually interjecting urban planning policies in the vertical realm. So this is so the first step for our thinking in this process. And this gets to also green spaces and buildings as ecosystems. So we went through a lot of this process of thinking about these issues around buildings first, and then we circled back and started thinking about the city. And these disruptions that are occurring in technology, the disruptions that are occurring in urbanization, these are also great opportunities to build cities that are more, about people and not cars. We're able to deal with carbon, we're able to deal with climate change, moving from formalism to environmentalism. There's all sorts of opportunities that happen when we think about it this way. And so another specific example, which directly led to this idea of the carless city, was as we're thinking about the high-rise building, we started thinking about also urbanizing the workplace, in that, breaking these blocks of wood up. And we designed a building. This is actually a photograph of the final building. We designed a building in Shenzhen for Tencent, the company who we designed that city for. So this is their headquarters, which we designed. We started designing about 10 years ago, was built maybe 4 or 5 years ago. And this is, again, the idea of pulling apart these, sort of fibrous, sort of solid blocks, and then rewiring them with purpose, both vertically movement and horizontally movement, to create an ecosystem and a sense of community in a vertical building, which doesn't exist, in many buildings. You can see the result here, and it really was applying, in this case, campus planning principles to a high-rise building, and turning that into a vertical conversation, not a horizontal conversation. And that's also a clue, I think, to this urbanization challenge that we face, going forward. As we build more cities, again, do you gobble up green space, or you reconsider vertical plane as part of the city or the campus? This is just, bringing everything from health and fitness to, all sorts of other things into the building as well. So that brings me to the net city. And this is a challenge that Tencent came to us, and they said, Tencent being, I guess now the world's largest internet-based company, I suppose, in terms of scale and customers and everything. They do everything from, WeChat messaging to video games to, everything you can imagine in your digital life in China. So very, really interesting company. It's been interesting to work with them over the past 10 years as they've evolved as well as an organization. So, when they talked to us about that vertical campus, that was sort of their dream. Hey, at that time, they couldn't really access a big piece of land because it was Shenzhen and everything was tight and urban and developed. So we said, well, let's do that, your vertical campus, and do your campus vertically. So that was the building I just showed you. So now they have opportunity, as they've grown as an organization, to actually build their own, city or part of a city. So they're developing a piece of land, which is actually reclaimed land, which was industrial land at the far west side of Shenzhen, as it goes out to the ocean. And they said, well, we want to build a new research city that's part of this larger development that the city of Shenzhen is doing around the bay. We said, okay, let's think about that as a sort of a carless city, even though that's an impossible statement at the moment. But that was our starting point, and we entered a competition to design this city, and we ended up winning the competition. And you can see the site here. So it's and this is done. Tencent's the client. The city of Shenzhen is heavily involved, of course, because city of Shenzhen is implementing 2 subway lines, bus lines, tunnel connections, road connections, bridge connections, and then the piece at the far left is a civic center that's part of the overall Shenzhen experience. So it's a collaboration between a private organization and a city, which is an interesting model for city creating. And so we went into this process thinking about a couple big issues. One is it's reclaimed land, and there's resiliency and sea rise issues. So we started thinking about that. And then we want to create all those things I talked about earlier in terms of connectivity. We want to deploy them now on a citywide scale, and we want to make it at the very least really hard for the car to feel comfortable here, but really great for the person to feel comfortable here. So we tweaked some things in sort of traditional urban planning to achieve that. And it's largely office. There's residential on the right quadrant. It's office, research labs, retail, amenities. There's a major transit hub in the central portion, and then again a civic node at the end with convention center, hotel, and other functions at the very end of the peninsula here. So the idea was, can a smart city be inspired by the internet's distributed network? So again, rather than sort of a typical city which has the linear grid, we thought about nodes that are then connected in multiple ways. So rewiring the modern city to optimize connectivity was our starting point in thinking about this as what we call it the net city. And so the typical grid is on the left. So we thought more about urban hotspots on the second diagram, where we have different activities, connection points. So there's again, a transit hub. There's a sort of civic park center. There's a, athletic center. There's all sorts of different things happening. So each one of those bend deflection points, those become hotspots that deflect. And those are then connected by what we call the commons, which is a pedestrian link, which ties all of those together. Those then link to a performative shoreline. Performative shoreline is dealing again with resiliency, but also bringing people to the waterfront and connecting the city directly to the waterfront. And then bringing the water in deeper into the site to draw that connection through. And that then sets up a pattern for the future, which is across, as you saw in the previous image, there looks like a lot of shipping containers. That'll be an extension of the city in the future. I think a couple of principles that we worked with was, this idea of internetworked, these nodes becoming internetwork nodes, integrating, transit, integrating, cars where they can be, quietly doing their work, integrating systems and technologies, and focusing on more of a humanistic outcome. And then on top of that, it's thinking about it as an organic ecosystem. The whole city works together as an organic ecosystem. So when we think about internetworked, it's the centralized network above, or even the grid network, that limits the ability to create more vibrant connections. So we wanted diverse ways that people could connect. We wanted a nonlinear path to really suggest it's about a city it's about discovery, it's about experience, it's about a new experience each time. It's about something that's also linking these networks, these hubs in different ways. And then you're thinking about the Internet of Things in a certain sort of density. So optimizing the city, integrate technology in this sort of way. And then on the topic of integration, this is a diagram I showed earlier, but we wanted to de-silo the city as much as we could so that we can mix uses together as much as possible, combine land uses together, and think about the city as an urban park in concept. And then as a humanistic city, this is where the car-free thing came in, is, can we optimize the human experience features, the buildings and blocks that are reducing interference in the cars. So we basically enlarged our blocks so that there's, the cars are outside of typical blocks, where the city may have, let's say, across our entire city, we may have, like, say, typically 20 or 25 blocks. We reduced it to 5 blocks. And the cars are accessing outside of each one of those 5 blocks. And then the commons is linking it all together. We also made the blocks difficult in a way. So we made the turning radiuses more optimized for bicycles and people, less optimized for cars, so they have to slow down and calm down. So we did a lot of those sort of methods, which, the Danish learned back in the 70s pretty well, to slow the cities down and allow for people to walk and ride their bikes. We invigorated culture and the smart city into these places as well. This is a sketch that I did that sort of captures the character of the city early on in the process. And then thinking about the city as an organic ecosystem, the coastal habitat of Shenzhen is protected by mangroves. And there's these beautiful mangroves all along the coast. And we thought that idea was also a way to think about the coastline here from a city building perspective, but also reintegrating the mangroves back into the coastal edge as a way to protect the coast. But we also think about it as a sort of as a diagram for the city as well, in terms of particularly a city of ideas like this Tencent city. So the waterfront is a driver of knowledge. So this coastal landscape can generate knowledge, research, ideas, conservation, and whatnot. So that this model of the mangrove became an overall thinking about the whole system of the city working together in one ecosystem. So to wrap it up, I have a series of images of this net city, which outline of what we think the city could be. So this particular view is, there's this is in the center of the entire net city. And it's looking back across the bay to the rest of this part of Shenzhen. But as you can see, the buildings are, become more extensions of the ground plane. Landscape becomes integrated throughout the buildings. The parks become central, and then the car is removed from the conversation in this particular view. It exists, as I mentioned, but it's not central to the conversation. And that we could debate whether that's a good thing or a bad thing in a lot of ways. But it does, the goal here was to optimize a place that's comfortable to walk, comfortable for people to interact and share ideas. So again, people, not cars. So whether it's this waterfront, experience that we created, whether it's the center of the whole experience, whether it's, your daily life at work or living or whatever it might be, it's focusing on people and downplaying the car as much as possible. And then connecting to nature. So as I mentioned, all the way from the edge of the water up into the buildings, we're connecting nature as high up into the towers as possible, as high up into the podiums of the buildings as possible. So that in a way, the nature starts to erode the urban experience and brings back the natural experience. And this is another example where these buildings start to be hills or mountains or places for interaction, nature, and those sorts of things. And they become, from a corporate standpoint, amenity rich, but these really become a series of plazas. And it's resilient and adaptable. I think this image is also another good one, which captures the spirit of the place that we think could happen here, where walking is a vertical experience and a horizontal experience. And you're not limited by crossing roads or dealing with large boulevards and the difficulty of all those sorts of things. And this is a view down that central commons that links all the buildings together, where you have retail and food and shopping and conferencing and outdoor work and connection to workplace, all happening along this workplace. And we're also looking at implementing a series of vehicles, which can be driverless cars, which are maybe small little pods which can move through the space. So we're looking at technology implemented along these spaces that allow some faster speed movement without getting back into the car networks. So I'll leave you with a couple of thoughts about what's next. The idea of what's next beyond this sort of city, where and again, you can see here from this view, the car is there, it's connecting in, it has to still, but you're connecting into a realm which is about people and about buildings, nature, and ideas. In this, going deeper into the cities as an urban ecosystem, so back to the mangrove tree or the tree itself, we're starting to look at the city as a much more self-sufficient standalone ecosystem. So whether it's generating energy, whether it's dealing with waste, whether it's dealing with runoff, whether it's dealing with technology systems, how you integrate nature, food production, that's at the center of what we're starting to imagine for what's next in terms of these cities. And so we also imagine that nature is the city. This could also be debated, of course. Well, the city is a wonderful, beautiful thing, but nature is actually even more beautiful. So if we can think about nature, where city is invited into nature and to cohabitate rather than the other way around. That's also something we're pondering. And the city as a major metropolis has changed to a certain extent. We'll see where it goes. At least in North America and in Europe, the smaller cities have become much more viable than they ever were before. So these smaller cities, which are more walkable, where people can actually connect and walk from one side of the city to the other with their friends or with their colleagues. They don't have to drive 45 minutes from one side to the other. So there's a drive towards these innovation spokes, which I call them, on the outer edges of these big cities, which are more livable. People want to live in these places which are more livable, so we have to address that. And then this idea of human scale, there's a densification issue, but there's also a human scale issue, bringing things closer together both vertically and horizontally. And so with that, I'll leave it to the next speaker.
Jonathan, thank you so much. Those renderings are breathtaking and I think music to the ears of everyone in the Walk21 community. And no doubt that your analogy between internet nodes and walking nodes, I'd never thought of it that way, but it's a very, very apt comparison. So everyone, that was the new. But now we're moving to what to do about our older existing cities. And next up, we have Anissa Dia Lazordini, who is a creative design associate with the Institute for Transportation and Development Policy. Anissa will be presenting on how to use tactical urbanism to retrofit walkability into existing cities. And she'll be using the example of Jakarta, Indonesia. Anissa, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Lloyd. So I'm going to start to share my screen now. Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. I am Anissa. I am Urban and Visual Design Associate of ITDP Indonesia. So yeah, I am really glad to have this opportunity today to be here virtually in Seoul with Lloyd, Jonathan, and Rodney as well. So as the session's questions about how we imagine in walkable cities for the future, we don't always have the opportunity to redesign the whole city all over again. So I would like to talk, or actually open up a discussion about how we can retrofit the streets of existing developed cities to increase walkability. And by this, I'm gonna focus on the tactical urbanism approach that we also did in Jakarta. So yeah, to give a little bit of context, over half of the Indonesian population currently live in urban areas. And so a lot of development is focused on existing cities instead of creating a city from scratch or like redesign the whole thing. So with this situation, we can't solely rely on massive infrastructure changes to shift the paradigm, as Jonathan also mentioned before, from the car-centric culture to the human-centric one that prioritize pedestrian and non-motorized transport user, because the cities are already built. And zooming into Jakarta, before COVID-19 pandemic strikes, Jakarta actually had 83% people near transit. And so development has been focused around the transit area. However, if we take a look at the visualizations of the future cities development, be it in Jakarta or other cities in Indonesia, it seems like Indonesia has new plans for new cities or urban development that relies on this massive infrastructure, new system of public transport, or new residential development. The thing is, from what currently happens on the ground, where people actually live, in the picture on your right, it is those things that are often neglected or unprioritized yet in the implementations of the so-called smart infrastructure. And this basic thing of being able to walk safely to the transit stations, to the new transport system, which are fundamental if you want to shift the culture of the citizen to use public transport or to walk or cycle, are not yet addressed. So the main issue here is not solely creating this new system, but how we can adjust or intervene the street level experience in order to properly accommodate the whole transport system. So what I am presenting today is actually something I brought from ITDP's webinar last year, when I presented along with 3 other ITDP field offices, ITDP Brazil, Africa, and India. So we focused on the tactical urbanism approach as a quick, simple, low-budget interventions in already developed cities, which actually captures the varieties and creativities of retrofitting these new design paradigms of prioritizing people, pedestrians, and non-motorized transport into the already built and developed cities, and From that webinar, ITDP also combined these different experiences into one publications, from pilot to permanent, that you can look up on ITDP's website. But today I'm gonna focus on what I've been involved in Jakarta. So we had first used this approach of tactical urbanism, firstly in Kampung Kota Bersama project back in 2018. And from 2019, we have been collaborating with the MRT Jakarta to improve accessibility to their stations. And we have implemented the low-cost interventions in 2 elevated stations, which actually acts as a pilot or test out on how we can redesign these shared streets to improve walkability from the residential area to the MRT station. So both of these locations are consisted of shared streets and very narrow alleyways, and therefore we tried to shift or change a little bit the behavior of motorized vehicles users to help increase the street safety. Why we did this project? Because this project actually initiated after our team did an accessibility audit on a 500-meter radius within the new MRT stations. And so as you can see from the map, there are like line of inadequate residential area. So none of them are actually adequate enough to our to the ITDP TOD standard.
Anissa, I think we have momentarily lost you. Could be the connection. Can you hear me, Anissa? Let's give her a moment to try to get back. I suspect, I know she's at the offices of ITDP in Jakarta, but connectivity can be challenging. Yeah, looks like she's reconnecting. I'll maybe while she's away, let me just make an advertisement for what Anissa was referring to as this webinar last year. What was outstanding from ITDP, and if you go to their website, it's all these examples of tactical urbanism, which some people also call guerrilla urbanism, which is basically going in and to a certain extent, sometimes taking matters into your own hands as an NGO, or sometimes working hand in hand with the municipality. But this urban transformation through tactical urbanism, I would encourage everyone to pick that up if you get a chance. That webinar is actually available on the ITDP website. Look, I think Anissa is probably, there's Anissa. I was
Sorry,
just going to
so
segue. No worries, Anissa. I know connectivity is an issue. Maybe Jonathan can get Tencent working on this, but in any case, let me go back to you, Anissa. Thank you.
Yeah, I hope this is probably my last slide, isn't it? Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna continue from here. Sorry, everyone. Yeah, so as you can see on the photos, the walkways on the road towards the station doesn't even exist here. And most of the walkways condition are actually exactly like this, or even more narrow, and act as a shared street. And one of the reasons is that these areas are mostly residential, and it's classified as collector and local roads in Jakarta, which are often not a priority area of improvement, and it requires a lot of inter-stakeholders collaborations and often gets stuck in the process. So this is where a tactical urbanism approach we find probably could help with its quick, low-cost, non-permanent characteristics as a trigger to show what changes are needed in these local roads. Parallel to the road in the previous photo, there is an elementary school located on the road just 70 meters from the station. So you can see on the picture on your right, it is interconnected to a network of local street and small alleyways. And one of the small alleyways is shown on the picture on your left. And most of the students here are walking or cycling to school, as they all live nearby. And this is a shared street where there are a lot of motorcycles and cars still passing through. So yeah, as we can see on the key plan, the school area is located in Hook, and the alleyway has a sharp L shape here. And sometimes it makes it dangerous for children who usually run and play while walking there, because a lot of motorcycles and cars are passing through, but still speeding. And so from our observations, we found that in just 15 minutes, at least 65 people are walking in the street, and 55 out of 65 are actually school children. The alleyway is the most preferred shortcut for local residents, but conflict with motorized vehicles happens all the time, making it not very safe for children. And in order to have a better understanding on the issues, we started to engage with local communities, and the key group we found there is the women community, because they stay longer in the area compared to the other groups of residents, and they also have regular communal activities which involves vulnerable groups, so like elderly, people with disabilities, children, and young mothers. And a further understanding on accessibility issues mostly came from the discussions with this group. So we also went through a co-design process with the residents and local leaders, using discussions of our design illustrations, also on-site survey with the local residents, especially those whose house are around the proposed interventions, to make sure that the design discussions involve all those who are going to be affected directly with this intervention. And yeah, the key to high participation is using a familiar form of activities for the local communities. There are this program called Kerja Bakti, which occurs monthly, usually in the form of collective cleanup within a neighborhood. But this particular Kerja Bakti we did back then was specifically dedicated for painting the street together with all layers of communities, from men, women, youth, and even children. Some technical sub-agencies, field workers, were also participating to help the improvement on the main road, because it has a more rigid kind of regulations and it needs supervision from the technical agencies, but they were also involved in the process. And so yeah, optimizing the implementation to be finished in just a half day, which is the usual durations of Kerja Bakti, we created a plan for the day, divided the area into 4 segments, and we sort of lead the local residents to make sure each team works effectively in all these different 4 segments. So in approximately 7 hours, through the hands of around 150 participants, we made it happen. And the impact mostly can be seen probably qualitatively in terms of user perceptions of the walking safety. Probably not all vehicles have changed their behavior due to the painted intervention, but around 82% of the respondents find the painted walkways help them feel safer, and at least for them to let their children to walk to school, because the main group of pedestrians who use this intervention is actually school children. We are not actually expecting a different level walkway to be permanently implemented here, but this kind of intervention opens up the possibility to rethink how a shared street can actually be safer, especially in this area where children are the main user of the road. And highlighting the school area was also done in order to raise the awareness for the motorized vehicles, because there were no signs at all before that there are schools here. And so from evaluation interviews, the area still needs further improvement of traffic calming, but it starts to raise the awareness for the motorcycle and car drivers to recognize, oh, there's a school here. And yeah, local residents generally find this intervention helpful. However, based on the evaluations of perceptions, we thought that we can actually push further to get some major consensus from the residents themselves to not allowing vehicles on these narrow alleys. But yeah, it's still the motorized vehicles can still pass through this alleyway, but it opens up the discussions of maybe they shouldn't. And yeah, this one is also appreciated by the local residents because this is the main access to the MRT station from the local streets, and by the speed humps and zebra cross, it helps reduce the speed of vehicles when approaching the crossing. So this one is exactly the intersections from that school I've shown you before on the screen. And yeah, so this project was initiated by the collaborations of ITDP and MRT Jakarta. All the fundings came from MRT Jakarta CSR. They have committed to improve accessibility to their stations. And so this pilot project used more or less $3,000 for this total length of interventions, including those on the main road. And so during the process, other collaborators get on board, including the local government, and the city level technical agencies as well. And learning from this project, the Ciputeraya one, we also did the second one in Haji Nawi, where MRT also start to involve their design and engineering vendor to help with the technical aspects of design, and also academics and university students also got on board to help with environmental graphics and murals. And so how to bring this kind of intervention further is actually, we try to map out all stakeholders that are responsible for local roads improvement. So the picture on your right, and we showed it to the governor when he visited the pilot location. So in just one road, there can be 5 different agencies that have to be coordinated in order to make a physical improvements. So often the bottleneck is in the bureaucracy. So this low budget intervention made mostly with non-government parties as well shows what can be achieved if those different government agencies can collaborate. So it creates a sort of example on how to coordinate and collaborate. And the second location of implementation was Haji Nawi. It follows the same design process, but the issue is a bit different. Their local street is quite labyrinth-like with many temporary residents living around. A lot of houses are for rent, so a lot of temporary residents there. And this alley is often used as an alternative, a pedestrian shortcut to the station. And locals were drawing a very simple sign here on the photos on your left on house walls using a pen. So we painted a set of lines directing to the stations and several points of interest. And residents and visitors can find their way around the area, especially when they are avoiding the wide road that I've shown the picture before that doesn't even have the walkways. And so the continuity of this project is actually, it has attracted other institutions to join the initiatives. And academics and university students also started to collaborate with us on the last project, and they are working on murals to encourage people to walk and use public transport on our second locations in Haji Nawi. And also, as government officials has been used to see this kind of low budget intervention, they seem to be more convinced and confident to do it on a larger scale. For example, like the pop-up bike lanes we have during the pandemic. And yeah, they're more open to this new kind or this creative kind of intervention. So not only limited to the big, massive infrastructure changes. And yeah, I think we'll wrap up here. That's all from me. I hope it can give some insight and actually opens up discussions, because I also would like to learn more from you guys on how to increase walkability by retrofitting our existing streets to prioritize human activities, pedestrian and non-motorized transport. So yeah, I'm going to give it back to Light. Thank you.
Thank you, Anissa. That was truly inspirational. And that's really quite a contrast from, a big smart city initiative to, down to the very local community level. And I think without a doubt, we need both. And I think we're all jealous. We all want your job. It's very, very impressive. Our final speaker in this session is Rodney Tolley, who is one of the founding forces behind Walk21 and who has a very rich history of walkability research and project support globally. Rodney now is going to be presenting his new book, Slow Cities. Take it away, Rodney.
Whoops. Thank you, Lloyd. Have I pressed the wrong button here? Can you see my slide?
We can see you, which is even better, but no, we can't. We can't see your slides.
I'm trying to share my screen. Nothing seems to be happening here at the moment. Aha, is that better?
You are live and with a picture, a blue picture with a bicycle and a person.
Wonderful. Thank you for that introduction, Lloyd. I'm honored to be part of this panel and just delighted to see all the connections emerging already. Lloyd talked about the old and the new, and Jonathan talked about the new city and used that wonderful phrase that they're trying to make it hard for the car to be comfortable, but easy for people to be comfortable. And then we saw Anissa's work with an older city where she's doing exactly that. So my contribution here is to, I suppose, extend that argument and ask the basic question whether slow can actually be an organizing principle for making cars feel uncomfortable and people feel comfortable in the city. So I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my co-author, Paul Tranter from University of New South Wales in Canberra. And this is the lovely blue cover that Lloyd referred to earlier on of the Slow Cities book with Conquering Our Speed Addiction for Health and Sustainability as the subtitle. And what I want to deal with today is broad issues relating to speed in the city, broad principles, to ask how we might counter those by slowing the city, and then connecting to these two existential crises that we're facing in these last years of COVID-19 and the climate emergency, and try to see how slow connects those together as we look forward. So I want to begin by talking about the virus of hurry, a phrase developed by Carl Honoré in his book In Praise of Slow from 2004, where he refers to this as the culture of speed that dominates modern lives, where we're constantly trying to go faster and do more things quickly, seeing life as a race, but actually realizing that the faster we go, the less time we seem to have. And it's alleged, wrongly as it happens, but it's alleged that the White Rabbit in Alice in Wonderland said, "The hurrier I go, the behinder I get." And whether that's a true statement or not, it actually resonates with what the virus of hurry is about. And as Honoré said, we're not all infected, but many of us are infected with this virus, and it's imbued our culture to the point where we are now desperate for a cure. And it impacts us as individuals, of course. We eat more quickly, we spend less time eating with families, so our diets are often fast and lacking in nutrition. Because we spend so much time in fast vehicles, we're no longer propelling ourselves using our own energy and getting the physical activity benefits of our own movement. So the virus of hurry impacts on our own health in terms of anxiety and stress and losing our sex drive and all kinds of other implications for us as human beings. But it's not just people, it's cities as well. And I think we need a very quick historical view here. This is Broadway in 1910, a very typical urban scene then with people sharing space with other modes of transport. And of course, the street was a public space used by children playing and neighbors for meeting, for markets and so forth. A genuinely shared environment into which cars were about to intrude. And then, of course, the dramatic change. I'm sorry, something's popped up on my screen about trying to authenticate me. I do beg your pardon. Okay, I hope we're back on track again. And then the car appeared, of course, in the late 1800s, but by the 1920s was beginning to become more dominant in the city. But it wasn't just the car, it was the appearance of an interest group, a very powerful interest group of car makers and car sales groups and auto clubs and so on that became known as motordom. And they not only pushed for car sales, but they wanted people to change their perspective of the city into one in which speed was welcomed. It wasn't just about selling cars, it was selling the vision of speed. And in fact, this was quite opposite to what people wanted at the time. There was fierce public opposition to this, but by a very sophisticated and determined campaign, motordom won the day. So roads were widened, sidewalks were narrowed, people were squeezed against the walls of the building, rules were changed so they could only cross at crosswalks and so forth, the harbinger of the scenes that we see today. But it's important to stress that this is what motordom wanted. It wasn't what people wanted. So the virus of hurry has an impact on individuals, and it has an impact on the cities as well. And what motordom tried to sell us was the idea that faster is always better. And I think it's worth examining that before we go any further. The 100-year legacy of pursuing speed in the city has had a dramatically deleterious impact on health, whether it's human health, in terms of physical inactivity and road trauma and weaker social networks, etc., whether it's environmental health through higher energy consumption as we sprawl and our greenhouse gas emissions increase, and also through economic health as the cities have been carved up and subdivided, causing damage to retail and creativity and people meeting and severing jobs from economic opportunities, etc. So I think we can say without any question here, in terms of health, faster has not been always better. Motordom was clearly incorrect in arguing that case. But you might say it does save us time, right? So perhaps there still is a benefit of going faster in the city. Well, I think we need to challenge that also. If we examine in these two images here, typical scenes in European and North American cities, in the European cities, generally speaking, they're more compact, so people have to travel less far to meet their daily activities, and they don't have to travel as quickly. In North American cities, on the other hand, they travel almost 50% faster. And because of the space required by faster moving vehicles, the cities have expanded, so the services that people require are now much further away. So in fact, North Americans travel almost double the distance, 40 kilometers instead of 21, to meet their daily needs. But then if we look at the clocks, what we see is really quite interesting. Europeans travel on average for about 43 minutes per day. The North Americans traveling much faster, you would imagine would be traveling for less time, but they are not. They're not saving any time at all because as a result of their speed, the cities have sprawled so much that they now actually have to travel further every day and longer every day. So without any doubt, car-dominated cities pay for their speed with longer travel times. So there's an argument then that these faster movements are damaging us as individuals and damaging the cities as well, and they don't even save us time. So that's a precursor to saying, well, we need to slow the city, and how do we do that? Well, there will be many people watching this presentation who know much of this material. It's not new, so I'm not going to spend a great deal of time on it, but it's about two basic themes. One is reducing the speed of existing motorized traffic, and the second one is prioritizing the slow and sustainable modes. So the first one of those, reducing the speed of existing motorized traffic, we know how to do that: speed limits, enforcement, calming, vision zero, etc. And the second one is about all sorts of strands of public policy. Land use planning to make sure that things are accessible easily by foot and bike close to where people live. Policy specifically encouraging walking and cycling and other active modes. And then managing the traffic that we have in various ways to advantage those on foot and bike and disadvantage those in cars, making them less comfortable, if you like. And that could be things like filtered permeability or reclaiming space in plazas for people, or indeed even, as in the Cheonggyecheong example in Seoul, actually removing the infrastructure that is used by fast travel and repurposing it for other uses. And that indeed is happening in many cities around the world. So the question then would be, has anybody actually done this? Have these things come to pass in cities? Well, one could certainly use Seoul as an example, where 12 or 15 expressways have been repurposed or reimagined in recent years. But others at this conference will talk about Seoul. So I won't. I'll use a smaller scale, an European example of the city of Pontevedra in Galicia in northwestern Spain. And you can see this is what it looked like pre-1999. Crowded with cars, polluted, unsafe, economically depressed. And the mayor that arrived in 1999 came in with a mandate to reduce speeds across the entire city to 20 to 30 kilometers an hour and to reduce car access to the city center. And now we see what a remarkable change has taken place. 70% of trips are by walk and bike. There hasn't been a single road fatality for 12 years now in Pontevedra, which is a quite remarkable achievement. And the economy, despite it being in a depressed region, is actually growing very well. And I love the comment from a Guardian journalist who visited last year, who said that the roar of traffic had been replaced by the sound of birdsong in the camellias and the tinkle of coffee spoons. It sounds like an environment, I think, which many of us would like to be in. So Pontevedra is a good example how it can be done. Now, what Paul and I were concerned with was how to get these ideas out to others who might be considering taking that leap as well. So we put out a Slow City manifesto for 21st century cities, which is up there for you on the web. And it's got 10 major points about what slow principles bring to the city. And of these 10, I just want to pick out number 8 there, the achievable, because frankly, the others don't mean a thing if the end result is that this is not achievable. So let's see what we need to be dealing with here. First, we have to recognize, we're not stupid, we know the barriers to doing this are very deep and very profound. And they're driven by this culture of glorifying speed, which has been with us since motordom for the last 100 years. It pushes so many of our ways of thinking about what is possible in the city. And indeed, some of the things that happen are that we suddenly believe there are no alternatives to faster travel. And the people here taking their children to school by car in Canberra are very typical of global northern cities, where these people are not doing this because they want to, they're doing it because of fear of traffic danger to their children. But of course, the traffic danger is mostly other parents doing exactly the same thing. So what we're seeing here is forced use of fast travel by people who don't particularly want to. And thirdly, there's a whole set of governance issues here. The way we subsidize speed by road building, the way we have very little data on walking and cycling in order to confound the arguments of the road builders, this sort of big ticket fetishism, the approach that your careers can be advanced by being attached to major infrastructural projects, but not to building a pedestrian crossing. And all of this is then fed into the models that we use, which are profoundly biased towards those things which allegedly save time. Because if you save time, you save money, and therefore the cost-benefit analysis looks very positive. But that, of course, is built on as a castle of sand. There's nothing underneath this because we've just argued there is no time saving from increasing the speed of city travel. So there are profound barriers, but over the horizon, amid profound tragedy, has arisen something which may actually be providing a solution for us, or part of a solution, and that is COVID-19. And during the debates over the last 18 months, many of us have seen these first two arguments put forward, that we can deal with this problem by escaping the city, by simply running away from contact with other people and avoiding pathogens in that way. But in fact, the reality is that that doesn't work. The United Nations said quite recently, there's no correlation evidence at all between city size and COVID presence. So escaping the city is not going to work. Back to normal, everybody says. We want to be back to normal. Well, normal was that air pollution, crashes, grotesque inequality in the cities. Is that really something we want to go back to? So Paul and I would like to just put forward this third idea, that maybe there is a future of slow cities out there that might actually bring benefits in terms of combating COVID-19. Well, we've been through lockdowns, and they were profoundly uncomfortable experiences and difficult experiences for many people. But I just put to you that two things have come out of them about the slow city, which are really quite remarkable and actually might help us break the mold of the culture of speed in cities. Firstly is that everybody experienced these new environments where health was, rather than speed, was the priority, and people heard their neighbors, heard the bird song, saw the kids playing in the streets, experienced saw it with their own eyes, heard it with their own ears, breathed it with their own lungs. This is what a slow city could be like. And it helped enormously in, I think, in enhancing the understanding of where we could go with this idea, whereas before, I think people were confounded by that. And secondly, was the issue that dramatic, rapid change is achievable. These kinds of scenes appeared all over the world in the last 18 months, thrown up overnight using bollards and paint and straw bales and so on. No longer could slow be seen as some sort of distant, far-fetched utopia. And Arundhati Roy, the Booker Prize-winning novelist, put it beautifully when she said, COVID is a portal, a gateway into another world that allows us to rethink the doomsday machine we've built for ourselves. And she ended by saying, nothing could be worse than a return to normality. So these are things that have come out of COVID-19. So what would a slow, pandemic-resistant city look like? Well, Melbourne is trying to do this. Portland in Oregon is trying to do this. Paris is trying to do this as well. Basically create the city as a constellation of 15 or 20-minute neighborhoods in which everything you need for your daily life is within a 15 or 20-minute return journey on foot or by bike. So these ideas are appearing now in cities around the world. And it's worth emphasizing the fundamental point here that this is a slow neighborhood. And the pandemic resistance comes from your ability to close this neighborhood off if there is a pandemic, to stop a disease spreading outside the neighborhood in the knowledge that it's independent, self-dependent, and that people inside the neighborhood can still go about their daily lives. So this is being taken up now as a really strong physical structure that we might use in our future cities to guard against future pandemics. Well, if that's the slow answer, what would fast cities do instead? Well, fast cities are actually hit very hard by COVID, because COVID is discriminatory. It targets those with pre-existing health conditions. It particularly focuses on those with lung disease, and much of that may have come from PM 2.5s from pollution in cities. And a lot of it comes from physical inactivity and obesity as a consequence of using fast travel rather than walking. So what we're seeing, to put together what I've said so far here about COVID, is that slow cities will be resistant to both viruses, to the hurry virus and also to the COVID virus. There's virus protection built in there because of speed. What about the other existential crisis? The climate emergency is insistent and upon us now, and speed is exacerbating that climate breakdown. The faster we go, the more energy we use, the more greenhouse gases we produce. The faster we go, the more we sprawl, and that increases urban travel and material consumption. And in particular, people often don't realize how how damaging the materials we use for our suburban sprawl are in terms of greenhouse gas production. Producing 1 ton of cement produces 1 ton of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. So concrete and asphalt are part of the speed problem in the city. Let's pull this together then as I move towards a conclusion. What I'm arguing here is that we've got a win-win-win on our hands. Let's just examine that for a moment. The United Nations and the WHO this year have said there will be more pandemics and there will be more serious pandemics. So preparation is absolutely essential and urgent. These will come and we must be ready for them. We can't be caught in the way that we were last year. So effective long-term pandemic response means prioritizing those 20-minute neighborhoods, walking, cycling, and micro-mobility modes in the city. And of course, if you do prioritize those, you're also happening to prioritize the modes which will be essential to combat the climate emergency as well. So it's win for the hurry virus, it's win for the COVID virus, and it's win for the climate emergency too. So to summarize, Motordom sold us this myth that faster is better, and we bought it hook, line, and sinker, and we've designed our cities for 100 years based on this myth. But in fact, what I've been trying to argue today is that faster is actually worse for all kinds of health, human, environmental, and economic. It's worse for the pandemic resistance, and it's worse for the climate emergency. It's exactly the opposite of the idea that we were sold that century ago. So what do we do about that? Well, it's relatively straightforward. What we need to be thinking about is if you want your city to be happier, healthier, safer, livable, more equitable, more child-friendly, more resilient, and more walkable, well, just slow it down. On behalf of Paul Tranter and myself, thank you very much.
Rodney, thank you. That was very powerful and moving. And I think if anything I take from that fast is slow and slow is actually fast. So well done. Yeah. We have a few moments left. Thanks to the whole team. You did very well despite embracing our slow mentality. You were perfectly on time, so thank you. The questions have been rolling in, so what I'd like to do is just go to a few of those, if I may, with the time remaining. So the first one, if I may turn to Anissa, is with tactical urbanism, we often see a technique used is we're painting the pavement and we're doing a lot of visual changes. But the question is, does that perhaps create a false sense of security in that we're not necessarily having physical barriers there? Do you think, is it really doing the psychological trick with motorists, or is it potentially creating future dangerous situations?
Yeah, thank you for the questions. I think it's also, I would also like to highlight that sometimes the painted interventions also needs to be complemented by like some physical interventions, but like the one I've shown you before, that we also have speed humps and things like that. So some of like physical interventions, but like, yeah, let's say in small scale in tactical urbanism is still needed. But also what I think is very important is to make sure that the road user or the street users knows exactly what that symbol of or the visual means. So when we work with this local street, we make sure that all the people there involved, so not only the people who walks, but also people who drive their motorcycle or cars to understand that there's a problem here with their speeding and things like that. So when we create these interventions and they are also involved in there, and they can understand, okay, actually these children in this area need this. And so I understand if there's this painted street means these are prioritized for the pedestrians and the school children. So yeah, I think other than creating some physical interventions, it's also important to make sure the people we are talking to understand what that means. Yeah, I think that's for me.
Good point. And you make the point, it's not just the visual, you need to complement it with physical measures as well. So the next question from Jim could be for anyone. It's how do we take citizens with us into a more walkable future city? Do the citizens, are they the ones that have to ask for it before it happens? And actually, maybe let me turn this for a moment to Jonathan, because the initiation of the project you spoke about is the private sector. And that's actually unusual at Walk21 events. I think we all secretly think the private sector is probably more the problem than the solution. I mean, Jonathan, do you think that private firms like Tencent could be a major part of creating more walkable cities?
Oh yeah, definitely. I use another example. I mean, yeah, we do a lot of work for Amazon as well. We've designed their Seattle headquarters. And the whole genesis behind that one was for them to go back, and they said, well, we'd like to be downtown, but downtown is doesn't really work for bringing people together very well. It's not a very kind of walkable situation at that time. So this is maybe 8, 9, 10 years ago. So they first asked us to look at, hey, can we rezone these 3 blocks so that we can actually bring human scale plazas into them rather than cross streets? So they got it. I think a lot of people they get it. People want to they know that people want to have human to human interaction, and they know that the motor vehicle, motordom, I love that term, is limiting their ability to do that. So it may be baby steps for some of these companies. Okay, yeah, we vacated these smaller laneways from these 3 blocks that were previously full of cars. Now they're full of people. That's a step forward from my viewpoint. Tencent says, well, we want to build a city that's actually going to stimulate ideas. So it's a place where you can generate ideas and think about things. And they recognize that, the big giant boulevards and the huge streets, that's just, distraction and wasting people's time. But at the same time, they didn't want to go off to some, bucolic campus and take away green space that could be used for green space. So they also understood that's not really a solution either. So so there's definitely a recognition, whether it's private companies or private citizens, that something has to change. I think it's very hard though to get out of habit and get out of the habit that motordom has sold us over the past 100 years.
Indeed, thank you. And I must say, in my home city of Seattle, Amazon has indeed. It's a nice little section of the city that they've done a great job with. I think given the time, we have one last question we'll get to, and I think as an extension of the previous question on how do we get there, does it take the public pounding the door for this? And maybe I'll direct it to Rodney. The question is, yesterday, Dr. Etienne from WHO said, we must not ask people to walk and send people to their deaths, but is it actually, we should be asking the reverse question, is it space and speed that needs addressing? And, to turn this question around, Rodney, and everything that you said, how do we get there in terms of the public wants it, but how does the public democratically get there?
Yeah, the speed issue is absolutely crucial. There's so many things that we can't do if we don't get hold of the speed problem. But and I'd like to connect that back to the previous question as well. Absolutely, the public needs to demand this, and increasingly they are. But in the past, we haven't had the leadership that's prepared to take those demands on and deliver the outcomes. There are spectacular examples, of course, Jeanette Sadiq Khan in New York City, and Peñalosa in Bogota, and Jaime Lerner in Curitiba. Yes, there have been brave leaders out there who've gone the extra step in order to bring their cities along with them. But what I now see is another round of leaders coming through who are saying, yes, people do want this. And I'm now in the position to be able to say, post-COVID, we are not going back to what was normal before. And just within the last few weeks, Mayor Anne Hidalgo in Paris has said exactly that. I mean, we're aware of the 650 kilometers of Corona cycleways that are being planned, and of the 30 kilometers an hour right across the city, which is being planned. But to have a leader of a major world city say, we are not returning to the old past, we're going to go through Arundhati Roy's portal into a new future, I think is enormously encouraging. So it's a question of now leaders recognizing that this is what people want and being in a position to help deliver that.
Perfect. Thank you. And you brought in some nice examples there. There are so many other questions to follow up on here, and I'm sorry we've run out of time, but I just like, first to thank Walk21 Seoul for proposing this session, and to all our panelists. You've delivered exactly as we had hoped for. You've given us something old, something new, something borrowed, and something blue. With that, I would just like to wrap up by wishing all of you a slow day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to Walk21 Seoul.
Thank you, Lloyd.
Thank you very much.
everybody.
Something old, something new, something borrowed. Wrapping up our first session for today. Well, unfortunately, we could not go through all of the questions. I guess we will have to put that off for next time. Thank you once again for your insight and your discussions. We will take a short break, and then we will resume with Plenary 4 under the topic of pedestrian policy and task for the better Seoul. Thank you very much, and see you back in just a couple minutes.
계속 저 사람이 뭔가를 얘기를 하는데 없어가지고. 아니 그분이 너무.
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 편안한 휴식 시간 되셨을까요? 그럼 워크 21 서울 국제 보행 컨퍼런스 네 번째 주제 세션 시작하도록 하겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope that you have had a lovely short break. We will now move on to our next plenary session. 네, 본 행사는 워크 21 서울 국제 컨퍼런스의 유튜브 채널과 또 워크 21 재단의 유튜브 채널을 통해서 동시 통역과 함께 지금 실시간으로 중계가 되고 있습니다. Our live conference is being streamed live on our Walk21 Seoul Conference YouTube channel, as well as our Walk21 Foundation YouTube channel, and simultaneous interpretation is being provided in Korean and English. 네, 본 컨퍼런스의 저작권은 서울시와 워크21 재단에 있습니다. 본 컨퍼런스 연사에 사전 동의 없이 발표 자료, 이미지, 영상 등을 무단으로 사용하는 경우 저작권 침해에 해당될 수 있으며 콘텐츠의 2차 가공과 배포는 금지되어 있습니다. All copyrights of this conference belong to the Seoul Metropolitan Government and Walk21 Foundation. Unauthorized use of materials, images, and videos without consent of Seoul Metropolitan Government and Walk21 Foundation could constitute copyright infringement. The reproduction or distribution of the conference through recording or videotaping is also strictly prohibited. 본 현장에서는 코로나19 방역 수칙을 준수하며 모든 행사를 진행하고 있음을 알려드립니다. And please do note that the virtual conference room has been disinfected and is following the quarantine instructions. 네, 그럼 지금부터 주제 세션 4를 시작하겠습니다. 좌장이신 심재익 한국교통연구원 도로교통연구본부 선임연구위원님께서 좌장으로 이끌어주시고 저희 연사분들도 함께 모셔보도록 하겠습니다. 그럼 심재익 선임연구위원님의 진행으로 워크 21 서울국제보행 컨퍼런스 네 번째 주제 세션 서울시의 보행정책 우수 사례 소개와 정책 방향 모색을 시작하겠습니다. And now moving on to plenary 4 under the topic of pedestrian policy and task for the better Seoul. This session will be chaired by Dr. Jae-ik Shim, Senior Researcher of Department of Road Transport at Korea Transport Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Shim.
네, 안녕하세요. 이번 세션의
Good morning,
진행을
everyone.
맡게 된,
I am the moderator. I am with the KTI, Korea Transport Institute. My name is Jake Shim. We're going to introduce to you some pedestrian policies that Seoul has introduced. And worldwide, the transportation paradigm is shifting from car-centric to pedestrian-centric. And road diet projects have been conducted to increase the pathways for the pedestrians and to enhance pedestrian safety. And in this session, we would like to look back on the history and background of such projects and share the agenda with you. And we would like to introduce to you the Sejongdaero project and the Solo 7017. And we would like to gain insight from these programs. I'd like to introduce to you the three speakers who are here with me. I'd like to introduce them to you in the order that they're listed in the agenda. First, from the Seoul Institute, Dr. Shin-hae Lee. And second speaker, from Architecture and Urban Research Institute, Dr. Sung-hoon Oh. And third speaker, from Seoul Metropolitan Government, Ms. Joo-hee Hong. Thank you. And now I would like to hand it over to Dr. Shin-hae Lee for her presentation.
Hello everyone, I am Shin-hae Lee from the Seoul Institute. I'm not used to cameras, so I don't know where I have to face, but let me begin. Walking is an interesting action taken within the city. or it can be noted as an event, but my presentation is not that enjoyable. It has to do with policies, it has to do with what we have to do in the future, and I believe that the following presentations will be more enjoyable than mine. A couple of years ago, I wanted to understand the policies of Seoul on walkability. So I proposed this research topic to the Seoul Institute, and I began my research on this very topic. Seoul is a big city, and there's a lot of movement and a lot of travel. So there are a lot of things to take into consideration. We have to think of the cars, also mass transit, public transport, subway, bus. There are so many components that we have to look into, and that is why we weren't as focused on walkability versus these other modes. But I want to say that Seoul did have many policies on walkability starting from 2012. There are many policies and many plans in place, but it did not receive the limelight. However, I will be going into specifics afterwards, but the Seoul 7017 and the Sejongdaero pedestrian forest path were some of the projects under that declaration of Walkable City Seoul, and it started to pay more attention to walkability. So Seoul aspired to become a city that's possible to walk, that's easy to walk, that wants to walk, and that wants to walk together. So many policies were under this mission. There were many policies and many programs in place, but after the program and when we do a follow-up, we need of course, evaluation assessments, because it's about additional investments. So we've engaged in assessments and evaluation to understand the satisfaction of the floating population. And on a regular basis, surveys were conducted as well. So we do have these walkability policies, and it's important to understand the awareness, understand the necessity, and also understand the performance. And we also assess the individual projects. And we also talked about and engaged in qualitative analysis on what kind of impacts of extending or reducing the roads may have. And the results may differ depending on the respondents. So what we did was also engage in some quantitative research as well. After a walkability project, we have tax revenues that would go in. So we asked, how much are you willing to pay in taxes to pursue such walkability projects? And not only that, on safety, on crossways, and on the culture, the street cultures, we've had these different indicators to understand the situation with a quantitative focus. However, it's true that it was in silos. We focused our assessments on these individual projects. So what we wanted to do was to go one step forward to understand the impact of all of these projects altogether on Seoul. So this was the research process that we conducted. We wanted to understand whether the policy makers were satisfied, and also on what kind of evaluation was necessary. If you look at the child zone assessments, there are additional items to take into consideration. And so if we do have projects that are given, that's something that we cannot compromise at all. So that would be excluded. But for those that can be an option, we wanted to understand how effective they were. We also wanted to understand how much it was used, the utilization, and the way forward for policies. We asked the policymakers, and they said that, yes, we have a lot of walkability policies in place, and this is a trend, not only in Seoul, but in cities around the world. But because there are so many policies, some are redundant, and sometimes you would not understand where this is coming from, what the goal is, and also on what the acceptance was. So we thought that we needed a couple of indicators to look into that. And according to the basic plan on walkable city, there are some key projects under the possible to walk, easy to walk, want to walk, and walk together. So there were about 130 unit projects that were evaluated, but we wanted to bring this all together and evaluate that all together to understand the impact it had on Seoul. And I mentioned that safety, continuity or connectivity, and the connectivity with public transport was something that was surveyed by project. But there was no indicator on when we bring this all together. So we had expert surveys, and the conclusion was that public transport had a major impact with walkability because you can see that as they transit, you have to walk between the modes. And with more public transport, we knew that we can also assess and understand walkability. So that was one indicator. And next was floating population. We did see some increase in floating population, so that was also another indicator. And just because we have floating population increase doesn't mean that it's good for that commercial area. So we wanted to understand the revenue of the commercial area. So these three indicators were defined to quantify the impact of all of these projects altogether. So let me go into that. These were some of the individual projects. We had the pedestrian mall project. And I also saw a wonderful picture of the Seoul commercial building and the exclusive medium bus lane. There were also some walkability aspects to that, so we brought that all together. And I'm sure that you want to understand the results. So first, you can see that we've seen an increase in terms of the number of people that use public transport with all of these policies. We do have the transit card that's used across the board. So for those that for those regions that have walkability policies and those with not, we were able to compare the two, and you can see that the number of those that use public transport increased by 8.6%. And floating population, we have the following information. It's of course different to count all of the heads. In other words, it's very difficult to count how many people, but the data that we can get is from the mobile phones. The population has all mobile phones, so we can understand how many people are there through the base towers, the signals to the base towers of these mobile phones. And once again, for those that have such policies and those that do not, we saw the average, and we saw that there was an increase of 25% of floating population when we compare the two groups of those that have walkability policies and those that do not. So you may think, what kind of relevance does floating population have with walkability? But what I want to say is, due to walkability, we may be able to see an influx of more floating population, so that's why we want to look into that. The third is revenue. We have card bills from the credit card companies. Seoul City was able to attain that information on the credit card use and the expenditures. And once again, we compared the two groups, those with have such policies and those that do not have the pedestrian policies. And we saw an increase of 8.6%. Right now, with quarantine guidelines all adhered to, I'm not wearing the mask right now, but we wanted to see this number increase, but it was very difficult to assess this due to COVID. Before COVID, with pedestrian-friendly policies, we saw revenues go up by 8 to 9%. So right now, you can see that pedestrian-friendly policies were something that was quite effective based on the pre-COVID numbers. I also asked experts on whether if we do limit parking space or limit car use, there's a lot of complaints. And sometimes it's very difficult to engage in a speedy execution of a project. Therefore, it's important to understand, will it really help the region when there's heavy car use? This was a research that we did conduct, but in countries around the world, I saw that they've used multiple sources. And if you look at some of the research results, we found out that there are more people coming by public transport than car to buy something at the stores. And not only that, we were able to witness that if you make the environment more attractive, more people will come, of course. And it was quite the same for this research of Seoul. Right now, we have those in their 20s and 30s, and they use public transport. and also how long their stay is. Compared to those that move by car, those that use public transport would stay in that area for a longer period of time, meaning that they have a greater percentage or probability of being exposed to all of the different facilities of that region. And when they do visit that area, parking space is really important because there's a lot of conflict between pedestrian policies as well as parking space policies. But we found out that we found out that when they do visit a region, it's not about how much parking space is provided. It's about how popular the stores are, how popular the facilities are when they make the decision as to whether they're going to visit that area. So when we do pedestrian policies, it was very difficult because we were always in conflict with the parking people. But as you can see here, if you make that area more attractive, more popular, it helps beef up the revenue of the commercial stores there rather than having more parking space. So then, simply put, Seoul had many pedestrian policies, and we looked into the 3 indicators. And if we want to continue on with this, what kind of direction should Seoul Metropolitan Government take? The pedestrian improvement policies have to continue on, and we have something to add to that. How can we add more value? To understand that, we have to look into the transportation, the traffic, as well as the demographics. Not only in Seoul, but around Korea, we do have the situation of the aging of population. Seoul may be a bit less, but yes, it's definitely a challenge. And according to the census, we've been seeing more proportion of the aged population. And if you look at the mode of transport, the aged would walk more. In the past, maybe they stayed home a lot, but now no longer is that the case. We saw that the aged walked a lot throughout the city. We were able to verify this data. And we believe that this should be reflected in the pedestrian-friendly policies. And the second point I would like to make is we have to look into the transport policies of Seoul, the main transport policies. You can see that here it's about public transport to make it more convenient to develop the public transport. And from 10, 20 years back, this was a policy that was with us all along. So public transport was the main essence of Seoul's transport policy. So what should we do in the future? How can we add value? In the case of public transport, it's important to provide age-friendly policies. There are many walkability improvement policies, and there's also the Minshik Act on child protection that's receiving a lot of spotlight. And all of these must continue. We have to reduce the number of car lanes, and we have to return and have the pedestrians reclaim that land. And not only that, it's important to make sure that the areas around the households are walkable. So that all needs to stay. In addition to that, we also need to look into the walkability of the aged population. It's high time that we need to look into this because there are a lot of the senior citizens that would walk. Seoul has a well-constructed public transportation system, but if you want to take the subway, you have to go underground. And if we ask the senior citizens, they say that, of course, they want the subway due to economic reasons, but if that's not the case, they want to take the bus because horizontal movements, horizontal circulation is important. They did not really like the vertical circulation into the subway stations. And the subway transits, it would be great if we have moving walks or these escalated walks, but we need some modes to provide safety for the aged population. There's also what's called the escort service or the escort zones in Japan, where the typical average person will move 1.2 meters per second, but the aged may be 1 meter or less. Therefore, an escort zone can come in handy for the aged population. And due to COVID, everywhere you go, all of the resting places are now prohibited from access. It's a very difficult situation for the aged. They cannot rest in the interim. It's very difficult for them to catch their breath. And COVID has led to all of these challenges for the senior citizens. But once we do have COVID out of the picture, we need to make sure that we have more facilities so that the aged population can rest as they transit amongst these different modes of transport. I mentioned that we have the bus, but the subway, the city subway is a key part of public transport in Seoul. We're trying to install elevators per station, but if we ask the age, they say that for vertical circulation, they want escalators rather than elevators. Of course, it's difficult for the physically challenged, but the aged prefer escalators. If you want to make the subway stations more age-friendly, we should opt for escalators versus elevators. Elevators are important, but if we want to think about an age-friendly or a senior citizen-friendly policy, well, I think we need more escalators than elevators in the subway stations. And last but not least, another point I would like to make on the policies for senior citizens is that it has to do with color. I hope that there are more discussions on that. But if you look at line 3, it's orange. The Bundang line is dark yellow. And we can see that senior citizens have a difficulty in distinguishing these two colors. Some of the aged population would see blue as black, pink would look like red. So for the metropolitan areas, there are many private lines, many lines altogether, and they're all color-coded. But it's very difficult for the senior citizens to distinguish the different colors. This can be an issue going forward due to degeneration. So overseas, what they're doing is utilizing A, B, C, D characters or alphabets to find a way to have the senior citizens distinguish one from the other. And as I've mentioned, we need the fundamental policies in place, and that should stay. But in addition to that, I believe that we need to understand that we have a changing demographics here, and that we need a senior citizen-friendly policy, and it's high time to do that right now. So all of the policies going forward need to be consistent and has to be relevant. If we do have a policy, we need to continue on to assess walkability continuously, and only then can we reduce or prevent the sprawl of policies. It's better to have a clear direction rather than engaging in piecemeal policies. So once again, when we ever do have to assess a project, we need to also look into the walkability element as well to make sure that it remains consistent. Thank you. Dr. Lee, thank you very much for your presentation. She talked about the way forward in terms of walkability policies and its assessment. Let us now move not on street walk of Seoul. Dr. Oh Sung-un from Architecture and Urban Research Institute will give his presentation.
Good morning, everyone. I am Sung-hoon Oh with Architecture and Urban Research Institute. Walk21 is quite a meaningful conference personally. When I first visited Munich as a researcher interested in walking, I was surprised at the huge number of experts in that area, and I was pleasantly surprised. And after that, I attended the conferences in Sydney, Hong Kong, and Rotterdam. And today, now, I am attending Walk21 Seoul, which is my hometown. So I am deeply touched and inspired at the same time. Dr. Shin Lee gave us an overview of Seoul's pedestrian policies. I am quite interested in the street redesigns. So I will talk at the street level instead of the city level. And how has the street designs have changed, and how will they change in the future? I hope this will give you some information about the street situation in Seoul. This picture is Seoul Station back in 1962. We have an overpass, and we have quite a wide road, and we have not such a large number of cars. It's 1/10 of the traffic that we have now, but nonetheless, the width of the car lanes is quite wide, and it's very difficult for the people to walk and cross the streets. And we still have a lot of people walking on the streets. After modernization, the city of Seoul had such streets that were not kind to the pedestrians. And the pedestrians' safety and convenience was given less priority. Rather, how can we have more cars ride faster in wider streets? That was the priority. This is a Dongdaemun Design Plaza that we are here in some 40 years ago, and we see that many people are jaywalking. And we see in the background, so many people are down on the car lanes to approach the bus, to get on that bus. And what do you see about the crossings? There are so many cars and people mingled together on the streets, but we see no crossings. And that's why people are jaywalking. And what you can see from this picture is of course, we could criticize the jaywalkers, but looking at the structure itself, do they have any other options than jaywalking? And we see a lot of the cars, and they have crossed over the lanes. They don't keep to their lanes. And each car is claiming their right of way. And so this street design itself, dating back 40 years, 50 years ago, how was this made? Maybe it was just taken as a matter of course, and I think that practice has continued over the years. And this picture is of Daehangno in Haehwadong area. Even when we didn't have many cars, the lanes were quite wide, and the policies were quite clear in that it was interested in smooth traffic. But at least there is a crosswalk. And when we look at these black and white pictures, we still have the jaywalkers in the background. I am collecting these old pictures, and there is never a picture where there is no jaywalker, because the crosswalks are few and far between. The people would prefer to cross through the car lanes instead of the crosswalks, and that's why they violate the rules and jaywalk. And many people have taken up these issues, and they are trying to come up with solutions. And are these problems all solved? Now, this picture brings us to the year 2020. We have the residential area, we have a lot of traffic, and there are possibilities to create footpaths, and still we don't have the sidewalks. And we see this all over the place in many of the cities. So what we see is we are drawing the lanes and we're paving the roads with asphalt, but we still forget that people are there. The decision makers, the policy makers, the designers, the planners don't have people in their minds. And so people still think that the space belongs to the cars instead of the people. And the same goes for architecture and buildings. In order to secure places for parking, we have a lot of these pilotis structures. We need parking, so we elevate the buildings so that we use the space underneath for parking spaces. And then this gets in the way of pedestrians walking streets, and this changes and distorts the neighborhoods. The alleys, the small streets are not human-centric, But even these small alleys become car-centric, and they use the humanistic side. And we see a lot of these in cities, and they are taken for granted. And I think this is a huge problem. And one other thing, and so they do have sidewalks in some of the neighborhoods, and that will solve everything, people will think. And so on one side of the road, we see these one-sided sidewalks. And this is not ideal. Instead of walking on the sidewalks, we see the people still walking in the car lanes. And if you fence the areas, then people are locked inside the sidewalks. And so people cannot fulfill their demands within the narrow sidewalks. And that's why they get down to the car lanes. And this may look like a safe design, and I know it is built with good intentions, but when we go there, we see that the pedestrians' decision-making process is quite different from the intention of the designers. And when we have these sidewalks, the rights of using the sidewalks are given to whom? Maybe we could talk about discipline, or maybe we could talk about coercion, but still, how can we limit the unlawful and inappropriate use of the sidewalks? And how can we engage the citizens so that they can gain back their rights to their sidewalks? The local governments are sometimes encouraging the drivers to park on the sidewalks. I know things are changing, but still we have a long way to go. There are more spaces secured for the pedestrians' convenience, but when we look in every nook and cranny, we still see that some things have not changed. And behavior-wise, when the pedestrian is stepping down in the sidewalk or the crosswalk, the car is not stopping. And this is the usual behavior of the car drivers, and this is also a serious problem. And as for the parking of delivery trucks, and still this is happening. As you can see from this picture, when you have two double yellow lanes, you cannot park in that spot, but nonetheless, these delivery trucks and other trucks park their cars to take care of their business. And why is this happening? We have to consider the diverse behaviors of the users, but the rules and policies did not take into consideration these diverse behaviors, and that's why the rules are not abided by. This is an area near Hongdae University, and this is a shared street design. It looks quite beautiful, but people are walking on the peripheries, and the cars are driving in the peripheries as well, and this is quite ironic. And so what the cars do is they go around the people, and what meaning does these shared streets have? And what are these paintings telling the drivers and pedestrians to do? And given the wide street, why are the people and the cars driving and walking on the sides? The design may be beautiful, but spatial zoning and spatial designs should be clear in their messages so that the users can use the streets safely. This is the Hanok, a traditional Korean house village in Jeonju. This may look beautiful, but when you have too many people on the sidewalks, then people have no choice but to walk on the car lanes. And we see that the pathway is narrow, and we have the rustication, and these are not quite fit for the pedestrians. And so it may look beautiful to the eyes, but it's not really helpful to change the pedestrians' behavior. And this is the shared street that was first implemented in Samcheong-dong. It's in front of the Cheongdok Library. And what the usual shared street wants to intend is we want the people to interweave and to share their experience, and we want to get that change from the textures on the pavement. And Seoul has expanded the pedestrian priority zones. The drivers are distracted by many patterns on the roads, and there have been a lot of experimentation. And so with low cost, behavioral change could be induced. And in implementing these programs, these patterns have been textured on these school roads. And when we did the survey from the pedestrians and the drivers' perspectives, it was effective in changing their behaviors. And as for these types of alleys, we have these patterns and textures, and we are trying to roll it out nationwide. Then how can we have a shared street but give priority to the pedestrians, especially in the small streets? And we are publishing the guidelines, and the Ministry of Interior has distributed this guideline. And in the intersection area, we need the crosswalks if the streets are not shared streets. But if it is a shared street, we don't have a crosswalk. The pedestrians are protected with other types of fixtures. And this is a 3D graphic. And in Korea, there are about 3 to 4 shared streets that are designed in such a way. We have the speed bumps, maybe, but we don't have the rest areas for the pedestrians at the time being. So still, we have been thinking that we should clear the roads of any barriers that get in the way of cars. But nonetheless, the quality of designs are evolving. And recently, when we look at the shared street designs that have priority on the pedestrians, we have quality streets. And what we're looking at is the shared street for pedestrians and cars. The user's satisfaction is high, and the driver's behavior change was also possible. And another case of pedestrian priority street. When the cars come across these diagonal lines, they tend to reduce the speed. And from the pedestrians' point of view, they recognize these streets and alleys as their priorities. And so when we look at it from this bird's eye view, you can only see the colors and the blocks. But close, we have different textures and the finishes. So within the given budget, we have experimented with various designs and ideas. And this is 천마중길 in Gwangju, and this was a huge sidewalk created. It was a good experiment. We have these model cases that can be helpful, but at the community level, the road diets can give out powerful messages, and we have had such road diets in Seoul. This is in front of a kindergarten. Where the tree is standing, so we had the sidewalks that were narrow, but we had widened the sidewalks to extend from the trees to the fences. And this is a case in Nowon-gu. We reduced the number of lanes from 4 to 3 to secure more space for the pedestrians. And this is Sejongdaero. The car lanes were reduced to give more space to the pedestrians. And when we increase the footpath, we also secure space for bicycles, and also we have placed some benches, and we have to think about whether this makes sense. We have the crosswalk and the bench colliding together, and I think this is an easy problem to solve, but people did not think too much of it. And as for the wide width crossings, we could have some tightening of the curb radius. This is widening the length of the people, widening the crosswalk so that people have to cross such a long street because there's the left turn lane and the right turn lane. And I am skeptical about lengthening the crosswalk because it is inconvenient for the pedestrians to cross such a wide road. And we have done away with the curbs on the sidewalks. And this is quite similar to the street designs that we see in other advanced cities. Right now, we have a car that is parked on the bicycle lane, and the person is walking on the bicycle lane. And then we have the trees getting in the way of the sidewalks. And so this is quite not making sense. And we have the personal mobilities, and it is quite controversial. And the reason why they're causing problems is we cannot solve this with just standard lane width. We have to have different design strategies and granularize them, reflecting the needs of the different users. And as for the city of Sejong, we have the curb extension so that the people can cross a narrower road. And we have been making the recommendations in the recent report that we have published. And this is quite a famous road, Garosu Street. And why do we see any people on the street? We would like to make the streets livelier. And this is in front of the Sukdae University. And maybe we could change this and it won't cause many problems. And the pedestrians would prefer this type of condition. And this is in front of Gwanghwani Beach in Busan. And if we changed it like that, it would not get in the way of traffic, of cars and bicycles. And this would not incur a lot of investment. But this is given lower priority because people think that this is going to require a lot of budget like engineering works. I hope that they have a better understanding of pedestrian policies. Up until now, walkability projects were misunderstood as getting in the way of cars. But we have to think about which kind of space do we prefer. Do we want the cars to dominate the space? But this will cause inconvenience to the transit users and the pedestrians. But there is a way that we can prioritize the pedestrians. And we have to strike a balance between the car traffic and the pedestrians and the transit users. With that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you.
예, 오승훈 박사님 수고하셨습니다.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oh, for your presentation.
과거와 현재의 도로의 모습,
So we looked into the roads both in the past and now, and also on the pedestrian policies. He mentioned that it's all successful, but that there's still some room for improvement. Moving on, we have Ms. Ju Hee-hong, professional engineer at the Department of Pedestrian Policy Division at Seoul Metropolitan Government. The title of her presentation is Road Diet. Hello, everyone. I am Hong Ju-hee from Seoul Metropolitan Government, and I'm in charge of the Road Diet program. I've heard a lot about the Walk21 conference, and it's been 7 years. I'm now moving on to my 8th year on pedestrian policy, and I did not have the chance to take part in the conference. But yesterday I learned a lot. I learned a lot of lessons from day one. And it was great to understand that there are many colleagues of mine that have the same thoughts. And as Dr. O has mentioned, I've been learning a lot ever since yesterday. And as I was listening to the presentations, I felt that there's a lot that we have to do. There's still a lot of room for improvement going forward. Today, I would like to present on road diet. It's about reducing the lanes and having the pedestrians reclaim that freed up space. And this is a flagship program of Seoul, and I would like to give you some more information on that. First, before I go into the road diet program, I would like to go into the history of Korea's policies. It's probably the same in other cities around the world, but from the 50s, we had our first policies with the baby boom generation and the growth of the economy. And in the process, we had more infrastructure built, more roads, and we've also seen an increase in car ownership. So as a result, that led to major traffic congestion. It's the same case for other cities, but in the case of Seoul, increased car ownership has led to a number of social losses, and that is why emphasis was put on public transport. It was 2000 to 2012, so it was a decade of reforming the public transport system in Seoul. Afterwards, Seoul as well started to put more focus on becoming a sustainable city, a person or people-oriented city. Starting from 2013, a lot of the focus was put on making this a people-centered, sustainable city. There was a lot of interest in walkability quite early on. The reason why I say it's 2013 is because in 2012, there was an ordinance that there was a law that was enacted on walkability, and the policies, relevant policies gained momentum. In the late 1990s, Seoul enacted an ordinance to secure the pedestrians' right-of-way and to improve the pedestrians' environment. And then we had 2005 and 2009, where we have added more space for the pedestrians. There was no concept of road diet at the time. The fact that of reducing lanes has led to much resistance from the car owners, so it's very difficult to implement such a policy. Here you see pictures, and as you can see, we've been focusing more on providing more plazas and more space for the public. And then, ever since the law on walkability was enacted, we started to put in place an institutional framework on making sure that Korea is a walkable city, and we've also devised a master plan. The master plan consists of 4 areas. The first is to make a city that's possible to walk, and if it's now possible to walk, now we have to make it easier for people to walk. And it may be easier to walk, but we wanted to go one step further to make a city where people want to walk. And the last would be to make a city where people can walk together. These are the 4 elements of the master plan of Walkable City Seoul. Many projects are underway, and one of the major flagship projects would be the road diet project. So let me go into that right now. The map you see here, I'm sure some of you, well, most of you are quite familiar with Seoul, but you see the boundary on the outskirts. And within, we do have the city. So this is the main city area of Seoul. And all of these lines are the major roads within Seoul downtown area. And you see the black lines. These are the areas where road diet has been completed. We have 22, about 25 kilometers, and by 2025, what we want to do is engage in this road diet for all of the roads that are identified here, and we really want to make sure that we complete this by 2025. This is the concept of the road diet project. In the past, when we had car lanes and when we designed the blocks, it started off with designating the area for the cars, and then we had the buildings, and the remaining space was used for sidewalks. Most of the projects took that approach, but this road diet project of Korea starts off with excluding the space for sidewalks, and then we have the cycle lanes, and we have the areas for vegetation, and then we have the car lanes. So that's the approach. The basic concept, as you can see here, is to reduce the number of lanes and the width of the lanes to have it used for other purposes. And this is one case that I would like to introduce to you. Dr. Oh did briefly mention this as an ill case, but this is the Sejongdae-ro case. Out of the 22 lanes, this Sejongdae-ro is a representative road of Seoul in the downtown area, and you see the areas in green. This is the Sejongdae-ro, the road, and I've also provided some pictures on both sides. Sejongdae-ro is at the center, and surrounding Sejongdae-ro there are many historical assets, cultural assets, as well as greeneries. Therefore, we can say that there are many compelling aspects to Sejongdae-ro because of all of these assets and resources, and it also has historic importance. The total length of Sejongdae-ro is 1.5 kilometers, and from the very beginning of the plan till completion, it took 4 years from 2018 to 2021, and just recently it was completed, and on May 6th, we opened this up. This is a very important street, and we wanted to have a clear concept when we improved the street. It wasn't just about reducing the number of lanes. It was about having a clear direction to revitalize the area. We wanted to make sure that it's utilized. And the concept was connectivity. Connect city, connect culture, connect people, and connect the forests. That is the concept. So once again, it's not just about reducing the lanes and just increasing the sidewalk. If we want to vitalize that area, there are many elements to take into account. So this was the concept that we introduced in this project. and construction was underway throughout the 4 years. And this is just another map horizontally of Sejongdaero, the 1.5 kilometers. The lanes were reduced from 9 to 12 to 7 to 9. So we reduced 3 lanes as a result. The side walks on the maximum were extended to 12 meters. With Sejongdaero at the center, there are many parks in the vicinity, and we wanted to make sure that it's well connected to the forests and the parks and to make the walk more convenient. So we've planted a lot of trees, a lot of vegetation, and we've put a lot of shrubs to create a fresh environment. In the natural environment, you can see that we have bike lanes, designed benches, as well as crosswalks. This is what it looks like. On the bottom left was before the construction, and you see the bigger picture after the revamp. Here there is a roundabout, and you may think that we did not reduce that many lanes, but as a matter of fact, we did. And you see this pagoda and also a plaza in front of the pagoda. This is Deoksugung Palace. This is a plaza right in front of this historical asset, and we've expanded the size by 2 times to have the public use this space. Moving on, we have the before and after pictures. On the top right, you can see that we do have the sidewalk with the different color of blocks and the paved blocks, and you can see that we have the trees, and we've extended the sidewalk. This was when construction was underway, so it's not as refined, but if you look at the after version, you see the signage. And I would like to ask for your understanding that this was work in progress, the pictures that you just saw, but it looks better right now. And this, we do have National Treasure #1 placed right at the center of the city. This is the traditional gate named Sungyemun, or the South Gate. And you can see that there was no way to connect or access this gate. Many tourists wanted to inch closer to this gate, but it was not possible. But what we did was form a bike lane and as well as a walkway so that it would be easier to access this gate, to have a closer look. And another picture here, we have the before pictures on the left and the after pictures on the right. If you look at the before pictures, on the edge, you see the plants, and on the right, after planting the trees, and then right next to that we have the walkways. In the case of Sejongdaero, it wasn't a narrow walkway or a narrow sidewalk, but after the revamp, we were able to extend the sidewalk to enhance the safety as well as the convenience. That's how we assess this extended sidewalk. This was when we held the opening ceremony. It's now May, and the trees have grown, providing a nice shade for the pedestrians. And you can see that the changing of guards, busking are some of the events that you can enjoy here. Everybody is wearing their masks, so you don't have to worry. That was on Sejongdaero. And the second case is Jongno. This is the Jongno-daero, Daero, and it's 2.8 kilometers. It's quite long. The Sejongdaero that you saw is probably just half of Jongno. Jongno is quite unique in that if you look at the map on the right, you see the lines in gray, these sporadic lines, and these lines are the exclusive medium bus lanes, or BRT, that's run by the city government. And you can see that some of the lanes are severed. Jongno is in the heart of this downtown area, and as a matter of fact, they did not have a median bus lane. This exclusive median bus lane was introduced to facilitate public transport. But it was not connected. There were a lot of efforts made to connect Jongno, and it was in vain. However, in 2015 to 2017, for the 2 years, this area, this lane was connected, and we also had a concept for the Jongno project. We introduced this concept of complete streets. Of course, we cannot say that it is as complete as in the name, but it was focused on making sure that we have comfortable walking space, safe bike lanes, and to make sure that the bus rides are more convenient and safe, and cars will be needed only when necessary. And we wanted to do that by reducing the number of lanes. This is before and the after version. The lanes were reduced from 8 to 9 to 6 to 7. Jongno had wide sidewalks. So rather than trying to extend the sidewalks, what we wanted to do was have the median lanes and also have bike lanes along with the existing extended sidewalks. And this is the third case of Taegyeoro. Taegyeoro is 2.6 kilometers. Here on the map, you can also see the Seoul 7017. I will be giving you more information on that afterwards. But at any rate, we wanted to first engage in a road diet of about 1.2 kilometers of Seoul 7017, and till 2019, the entire area was reorganized and regenerated. There are special zones here, for instance, areas that are specialized for print, for press. So we wanted to make sure that that is still in existence. When we first started the road diet for Taegyeoro, rather than looking into the spatial concept, we were all the more focused on the lanes. Here, it was about extending the sidewalks, to have new crossings installed, and when possible, also to have scrambled crosswalks. So it was about providing the paths for the pedestrians, and that was a priority. And there are areas where the narrow roads would meet. And we call this the hump-type crosswalk, where we would elevate the area so that it matches the level of the pathway. This means that the pedestrians can walk safely and the cars can reduce their speed. So when we do have the roads with the main roads and the narrow roads meeting, we had these hump-type crosswalks for the sake of the pedestrians as well as the speed of the cars. The before and after indicates the change where the sidewalks have been extended, and what you see in brown are the bike lanes. And you cannot see well here, but there also is a lot of trees planting as well as design benches for the pedestrians. Taegyeoro also has the before and after pictures quite different. This is an area there's a lot of population, a lot of pedestrian volume, and the sidewalks were not sufficient in width. Therefore, in the project, we've extended the sidewalks so that it can accommodate the volume and the traffic. I think I'm a bit behind schedule, so let me move right on into this project. The Seoul 7017 project is not a road diet per se, but rather it was the case where we've shifted car lanes into pedestrian zones. You cannot see well on this map, but in the middle we do have the railway, and there was a overpass. This overpass or highway was for cars, of course. It was in March of 1970 when it opened, but in 2006 it received a precision safety grade of D, and it was to be demolished. But we thought that it rather than having this demolished, we wanted to benchmark the case of the Highline Park of New York so that it can become a space for the public, for the pedestrians. So a consensus was built, and we decided to change the Seoul Station overpass into an area for pedestrians and to have this as a landmark where the public can enjoy. And that's why we implemented this project. But as you're all very well aware, many people do agree that we do need pedestrian-friendly policies. However, there are challenges. They say that we all like that, but we don't want this in our neighborhood, not in front of my house. Traffic congestion and the shrinking of commercial area were some of the complaints or the worries or concerns of the citizens. There were many demonstrations, but we did overcome the situation. First, we focused on communication. We visited the citizens, and we had more than 600 discussions thus far with the citizens. And we also invited experts to make sure that we don't drop the ball. We wanted to make sure that we provide a safe and convenient environment, and we sought the advice of the experts from around the world. Not only that, various institutes and various public agencies were our partners in this process. And we collaborated with these different agencies. So this was when we received grade D. And now we have this space transformed into a linear park for pedestrians. Some of the space, the public space for pedestrians, and some more information on Seoul, but let me skip that in lieu of time. This 7017 project has led to a significant increase in floating population, the number of companies, retailers, and walking volume. Dr. Oh has already analyzed this information, and thank you very much for your effort. I summarized my presentation on this road diet, but going forward, we will continue on and scale up this road diet program. This is Seoul, and we have the downtown area here as Hanyang-Dosung, and we are conducting the road diet program right now in this downtown area. And there are some additional downtown areas in the south part, and we want to engage in a road diet as a pilot for these areas. So we're analyzing the site right now. And this is what we want to create in the future. We will put in our best efforts to provide a safer environment for pedestrians. And on a last note, we do have I know someone that had a hearing impairment, and that person told me that if you want to understand how attractive that city is, you need to see how many of those that have disabilities are really out there. So in other words, if we do have a city that works well for the challenge with disabilities, that's what we call a great city, and we'll try to make sure to do that as well. Thank you. Yes, and thank you, Ms. Hong, for that presentation. You talked about the road diet program as well as the outcome. Thank you very much. And I see that we have questions, and let us now move on to the Q&A session. There's a question for Dr. Lee. Thank you for the indicators on walkability, and I would like to understand the acceptance of the citizens on such policies. It was mentioned by Ms. Hong, but yes, we do have a positive acceptance. It's just that when we try to pursue a program, we are met with a challenge or resistance. But on the fact that we need pedestrian policies, they all favor the policies. And when we ask how much are you willing to pay for these pedestrian policies, we do have a positive feedback. So on creating a better pedestrian environment or walkable environment and about reducing lanes, the public always seem to show a very positive feedback. But when we do pursue a program, when we see a parking lot all of a sudden disappeared in front of their house, then we're met with the resistance. So we need to continue on to communicate and try to persuade and convince them to join
대답이 가능할까요?
And can you also answer the following questions where you talked about the revenue and also on the environment indicators? Can you also add that to the assessment? When we do engage in a quantitative assessment, we look into the safety of walkability, but all in all, we look into revenue, floating population, and public transport. And air pollution or environmental elements are also taken into consideration. Maybe does it lead to a reducing the heat island effect? We wanted to, of course, assess that and get more information on that. During that time when I was doing this research, it was before pre-COVID. There was all a little yellow sand, and we really did not have enough information on the correlation of air pollution and these policies or these projects. Due to particulate matter, and due to the air pollution issues, Seoul is trying to gather information to introduce indicators. And there's also seasonality where in the winter season, if we do have a high concentration of PM, you cannot use or drive your cars. But it's been just recently since this policy was introduced, so we weren't able to understand the causality as of yet because we don't have enough data, but I think we need to do that going forward. And on greeneries and on green space, on the satisfaction on that, we're seeing that the satisfaction rates are going up. So we do have that data. But once again, on the environmental elements, I mentioned about the impact of walkability, but we also have to look into the correlation of walkability with health and also on the impact it has on more recreational activities. There is a need out there. So walkability has to do with a number of assessment factors, and that's why we need some further evaluation. There's a lot of evaluation on cars, but we don't have as enough indicators on walkability. But if we do have more indicators on that, I think the opportunities open up for further programs. So we need to assess more going forward.
제가 그러면
Thank you very much. There's a question for Dr. O.
승용차 운전자의 편의성, 보행자 편의성을 고민하다고 생각되는데
I think the car drivers and the pedestrians' interests are incomparable. But are there cases in which pedestrian-friendly policies acted in favor of the car drivers? If we look at the convenience of the car drivers and the pedestrians, we tend to look at it as in being in an inverse relationship. But I don't think we have to pick either A or B. We have to think of the whole city. We have to look at the ethics, the environment, and we have to look at how much the city can accept. Can we make the car drivers convenient? Can we make the pedestrians more convenient? If we continue to think that way, we can never find a solution, because if people don't compromise, this will be forever parallel lines. When we look at the situation in the remote areas, if we have the pilot projects begin where there's little traffic and few pedestrians, then we will have success cases. But we see most of the programs in the busy city areas. And when we look at the projects in Walk21, we see the projects taking place in busy cities as well. Car-centric cities transitioning to human-centric cities is the textbook answer. And this has been talked about by the urban planners. But has this been consistent in Korea in the agenda? Looking back, most of the pedestrian-friendly policies had kept the car policies intact, and the pedestrian policies were like niche strategies that went around the existing car policies. And as was mentioned by Dr. Lee, we need to think about the housing policies or the mass transit policies. We have to look at the whole picture. How much room is there to think about the pedestrian policies? And it doesn't have to be a rigid set of assessment. I think we need to reframe and rethink the whole policy. Of course, we can debate individual policies, but if we want to overhaul the city space, and if we want to restrict the car driving in order to save more human lives and to clean up the air and to reduce car emissions, do we want some stopgap measures or do we need to overhaul our total system? I think we need to find the answer from that perspective. Thank you very much.
This is a question for Ms. Hong. So the road diet program is focused on the downtown areas of Seoul, but are there any plans to expand that out to other regions other than the downtown areas of Seoul? Yes, of course we do. The last page in my presentation included the current status of all of the roads in Seoul, on the number of lanes, the width, and also the number of cars, the pedestrian volume. So we are analyzing all of the lanes and all of the roads in Seoul, and we're going to gradually expand out. But as you can see, we're monitoring Sejongdaedo right now, and we want to understand the impact of the road diet program of Sejongdaedo, and we need to gather that information. And when we do expand that out to the other two town-down areas, we'll get more data, and based on that data, we will be gradually scaling up to other areas in Seoul. Yes, thank you. We have about 3-4 minutes remaining, and if I may add a comment, all of the materials that we looked into was on convenience. In 2019, we do see car fatalities, and more than 30% have to do with cars and pedestrians accidents. But in Seoul, more than 46% have to do with car accidents hitting pedestrians. So I would like to understand, you've been focusing on convenience, but we also have to look into safety. So I hope that the policies should also shed some more light on safety to reduce the accidents. And the Sejongdaedo pedestrian forest path was also one flagship project, and it was about reducing the number of lanes and increasing or extending the sidewalks. But I want to say that the crossings and the environment of crossings is also important. If you look at this forest path of Sejongdaedo, still there are a lot of cars, and you may walk, and if you want to cross, it's a bit inconvenient. And sometimes you're trying to force the pedestrians to cross at just a certain designated location. So for the Sejongdaedo pedestrian forest path, I hope that you can look into the crosswalks, the crossings, and also to reduce accidents, pedestrian accidents. I want to ask you to analyze whether we have enough crossings. Do we have a convenient crossing environment? Do we have like a resting area between the crossings? Is also something that we have to look into. And Dr. also talked about the pedestrian priority zones. And we see the cars and pedestrians, when accidents occur, it's on the crosswalks and in the narrow roads where they meet. And all of these roads and streets need to be safe. And I hope that Seoul also will shed some more light on these areas. And I think now it's time to conclude. I would like to extend my gratitude to Dr. Lee, Dr. Oh, as well as Ms. Hong for their contributions. And I would also like to extend my gratitude to all of the citizens and the transport experts joining us. Walk 21 Seoul conference, I hope will contribute to creating an elegant and a walkable city of Seoul. And with that, let us conclude this session. Thank you.
네, 다양한 의견을 전달해
Yes, thank you
주신 모든
very much
연사분들과
for
또
all of your
심재익
contributions.
선임연구위원님께 감사드립니다. So thank you once again to all of the speakers as well as our moderator, Dr. Shim, for moderating the session. 네, 그러면은 저희는 잠시 또 점심 시간을 갖도록 하고 이후 1시부터 저희는 보행 환경 개선 사업 실태와 영향 요인 분석이라는 주제로 주제 세션 5가 시작될 예정입니다. 점심 맛있게 드시고 저희는 1시에 다시 또 뵙도록 하겠습니다. So with that, we will continue on to our next session after a lunch break. After the break, the next session will be plenary 5 under the topic of building momentum, measuring impact. Thank you and have a wonderful break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who are joining us from Korea, I hope that you've had a lovely lunch break. And for our guests coming in from Europe, the US, and all other parts of the world, excuse us for the odd hours. Some of you might be very early on in the morning, and some of you still late in the evening. Thank you once again for joining us for the Walk21 Seoul conference. Once again, our Walk21 Seoul conference is being streamed live and on the YouTube channel for Walk21 Seoul, as well as the Walk21 Foundation YouTube channel. Simultaneous interpretation is being offered in Korean and English. And once again, all copyrights of this conference belong to the Seoul Metropolitan Government and Walk21 Foundation. Unauthorized use of presentation materials, images, and videos without consent from Seoul Metropolitan Government and Walk21 Foundation could constitute copyright infringement. The reproduction or distribution of the conference through recording or videotaping is also strictly prohibited. And I'd like to inform you that the virtual conference room that we are in here today has been disinfected and is following the quarantine instructions. And now, without further ado, let us begin Plenary 5 session under the topic of Building Momentum, Measuring Impact. And this session will also be chaired by none other than Ms. Bronwyn Thornton, CEO of Walk21. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Thornton.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, maybe even good middle of the night. It is certainly a different way that we relate to each other in this virtual world. It is an extraordinary opportunity we have, though, to share and to learn and to engage with people from all the different corners of the planet. And it is definitely early for us here in the UK, and we welcome you very much to the second day of Walk21. Anyone who knows me and talked about walking will know that this session is particularly close to my heart because I love it when governments take responsibility and start stepping up for walking, and the advocates can feel like all of their energy and their effort is starting to pay off. And we are seeing increasing levels of commitment from national and subnational agencies to invest and deliver for walking for their communities around the world. It's becoming, we had a session yesterday around the global imperatives for walking, the climate imperatives, the public health imperatives, the road safety needs, the equity and economic sense that investing in more walkable communities truly makes. And where does that come together? Where does that converge? It converges in national governments to set those priorities and communicate that outwards and downwards and enable the local authorities, the regional authorities to actually invest and prioritize that for their communities as well. Because very often at a national level, they can set some of the legal parameters, they can set create the financial levers, and they can set the political tone that translates into change on the ground. And it's very easy to think that walking is just a local on-street issue, but we know that it's not. We know that these are all the enablers that allow for change at your school gate, at your local shopping center, around your local park, so that you can access it with walking. So this morning's session, this afternoon session is, we've got 3 different government agencies at 3 different points in the process of investment and prioritization for walking. And we're going to learn from them how their progress is, where they are up to in their stages of. There's a transition, isn't there, from developing a policy, implementing it, evaluating it, even getting the momentum to do it in the first place. And with speakers from New Zealand, Australia, and the Netherlands, we have representation of those different points in the process. I'd like to therefore go straight to our first speaker, and we've got 2 up this morning with us from New Zealand. And some of you will remember that New Zealand made headlines last year during the COVID pandemic. If ever something was going to put walking on the agenda, it's not what you would ask for ever, but a pandemic has certainly done that. And New Zealand made headlines with its national investment in active mobility. Now, I don't like collective nouns that hide the fact that we're talking walking and cycling, but they invested in walking and cycling from a national level to have an impact on the ground. We're first going to hear, I'm going to introduce you together and then you can play through with your presentations. We're going to hear from Claire Pascoe. She's the lead advisor for urban transformation at the New Zealand Transport Agency. And she's sharing her presentation with Cam Perkins, who's the director of Urban Pirates in New Zealand. And I'm particularly keen to hear what the Urban Pirates are up to. I hear they're very new on the block, and I'm looking forward to that. So without further ado, welcome Claire and Cam to Walk21 Seoul. Thank you for joining us.
Kia ora koutou, everybody. Annyeong haseo. I'm not sure if I have got that quite right. Hopefully my pronunciation is okay. Ko Claire Pascoe toku ingoa no pōniki ahau e mahi ahau e waka kotahi ko te lead advisor urban transformation. He rawe e tai mai kōnei ki te kōrero mō te hikoi. So that was the indigenous language of New Zealand Māori, saying hello to everybody, and that I'm really pleased to be here today to talk about walking. So I'm just going to make sure my slides are on full screen. That should work, hopefully. So when Bronwyn asked me a little while ago to present on what New Zealand was doing nationally, it was a really good opportunity for us to actually reflect on what we have been doing over the last few years. And she mentioned COVID. I'm actually not going to talk much about our COVID response because, and I know this is, I guess, the envy of the world at the moment, but we came in and out of COVID quite quickly. And so I'm going to focus on the work that we've been doing outside of that response. We can take questions at the end if there's anything of that COVID time that's of interest. But from 2015 to 2018, New Zealand nationally had a very strong focus on cycling. And so for a long time, actually, walking didn't get a lot of airtime. But in 2018, we had a change of government and a new direction that really brought the focus broader than cycling to looking at sustainable urban mobility, better integration between land use and transport planning, and a really sharp focus on mode shift, encouraging people to walk, cycle and use public transport more. So from that platform, ever since then, we've had a much stronger focus on walking nationally. And this is an opportunity for us to share a few of the things that we've been doing in that space. So here's what Cam and I are going to talk to you today about. The reason I wanted to do a joint presentation with Cam is because while we are doing work nationally, as Bronwyn mentioned, a lot of what happens when we make improvements in walking is on the ground. So I'm going to explain some of the work we're doing nationally, but then how it links locally and how we're trying to better integrate the work at different levels and use it to drive continuous improvement. So starting with the cake, we talk about baking a lot in New Zealand these days. We talk about how we often start by explaining ingredients to people, and we don't spend enough time stopping and focusing on the cake or the vision or where we really want to head. So in New Zealand, the safe, healthy and low carbon transport system has really become our strong guiding vision. And while in the past that cake may have been more to do with road safety or economic productivity, we're starting to see now a much more holistic vision about where we want to go, and which really has a lot of benefits for walking, because obviously walking delivers on all three aspects of this vision. So we start to see it being more and more of an obvious thing that we need to put time and effort into improving. So under the cake, there are ingredients though, and there are lots of different ways to look at the things that make up improved walkability. But for the purposes of this presentation, Cam and I are going to talk about these three ingredients of a strategic direction, having the resources and capability, and having the right metrics for success. We've seen a significant change in the last few years in all three of these ingredients. One of the things that Cam and I want to emphasize is we're a small country in New Zealand, and it's relatively easy for us to work at a national level alongside our local partners. And so while we have a lot of planning and sort of system changes to make at a national level, we're trying to do it alongside our councils so that we can learn by doing and take the insight that we get at the local level back up into the national level. So we're going to explain one project in particular, Innovating Streets, where we've really tried to build that into the way we work. So first of all, I'm going to run through some of the work we've been doing nationally, and then I'll hand over to Cam to talk about our from a local perspective. So in terms of these ingredients, strategic direction has never been stronger in New Zealand, I'd say. So we have a very clear line of sight all the way from our Ministry of Transport Outcomes framework, which is an enduring framework, down through our government policy statement, which is the kind of government of the day's direction, through to then our 10-30-year vision internally at the New Zealand Transport Agency, which is the Arataki slide you can see on the right there. So in all three of those high-level strategic documents, there's a really clear link between improved walkability. So whether it's from the health and safety lens, environmental sustainability, better transport choices, and this growing emphasis on reducing emissions, it's very easy to show how improving walkability connects with our broader objectives. And at one level down from that, we also have a few guiding action plans, where again, a lot of the work that we're doing sits in a sort of strategic home. So 2 examples of that are Keeping Cities Moving, which is a national action plan we have for mode shift. And then Toitu Te Taio, which is our national sustainability plan. And it's that sustainability plan that's really given us that vision of a low carbon, safe and healthy transport system. So both of these documents have a lot of kind of actions underneath them, of which some of this work I'm about to introduce sit. So moving on to that second ingredient now, resources and capability. And this is kind of a pick and mix of a few things that's going on here. One of the big ones is that in February this year, we restructured our organisation. So we're the National Transport Agency, and we created a new group called the Multimodal and Innovation Group. And this department's mission is to accelerate the transition towards a low carbon, safe and healthy transport system. We're made up of those following, in the blue boxes, you can see those are the teams. And this key structural change has really enabled resources to be directed towards that cake, and given us all of the permission slips we need to do this kind of work. So often it can be hard nationally to make traction because there's nobody whose exact job it is to do this. And this recent restructure here has meant that that's not the case anymore. So our group is tasked with those sort of system level changes that Bronwyn referred to, and how we can remove barriers to change. We've also had changes to funding policy and availability over the last 3 years. So prior to 2018, nationally, we didn't fund footpath maintenance. And that's something that changed right away with the new government direction. So we now spend approximately $25 million a year nationally on footpath maintenance. I'd say that's probably likely to grow in the future. We also have a pot that is for walking and cycling improvements, and that amount that's available every 3 years is 5 times what it was 10 years ago. So there's been a real escalation in the funding available for walking and cycling improvements. There's also been a few sort of process changes. So things like a pedestrian raised platform, a simple but very effective walking improvement, has now got a much simpler process for funding and delivery. So it's these sorts of little system changes that we're starting to see more and more of. Still on resources and capability, there are some changes happening to some of our really fundamental frameworks, which are helping give more visibility to walking. So a good example of that is our previously known as the One Network Road classification. So it's the framework we use to classify every road and street in New Zealand. And at the moment, we are rolling out a change to that that's taking it from being a one-dimensional movement classification to bringing in land use and place so that it becomes two-dimensional. And that simple shift, it's not actually that simple, is helping us really have visibility of streets where people are and think differently about what we might do where we have, for instance, a main street or a civic space. And in the past, we haven't had a way to acknowledge that place function. From the functional level, so that's a framework that describes the function of roads and streets, we're also working on urban street design guidance. So this is more looking at the form of urban streets. And we've based this work on the NACDO Global Street Design Guide, but it's brought in Matauranga Māori or a Te Ao Māori worldview. So it's our Māori as the Indigenous people of New Zealand, and they're the Māori values and principles a really, really good fit when we think about urban street design as well. So we've taken that global street design guide that NACDO have produced and brought it into the context here in New Zealand. So we'll see those principles like, you know, streets are for everyone, streets are multimodal, but at the heart of that, he whenua, he tangata, is the land and the people. So this is starting to, these two frameworks or the guide are giving us a new language, I guess, for talking and thinking about mobility that really focuses around people. And over time, we'll see this starting to really inform planning and investment conversations as well. So finally, I just wanted to touch on some of the metrics work that has been going on down here. We have had a real lack of metrics and data in the walking space nationally. And so we started off the year before last with a research project on pedestrian levels of service to help us kind of understand what are the best metrics for measuring good, what good looks like. It's not rocket science, you probably won't be surprised to hear, but the report really just broke it down into these two components of safety and amenity, and then went further to identify the 5 key components of what a good pedestrian network looks like. And we're now using this to build back up the data sets to help us both at a specific street infrastructure project level, but also at a network-wide assessment level, have some more robust ways of determining where there are gaps in our networks and whether when we're putting infrastructure in, we are having a real impact on improving the level of service for pedestrians. So this is all kind of a work in progress because there's a lot of data sets that sit under these 5 things that we need to build right from the ground up. So the one other measuring piece of work we're doing is called the Sustainable Urban Mobility Benchmarking Pilot. And this is where we are looking at our 5 major cities across New Zealand to see how they're going on that journey towards a safe, healthy, low carbon transport system. So we're using a range of indicators to really tell a story of how far along that path they are. So it's giving us, it's playing 2 roles. The first is that tracking our progress, but the second one is really a communication tool to help us start to change the narrative around our urban mobility. So just to give you a sneak peek, these are the walking indicators. There are other ones around cycling and safety and public transport, but these are the things that we will be capturing from all of the 5 major cities over the next month or 2, and we'll have a nice shiny report hopefully in August to benchmark these indicators. So if you're interested, keep an eye out for that. So I'm going to hand over to Cam soon, but I just want to introduce now this final project that we've been working on nationally that's closest to my heart, most exciting. This is what hit the news when COVID hit, because we were able to pivot this funding. But this is a program that's all about turning planning into action. And so we've got a lot of plans that sit on shelves for a really long time that actually struggle to make traction, particularly in those complex urban environments. We've been watching Barcelona, New York, Bogota. We've seen the power of the pilot to help build momentum for change, but they've proved really difficult here in New Zealand. So this program, Innovating Streets, was about removing the system barriers to pilots and building national capability and delivering them so that we can accelerate the pace of change. So we've been funding over 70 projects from around the country, and together with 33 councils, we've been learning a lot. And this is the program where we're really trying to work as a community of practice to get all these rich insights that we're learning from the local level to feed back up to national guidance and support. So it's that feedback loop really in practice. So at that point, I will leave you and I'll hand over to Cam to give us that local perspective.
Thank you, Claire, and kia ora koutou to all of you around the world. I'm just going to start sharing my screen and we'll get moving. So, nō te moimoia ahau kei Tamaki Makaurau taku kāinga ko Cam Perkins toko wingwa. Hello, my name's Cam Perkins and I live in Auckland, but I'm originally from Australia. Just like Claire, we do a lot of introductions in New Zealand in Te Reo Māori, the indigenous language of this country. So, I'm the director of Urban Pirates. It's a city-shaping change agency navigating rapid urban transformation. We build capability and capacity in government organisations to scale up that urban change process that Claire is talking about. So I'm currently working with Waka Kotahi, New Zealand Transport Agency, directly with Claire on a nationwide community of practice. And that is a peer-based learning and sharing platform for people who are delivering rapid change. So in 12 months, we've built up a community of around 300 people, and we're on track to deliver a whole range of projects along the country that Claire showed you some of those. Now that's rapid urban transformation in a time when we need to be making change for walking, cycling and all other sorts of active modes. And that brings me to the National Mode Shift Plan. So Claire introduced this very briefly, called Keeping Cities Moving, our strategic national level document on mode shift. And where I'm positioned in Auckland, one of the cities in New Zealand, Auckland responds to this National Mode Shift Plan with the Auckland City Centre Master Plan. And part of that is an initiative that you can see on the screen, which is called Access for Everyone. And that's a coordinated response that manages Auckland's city centre transport needs, everything from walking, cycling, other active modes, to public transport, logistics, and all the way down to the private motor vehicle. But importantly, what it does is it puts us on a path to achieving a zero emissions city centre, which we've signed up to for 2030. So with the challenge of climate change looming, it's wonderful to have this strategic direction. And it all sounds great in theory, but what we know is that reports, studies, and strategies, as Claire said, often gather dust on a shelf in a dark room. And that's the enemy of progress. What we need is rapid urban transformation to deliver all of these strategies that you've just heard about. So where do you start? You start with the most difficult street in the city, the high street, typically car-soaked, noisy, smelly shopping streets, some of the prettiest buildings in the city with some of the most amazing merchandise, sitting in gorgeous shop windows. But it's also a street that's notorious for prioritising parking over people. So here's some quick stats. 42 on-street car parks, 900 car parks in the facility just up the street, and importantly, 18 times the number of people walking down the street as people driving cars. So when we started with this project, one of the early Innovating Streets projects, there were many warnings from people around the city that High Street wasn't to be touched, that the retailers would revolt yet again at the slightest whiff of change. They'd been doing the same thing for years, so nothing ever changed. So we asked these feared retailers, what is it about change on High Street? And the resounding response was, well, change itself. So they couldn't agree on how to make it work, and they weren't going to put up with yet another consultation that got them nowhere, or even worse, somewhere that they didn't want to be. So quite simply, we were finding that people weren't trusting the street renewal process because concrete's permanent, and a plan never quite turns out in the way that you think it will. Ask any business owner, ask yourself. So what people wanted was an investment in their street and an investment in them, and those people who knew how the street actually worked. So James Clear, author of Atomic Habits, great book recommendation, says that you don't rise to the level of your goals, you actually fall to the level of your systems. So everyone's got great intentions, we've got wonderful visions and lofty goals, but when the system sucks, your goals shrivel up and die. So with the goal of improving the pedestrian experience on High Street, we needed to develop a pilot project, as Claire's been talking about. But it's not just a street pilot, it's actually a process pilot. So it stretches, it prods, it pokes, and it challenges every single part of the very lengthy street renewal process with the goal of highlighting inexcusable inefficiencies, rubbish rules, and dumb documentation. So basically, this is rewriting the rule book on that street renewal process. What's one of those rubbish rules? Well, the way that we work with people on the street. So to do that, we need to look at resourcing and capability, the veritable buried treasure of street renewals. So when we talk about resourcing and capability, we often forget these people who we're working for, our collaborators. We often put our collaborators through a process called stakeholder management. It often sounds like putting people in a box, managing them so they don't make too much noise. So using consultation processes to make it appear that we're listening. And what we discovered throughout the pilot process was this wonderful opportunity to develop resource and capability in relationship building. We must invest in our collaborators. So our first lesson, when we choose to focus on simply managing stakeholders, we are left blind to the intricacies of people and place. We must open our eyes to building resilient, trusted relationships with our collaborators. So here's a view of High Street, this particular street that we started on as a pilot. The crucial moments were one-on-one discussions with retailers, with business owners, with building owners, genuine, authentic, face-to-face conversations between two people who share the same goal, trying to make the street work better. So we simply asked, how is the street working for you? How's it working for your customers? What's your user experience? And one of the most profound responses to that question was this: if a customer asks me where they can park, I tell them there's nowhere to park on High Street. And so the response from us was saying, well, what if we actually took the parking away from High Street and turned it into a place for people? And that was when we started to foster relationships both with those people on the street and between those people who are working together. And that was a really big step. So we had collaborative design workshops, which created a safe space for discussion between people from many different backgrounds. We were told afterwards by an attendee that no one has ever trusted us enough to all be in the same room together before. So suddenly we had a community forming. We started to hear common stories. We started to hear from people who wanted to be involved. And this crew became our reference group and they became our project champions. So when we really started to look at the way that this street was working, we discovered that it doesn't work for pedestrians. It doesn't work for people driving. It doesn't work for people making deliveries. It doesn't work for the people who are stuck walking between vans, trucks, and big walls. And it doesn't work for emergency services stuck in the street. So the image on the top left revealed a story from a bookshop owner who talked about the amount of time and effort it took to arrange that beautiful shop window. And yet what was her customer's experience? What was the delivery driver's experience, or the experience of tradespeople and emergency services? It simply wasn't working well for anyone. So that focus on user experience began to unravel all of the preconceptions about the need for space for parking and actually the need for people walking on the street. So I'll bring you back to this image that you saw just at the start, and I'll show you now what it looks like. So remember this picture, and then this is the transformation. So the process that we've just covered had 92% support for the collaborative process from all of the people on the street. 97% support to remove all the general parking and remove it with, and replace it with place for people to walk. This was done in 7 months from business case to built, and it was built in 3 nights at 5% of the cost of a traditional street renewal. That is rapid urban transformation. But there's also a secret in the delivery method. This is not a business as usual process. So council engaged a specialist design and install studio who normally work in festivals and interior projects to think a bit differently, to think outside the box. So you can imagine that council's traditional procurement models have to be challenged for this project. We devised the methodology and the materials and developed this revolutionary approach using proprietary, cost-effective and really robust materials to form a modular system. This is just the base of that system before the decking went on. So that specialist contractor was involved right at the start of the design process to help us think about that solution. And delivered that on-street phase over 3 nights with no digging and minimal disruption to regular trading on the street, which the retailers loved. So the speed and method of delivery left the balance of people on the street immediately asking for the rest to be rolled out. Previous detractors and fence sitters clamoured for footpath extensions outside their shop windows. So what's the future for High Street? What's the pathway to permanence? We test that pilot layout, having replaced those 42 car parks with the footpath space where you can see people walking, getting the street to work much better by doubling the amount of loading space on the street. So now Auckland Council have a living, breathing concept for people to see, use and understand. So in behavioural terms, this helps people to learn new habits before the full revitalisation takes place, so that by the time the big bucks are spent, all of the operational, maintenance and access issues are sorted out and they're resolved. So this is invaluable when it comes to city engagement, and it means happy customers and happy retailers. So how do we know if it's been a success? Well, we measure everything. Everything from traffic flow to pedestrian flows, economic analysis through market view, intercept sentiment surveys. Remember that sentiment is your anchor metric. How do people feel when they're on the street? Are they going to come back? Are they going to stick around? And also the importance of the wonderful Gell Public Life Survey. Here's a few quotes from our partners on the street who said, "It feels like the city is returning to the original community pride that we used to have." And this fellow, who at first was a little bit nervous, said immediately that first day of having wider footpaths, we had people come into the store who had walked past every day without noticing us. And here's I just want to go back to the previous one. Here's a great news story. That little bookshop on that little street went on to win the world's best bookshop, and surely it's got something to do with that great street that it's sitting on. So while all this has been happening, we've been working in the background with Waka Kotahi to identify opportunities all around the country. And in Auckland's case, the city's now delivering a pilot to test a future light rail corridor. So it's really starting to scale up. And all of those learnings are now going into developing a handbook for tactical urbanism at a national government level. So that's a dynamic living document updated at regular intervals that reflects what we've been learning. So in Aotearoa, New Zealand, we're increasing the well-being of New Zealand cities by making it faster and easier to transition streets to be safer and more livable. And we call it innovating streets. Kia ora.
Cam, fantastic. Thank you so much. It's nothing better than a bit of inspiration. And what I particularly like, Claire, thank you for bringing Cam into the presentation, because we've heard both the national framing and investment and good governance models that are being established in New Zealand, and we're seeing that radical on-street change that that's required to actually bring the community along with you. I've got so many questions, but we are going to save them for the discussion at the end. Thank you very much for the inspiration from New Zealand. Passing now to Australia, good friends and rivals across a very small body of water. I'm exceptionally pleased to introduce Robin Davies. She is the manager of the Walking and Cycling Program in the Department of Transport and Main Roads for the state of Queensland in Australia. And Queensland is the first state in Australia to have a walking strategy, and Robin's here to share that with us today. Welcome to Walk21 again, Robin, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Bron, and Claire and Ken. That's a brilliant presentation. Thank you, very inspirational, I agree. So yes, I'm Robin Davies. I'm the Manager of Cycling Walking in the Department of Transport and Main Roads in Queensland. So today I'm going to talk to you about the development, implementation and monitoring of the Queensland walking strategy and action plans. I'm speaking to you today from Turrbal and Yagara country, and I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. First, I will, is that working? I will just share with you a little bit about Queensland, just so that you've got an understanding of the size and scope of what we work on here. And Queensland's a state of Australia, for those of you who don't know. And unfortunately, you can't come to Australia, but hopefully this will give you a little bit of an appetite to come here at some point in the future when the borders open again.
Yeah, mate. Took the time. Where'd you get this vest from? Not yours, is it? Take it back.
Okay, so yes, that single integrated, so that Claire did a beautiful job of introducing New Zealand's strategic framework for the work that you're doing on walking and cycling. So we obviously do have that. I'm just going to jump straight into our walking strategy, but the department's focus is on creating a single integrated transport system that's accessible to everyone. So a very quick overview of my presentation there. And so the Queensland Walking Strategy was launched by the Minister for Transport and Main Roads in August 2019. And there's three documents. So the strategy, a 10-year strategy that provides the vision, themes, principles, action areas, and investment framework to support walking. And it's accompanied by a 2-year action plan for walking and a baseline of walking in Queensland report, so to measure our progress. Obviously, when I talk about walking, I also refer to people using mobility devices, wheelchairs, canes, and so on. Strategy development was informed by input from community advocacy groups, industry, state and local governments all across Queensland during an intense 2-month engagement process. And it culminated in a really successful Queensland Walking Summit, which helped to shape all of the input into the vision and develop up the priority areas for action. So it was that, what Cam was talking about, getting people in the room who hadn't talked to each other before, just is a really powerful process, and it proved to be the case for us in developing the original strategy. The action plan, so at the high level, it's 44 actions. There's 7 Queensland government agencies involved, and most of the actions are framed up to be done within 2 years. There's a few that are ongoing. The priority areas are pretty much what you'd expect. So 4 areas around planning, building, encouraging, and working together. And each has a number of action areas underneath it to achieve our vision. And we work collaboratively with our road safety action, our cycling strategy plan, and our cycling strategy and other state government strategies as well. So we're really trying to coordinate across TMR and government. I wanted to talk to you about what we've been doing since the launch of the strategy and action plan. So I'll go through each of the 4 priority areas and give you just a couple of examples of the actions that we've completed or which are underway. So under the planning action area, so in 2019, one of our sister agencies released a new model code for livable neighbourhood design to ensure that new residential developments and subdivisions are more walkable. It went to consultation. There was a massive amount of feedback for a government strategy document. So it was of huge interest to the community. And actually there was really strong support for that, for doing development that supported more walking and prioritised walking. Since that time, the really important achievement has been that there's been 5 core elements that have since been made mandatory. So all new developments now must be assessed against how well they achieve provisions for connectivity, block length, footpath provision, open space access and trees. So that's a really significant shift in Queensland policy. So it's been a great piece of work by our colleagues in state development. Supporting that work is a number of other tools, walkability audit tool and a street design manual about walkable neighbourhoods, which you can see illustrated there. So it's been really exciting, massive piece of work by the Queensland government to get that set up. However, most people live in existing brownfield development. So what are we doing for them? Retrofitting walkability requires good planning and prioritisation, and we've produced some new walking network planning guidelines, or technically we actually adopted Victoria's excellent principal pedestrian planning guidelines and combine them with the walkability improvement tool, put some Queensland specific information up front. And we've piloted them with 3 communities, Mount Isa, Gladstone and Loganlea. So Mount Isa's out in the outback, Gladstone's halfway up the Queensland coast, and Loganlea is just south of Brisbane. And they proved to be really worthwhile, effective pieces of work. And the key message, I think, from those is that walking rarely gets this much attention, but when it does, it's eye-opening for both council officers, politicians and local communities. In the pilots, the network gaps and needs became really obvious when people went out on the ground and audited routes together. And that strong community response has in turn made the council officers keen to adopt that more strategic approach to planning for walking. Mount Isa, in fact, saw such value in the work that they extended the initial plan from a 2-kilometre precinct to the whole town and went out to consultation on on the network plan for the whole town. And they and Gladstone have been implementing some pilot projects with some funding from the Queensland government since then. So it's really exciting, and all power to my colleague Andrew Ross and to Arap, who have done that work with us. Our progress on planning, also Austroads. So we've done some work with Austroads, and in 2018 they approved a project plan to update our national guidance, pedestrian planning guidance, and with the aim of mainstreaming walking into guides to road design and guides to traffic management. That work's now substantially done. ABLI in New Zealand did most of that work. The really innovative part of this project, I think, was that the ABLI then ran 7 webinars afterwards, which not only talked about what was changed in the guidance, but gave essentially a full gamut of planning, basically in-service training on how to do good planning and provision for walking as part of your projects. And those webinars were attended by over 2,000 people from 13 countries. It was a bit of a record breaker for Austroads seminars, technical seminars. So it shows there's a real appetite for this work. And you can watch those webinars and use them for training in your organisation if you wish. They're available on the Austroads website. Also within Transport and Main Roads, we've developed some guidance. So drawing on New Zealand's work on lighter, quicker, cheaper, and other work in Australia, we've got some work about to be published on that. Doing work on shade, which is really important in Queensland. We've published some wayfinding guidance, developed quite an innovative pedestrian user demand forecasting tool, and some guidance on reducing delay at signals. So it's really catching up on what we needed to do to support more walking through our technical guidance. Under our building action area, I'll just talk about 2 things quickly. One is smart crossings. So the Queensland government is implementing some up to 300 smart crossings for a cost of $4.5 million over the next couple of years. And these are crossings that detect pedestrians on the carriageway, and if someone's moving slowly, they extend the time that you have available to cross. And if you're moving more quickly, then they take that time away. And so it balances out. And so there's no net loss of traffic capacity, but it really is a big improvement for pedestrians and pedestrian safety. And also our speed management team has done some fantastic work rolling out guidance and support and training to local governments on reducing speed limits, and are currently supporting some pilot projects through grants, and that's been actually more successful and very well received by local governments than we had expected. So it's really exciting to see that getting some momentum. In our progress on the encouraging action area, so it's one of my favourite projects in the whole suite of work that we've done. So we worked with a company called Biometrics and with people who use wheelchairs on a daily basis to produce effort maps of precincts in South Brisbane, Townsville, Rockhampton and Yeppoon. So a good range of centres across Queensland. And the mapping work produces maps that look like this, that are kind of interactive. So they're on our website. And people can use those for trip planning. So not just people in wheelchairs, but anyone who has like a temporary disability or has to push a pram or has difficulty walking up hills can use those to help plan their trips. But the really great thing about it too is it produces a set of audit and photo files that can be used to plan improvements, to pick the difficult spots and prioritise how to where the fixes are needed. So we're working on other applications for incorporating that mapping into other projects at the moment. Also under an encouraging area, so our Street Smarts area has been doing a lot more education on things like give-way rules to do with pedestrians, which are not particularly well known or respected. It's always an issue. So thank you to our team who's been working on that, doing a great job on the social media front as well. The final area is working together, and community advocacy is really important, as everyone knows, in getting that voice for walking. And so Queensland Walks, so shout out to our colleagues at Queensland Walks. So the Queensland Government has been supporting their work to establish a Queensland Walking Alliance and to run, to set up a walk hub on their website and to run a walk week event each year. We've also done some work on a walking business case and embarking on some work on an infrastructure policy as well now. Just very quickly on monitoring. So as everyone knows, data on walking is such a big gap. And so we've started to fill that by publishing the surveying and community engagement work that we did in the development of the walking strategy. So that's available on our website now. And something I'm really excited about is that Australia has had for 10 years or so a national cycling participation survey. Now for the first time it actually has walking incorporated in it. So we'll have a national benchmark for walking participation for the first time. And also councils can actually get that surveying work done specifically for their local government area as part of the rollout of that work. So you can get local significant, statistically significant data at a local government level as well, if people want. So, and of course we've been monitoring the COVID-19 impacts, and you know, obviously there's been a lot of walking increase in parks and recreation areas, less walking trips in CBDs and to public transport. That is really turning around now as more and more people get back onto public transport in Queensland. So just some reflections on what we're learning and that value of a state strategy. So this is my last slide, Bron. Initially, it was really challenging to develop a walking strategy at the state government level. Walking so often perceived as that local government issue, and strategies and plans are seemingly much easier when they're for a town level. But the problem is that many of the issues that affect walking have their solutions at the state level. The land use and transport planning, the design guidance, the major roads, the transport funding grants, the public transport, school and hospital planning, they're all at state, they're all led at the state level. So by releasing a state strategy, the Queensland Government's really recognised its important role in supporting and growing walking. And it's brought together many previously independent walking initiatives by various agencies under that one Queensland Walking Strategy umbrella. And it's enabled that coordination and cooperation at the state level. So it's been really important shift in how we do things. It's enabled us to build those important relationships across government. It's also made walking much more visible to our elected representatives, our senior leadership, and to our fellow officers. And it's given that legitimacy. The Queensland Walking Summit was the first time that people realised how many constituencies have an interest in walking. They'd never been brought into that room together before, and it was a very energising event. And the Walking Alliance has continued this momentum and has representation from some 40 organisations across the state, which has brought both visibility and a voice for walking that just wasn't there before. So it's given us that legitimacy for the state to work on walking. It's not just seen as a local government role anymore. It's that together, that visibility and legitimacy has brought more resources. Initially 2.5 million. We're coming to the end of that initial funding now, but we've leveraged some ongoing staff and planning funding to continue this work. Network planning. It's really our foundation for doing more. So it's not something that many local governments have done specifically for walking, but the network planning pilots demonstrated it's easy, quick, popular and effective, and it brings that rapid change on the ground. There's also a lot of grant funding around for those shovel-ready projects, but not much for network planning or design. So we're really trying to get into that network planning and design end of the game and push that along and support local governments and our districts to do more of that. And finally, I'll just say that having a 10-year strategy and the 2-year action plan, it's a great approach. It is only a start, but it's a good start. And we had to start somewhere. We had to establish a foundation to move forward. And the 2-year action plan means that every 2 years we get to lift our eyes to the horizon and see if we're heading in the right direction. So I'll finish there, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and I'll hand back to Bron.
Great, thank you, Robin. That's fantastic. I'm going to just touch on a little personal note here because I want people to understand how far Australia has come. And I want to firstly say to Robin and to say thank you for showing me that walking was something that really mattered in life, because 20 years ago, when Walk21 came to Perth as a conference, it was Robin who found out that it was coming and inspired me and enabled both of us to attend Walk21 Perth, the very second Walk21. And literally, my road to Damascus epiphany happened at that conference. And so thank you to Robin for both being that person that started that momentum, and to now see our home state, because Robin and I work together in Queensland, and to see that she has stayed the course and is delivering for walking in Queensland 20 years later. So we've got to hold our line, guys. It takes a while, but we get there in the end. And it's absolutely awesome to see the work you're doing, Robin, and to see the impact that you're having for communities. I could never have imagined it was possible when we first went to that Walk21 conference, because nobody even believed it could be a possibility. So congratulations to you on the strategy, and thank you for changing my life and sending me off to Walk21. Thank you.
Thanks, Bron. Thank you. And yes, all power to the Queensland government and all of my colleagues for the efforts that they've made as well. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Thank you, Queensland, for getting there. I'm really pleased now to talk to Philip van As, who's from the Netherlands, and he is the program manager for the pedestrian policy and coordinator of their national walking strategy in the Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management. We all know the Dutch are famous for their bicycles, and they're certainly now putting walking on the map as well.
Well, thank you, Bronwyn, for your introduction. I will go to my slides, and hopefully this is working. Yes. If it's all right, you can see my presentation now. Thank you, Bronwyn, and thank you also Claire, Cam, and Robin, because I'm really impressed to see the progress that you already made in New Zealand and in Queensland, Australia. Very inspirational, and I must confess we are not that far yet, but we are heading. I work for the Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management, but my background, however, is on a local level. Until 2017, I've been respectively councillor and alderman for almost 20 years. Mainly in the cities of Leiden and Zwolle, and both have about 120,000 inhabitants. Between 2014 and 2017, I spent a lot of energy in strengthening the position of cyclists nationwide. I was the first chairman and of the national cycling platform Tour de Force, and the experience and the network that came with it has been of tremendous help when I started on a new mission, putting the pedestrian on a national agenda. And this proved to be a total different ballgame. The main difference being the lack of interest in pedestrians. Cycling, already mentioned by Bronwyn, is very popular in the Netherlands. And it's not surprisingly, because Holland is a flat country in comparison with most other countries. The striking thing, and it still amazes me at times, was the complete negligence of pedestrians. Nobody seems to think strategically about the most simple and practiced form of transport, walking. It's the first and the last thing that people do during their lifetime, but somehow it has been a blind spot in our country. Luckily, I found some fellow musketeers with whom I started an exciting process of changing this situation. We soon found more partners and in October 2019, we founded a national platform. Maybe some of you have witnessed it, for this was during the Walk21 conference in Rotterdam. In this presentation, I will tell you more about our adventure, which it is. And if there's one thing I would like you to remember afterwards, it is this. Working together has been the cornerstone of where we are today. And I'm going to the next slide now. I should be going to the next slide, but it doesn't work. How does this happen?
Philip, just click the
Now
down
yes,
button on
yes.
your keyboard.
Is it all right now? I see a photo in my... Is it working? The photo? You see my... Is this working? Oh, wait a minute. Do you see a photo right now?
No, it's not coming up yet, Philip, but can you just use the right and left or up and down keys on your keyboard? See if it comes
Is this
through.
one right?
Not
you
yet.
see a photo right now? Not yet. Then there's a problem.
Maybe open up the thumbnails again and choose. If you go up to the thumbnails and open that up, we can just choose the next slide.
Let's have a look.
Great, there it is. We can see it.
Yes.
Maybe it's just a lag. Yep, fantastic. We've got the
Okay,
picture.
then it's okay. Okay, thank you. I hope it will continue right now. This is a photograph, a sheet, and it shows the moment of the launch of our platform in 2019. Then I go further. Do you see the third? I hope it's all right now. This my presentation will consist of 4 different parts. First, I would like to mention a few major challenges that together help to build momentum in our country. After that, I will elaborate on some specific Dutch characteristics that have helped us to build up momentum. Then I will turn to the 3 stepping stones we have reached in the past few years, and I will provide some background information on each of them. And in the final part, I will address the recent developments. There are 6 partly worldwide developments that contribute to the building up of what we call momentum. I will briefly reflect on each of them. Firstly, health. A growing number of people get less exercise than is necessary for good health, contributing to the problem of overweight. And this has recently developed in one of the major themes in Dutch politics and society. More walking and cycling, active mobility can be part of the solution. Secondly, housing. There is a need for 1 million new houses and apartments before 2040, mainly to be built in urban areas. This adds more pressure on our already overloaded infrastructure, not to speak of public space in general. More and more people will be living together in a limited area. Cars occupy most of the available public space, whether driven or parked on the streets. This problem can be addressed by improving the facilities for pedestrians and cyclists and reducing motorized traffic. Several cities are now taking action in this regard. Thirdly, climate. The Paris Agreement on CO2 reduction to 0 in 2050 is very ambitious. This puts great pressure on our government and society in general. Traffic is one of the CO2 producing sectors, and of course, more walking can be part of the solution. Fourthly, heat and flooding. As a consequence of climate change, the temperature is rising, and intense rain, including cloudbursts, lead to an overload of the sewer systems, especially in our cities. And often, there's also a shortage of trees, parks, etc. Cities are now developing plans for climate adaptation, which goes hand in hand with the creation of a pedestrian-friendly public space. Fifthly, livable cities, especially our larger cities. In the Dutch context, that means above 100,000 inhabitants. have difficulties with social safety. They also experience a lack of attractive public spaces where people can take a stroll, meet each other, and where children can play safely. As mentioned before, something has to be done to reduce the dominance of cars, especially in dense areas. Several Dutch cities have already taken the turn and now allocate more space to pedestrians. And lastly, COVID-19, of course. The measures taken to fight the coronavirus have had a great impact in our public space. Social distancing and periods of lockdown have led the general public to place more value on the walking facilities in their neighborhoods. And they also recognize their shortcomings. So these are the 6 major challenges which in our country illustrate momentum. And now is the right time to focus on improving the positions of pedestrians. And I come to the Dutch polder approach. Every country has its characteristics, often with very deep roots. And the Netherlands is also known as the low countries. Several provinces are below sea level. Rivers, lakes, and a long coastline with the North Sea, they define our country. Water has been a blessing and a curse since the Middle Ages. Transport was easy, so trade flourished, and the river clay provided fertile ground for growing crops. So why am I telling about this? Because the flip side of this was a continuing fight against the elements. Especially the risk of flooding made collective action necessary. Building and maintaining dikes has been a common practice for centuries. Nowadays, the most densely populated parts of our country are situated in our polders. And the polder mentality is a central characteristic of our country. The necessity of joining forces to fight the water has contributed to the sense of interdependency, and this has become part of our genes. The Netherlands is essentially a non-hierarchical country. Social classes are there, of course, but they don't determine our society. There's even a certain allergy to people who get too prominent. So if you start something new and you need the cooperation of others, you better make it a joint venture, a joint experience. The feeling of togetherness, to rally as a group, is indispensable for success. So there was momentum, and we were familiar with the Dutch manner of working, and the stage was set. In the Dutch polder, our pioneering work started at the beginning of 2018. A knowledge institute, CROW, a walking organization, Wandelnet, and my ministry formed our starting point. Our approach was quite simple. We looked for governmental and non-governmental organizations that were interested in walking topics and who were prepared to invest a bit of time, energy, and if possible, also money. We were assembling a coalition of the willing. In January 2019, we were ready to form a national platform, and we started with 23 organizations in total. The participating organizations, and there were the cities, the provinces, and the ministry, they donated each a bit of money to enable the process. And the non-governmental partners who started with us, they invested mainly in time and energy. Each organization participated on the basis of their own interests. Some were focused on infrastructure, others more concerned about health and improving safety, or to enable children to play outside. And by seeking affiliation with the primary goals of each organization, we secured their intrinsic motivation to roll up their sleeves in the years to come. We identified 3 main objectives. Walking has a positive image and is being stimulated. The public space offers a safe and inviting opportunity to walk, and walking forms a natural and integral part of policy, design, and management of the public space. At the time of the launch of our platform in Rotterdam, already mentioned, the number of partners had grown from 23 to 31, including 2 ministries, 3 provinces, and 6 major cities. We were thrilled at that moment with the realization of a national platform, but we couldn't take too much time to rest on this first stepping stone, because the next task would be the development of a national strategy. And the process we passed was not spectacular, but certainly effective. And we had 3 phases in this process. We started with an inventory by asking our partners what, in their opinion, should be part of the agenda. In the second phase, we analyzed the results and we put them together in a coherent frame. And the third phase was maybe the most intensive one, because we decided that the agenda should consist of 3 different parts, each with its own horizon, as you can see. The Vision 2040, containing the desired outcome of our efforts, and it is partly written text and also partly visualized in an animation film. The ambitions for 2030 is the actual strategic part of the agenda. And program 2021-2025 contains 27 specific goals, yes? 7 goals arranged along 3 main themes: policy, knowledge, and cooperation. At crucial moments in the process, we consulted our partners. As a consequence, the agenda has a broad support base. The agenda is not only carried by our partners, but also by the national associations of provinces and municipalities. And we were also glad that in the course of 2020, 2 more ministries joined our platform, bringing the total number of national governmental partners to 4. We presented the agenda at the National Pedestrian Congress, and it was a digital one in October 2020. Is there something wrong, Rowan?
No, sorry.
Okay,
we do
I'll
need
continue.
to start to wrap up, please, Philip, as soon as you can.
Yes.
Thanks.
Oh, sorry, but I did have 20 minutes. Well, then I think I'll have to go to the end of my presentation. We closed also a city deal in 2020. That was the 3rd main step we took. And that's very important because 28 partners, of which 9 cities participate in it. And they have a commitment on 3 things you can read on the slide. And the important thing of closing a city deal is that the partners participate with time, energy, but also with money in reaching the goals. And then quickly to the last sheet. Of course, it's work in progress. We have partner meetings 4 times a year and network meetings. We are focusing on development of knowledge. We have in a lot of places also on national level pedestrian policy in the making, and we are all very energetic and enthusiastic to continue on our program. I think, well, I'm sorry that I have to cut this short because I had a lot more to tell, but time is up. Back to you, Bronwyn.
Philip, thank you so much. It really is actually fantastic to see, and we particularly are pleased that you're in this session because it is the fact that you're at the beginning of the process, and the way that you've built your community base and your agency base and brought people together is what's been so inspiring. Watching from afar, growing the platform, growing the advocacy, and bringing everyone together. And it's a lovely balance between seeing the progress that New Zealand has made, the first couple of years of Queensland, and now the Netherlands at this process, at the beginning of this process as well. And I really like the balance between the presentations because it shows how much footwork, how much sort of initial energy that you need, which is what you're investing in the Netherlands. So if we have just a few minutes left for questions and comments, and I just really wanted to put because the Netherlands is quite a small country, so you have a very direct remit, very much like with New Zealand as well. I wanted to come actually to Robin and ask, do you see that your regional work, your state work, is pushing upwards into the national government and putting any expectation or pressure on them to look at walking and take a sense of national responsibility, recognizing, of course, the devolution of governments in Australia? Do you see any pressure upwards happening?
So it's a great question. There is an organisation called Cycling and Walking Australia and New Zealand, which has been a forum for that coordination across nationally, and that's been quite effective, I think. But as to I don't know that the federal government is looking at in a serious way at doing anything on walking particularly, but certainly some of the other state governments have been working in the background on walking strategies, and I think it seems to be the way things happen here, that they happen at that state level, and then eventually, potentially, the federal government picks something up.
Great, thank you. And Philip, can I come to you and talking, we've seen in the media recently that the cyclists of Amsterdam are not so keen on their plans for putting people first. It's a little bit like car drivers being upset when cyclists wanted space on the roads. We see this sort of ripple effect. Do you get, I don't need you to comment on the Amsterdam story, but using that as the starting point, do you get any of that sort of resistance from the cycling agenda in the Netherlands to this sort of shift in focus onto walking?
Well, it's on the contrary. In a few weeks' time, we will have the first meeting with partners from the Tour de Force, the cycling organization, the national one, and the platform Ruimte voor Lopen. We organize a joint meeting to start working together, because we have to promote active mobility. You can say as to promote it maybe against the prominence of the cars in our country. So we try to work together, but we do see the differences, and we do see the moments where they come into conflict, but we want to try to use the strength of working together.
Fantastic. I think it's so critical that we don't start fighting between the best modes in the system and make sure the allocation is coming from somewhere else. So coming back to New Zealand, to Cam and Claire, perhaps Cam first, you showed a fantastic suggestion that you should start with the most difficult street, and the revelation that actually this street wasn't working for anybody. And we see that all the time. But when you start to want to make it better for everybody, car drivers still feel that they're losing something, you know. So even when you're trying to improve traffic flows or rebalance in that space, you've managed to get them on board and to realize that everybody could benefit from the changes that you made. How do you get the motorist side of things, not the businesses? You told us about the businesses. Do you have to just at the end of the day just put the line down and say it's going to be this way? Are you coming in with the stick as well as with all those lovely carrots?
The $64 million question, isn't it? Really.
And the answer is?
The answer is we still have to be able to work with everyone who's using this transport system. You still have to provide a way for people to reach their destinations. It may be slightly further away than they're used to, but what we do know is that people can adapt to a system and create new habits really quite easily. Sometimes people just need a bit more of a nudge. And we need to be brave about defining the sorts of things that we want to prioritise in cities. And they're the things that are going to get us through climate change and help us living on our streets.
And what about the media? Did you get the media on side? Because very often they like to fuel conflict. So find those dissident voices and amplify them.
I don't think you could ever have the media on site. Occasionally, there are some wonderful celebrations of this stuff when people see it actually turning up and actually working really well. But throughout these processes, we need to hold fast and we need to work really closely with media partners to be able to tell the story really well so that that's being communicated in the right way. Because what we often see is the clickbait style one-sided story. So we need to make sure that we bring those people into our work as well, like really work closely with media through communications.
Great.
And just to
We have
build
got a
on
question. Sorry, Claire, just one second. We have got a question in the chat about metrics and costs and things like that. So maybe we'll get that from you afterwards because I think that's a little bit more detailed.
Yep.
So just for Brianne Harder, we'll come back to that question for you. Please, yes, Claire, come in on that.
I was just going to build on that comment of from Cam about the media. We're moving into a much more proactive space of working with the media. So as an example, today we had a briefing with a group of local democracy journalists so that we could try and lift their gaze up a bit to sort of see the wider strategy and how it relates to climate change. We've got journalists who are really committed to helping with the climate change, and it's important for us to make connections with these things they see on the ground back up to these strategic objectives. So we're working way more proactively nationally now in media space.
That's really fantastic to hear, because that relationship with translating that story outwards and making those connections between those global agendas and that local action is critical. We do have to finish now, but Claire, I have one last question from the walking perspective. You have a shared bucket for walking and cycling, and historically that almost always has attracted cycling projects and gone into cycling. How do you make sure we get the right balance in the allocation of that funding to the walking agenda?
Yeah, you absolutely picked that, and that's still the case here predominantly and has been. It's a long story we probably don't have time for, but we are expecting to see that shift over the next few years. We've got some other issues in terms of some very, very expensive projects that deliver for both, but then they sort of soak up a lot of that money. So there's a whole lot of complexities to that funding issue, but we do have the bias to cycling.
Yeah, great. So fantastic to hear you're aware of it, and we look forward to seeing how you balance that out. And maybe you can keep an eye on Ireland, where they have split their funding 50-50 from the beginning, and it's non-negotiable. And hopefully then, if you need more money for cycling, there's always that car budget that you can go tap into as well. Let me close the session here. Thank you so much, Robin, Philip, Cam, and Claire. I think it's been a really insightful discussion. It's fantastic to see the work that you Antipodeans have been doing and just leading on so inspirationally, and to see the foundations in the Netherlands that are changing the pedestrian agenda there. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you for joining us at Walk21 Seoul, and I wish you well in your walking and your projects, and we look forward to hearing from you again. Thanks very much, everybody, and we'll see you later.
Thank you very much. There never seems to be enough time for discussions and the presentations. Thank you once again for keeping good time. Thank you to all of the speakers, and of course Ms. Thornton for the moderation. We will take another short break again before we move on to our next session. Our next one will be the oral presentation number 2 under the topic of community co-creation and health promotion campaigns. So please take a minute to stretch, and then we'll be back in just a few minutes. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Walk21 Seoul conference. And we've covered a variety of different issues today already during our plenaries. Next, we also have the oral presentation number 2, and that will be held under the theme of community co-creation and health promotion campaigns. To help us out in the moderation, we have Ms. Jennifer Wiggle, the principal consultant. And so with that, without further ado, please welcome Ms. Wiggle.
Thank you. Kia ora, everyone. Greetings from Aotearoa, New Zealand. It is nighttime here now, and yesterday we got to enjoy a very good view of the lunar eclipse with the blood moon here. I have recently returned to Wellington from the UK, and that is where I am calling you from tonight and joining this session. Really excited about the session that we're going to be doing tonight, and I just want to introduce the speakers, because this is all about them and what they're going to share with you. So our first speaker tonight will be Trey Park, who will be talking to us about tactical urbanism as methodology for enhancing walkability and sharing some cases from Korea. Andre Dewitt, who is going to be speaking to us, who is going to ask us the question, will you walk with me? And as I said, we all wish that we could all be there in Korea, but circumstances do not allow us to be, so that we could all walk with you there. Our third speaker tonight is going to be Dr. Alan Sari, who will be sharing his presentation will be on Health Promotion Centre, efforts in disseminating awareness and practice of walking, and support walkability in Arab Gulf states and Saudi Arabia. And then our fourth presentation will be Professor Koke, who will be sharing, his presentation will be on the Health Point system, incentives for walking and cycling towards health promotion in Japan. And our final speaker for the evening, Richard, is going to be speaking to us about the Kopeka app, a crowdsourcing approach to better walkable cities. So we've got lots and lots to interest you and share with you. So I will step aside and hand over to Trey to do his presentation. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm delighted to be here to talk to all of you and give my presentation. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Trey Park, and I'm a member of a tactical urbanism group here in Seoul, and it's called Change Walk. But before I get into that, let me just share my screen with you. Yeah, so I'm a member of a tactical urbanism group here in Seoul called Change Walk, and our kind of mission is that if we can change where we walk, that's to say the city and the streets, then we can change how we walk. That's to say we can move more freely and safely and conveniently. Today, I'd like to talk about a study our team did in 2019. As part of the Seoul Institute's Citizen Research Grant, our team aimed to produce a hands-on guide for ordinary citizens to venture on in starting their own tactical urbanism projects. So the slide you see here is the front page of our report. And this is a brief overview of what I'll be talking about today. First, I'll cover the general walking situation in Seoul, since we do have speakers and viewers from out of town. And then I'll give a one-page introduction into what tactical urbanism is. Next, I'll move on to talking about introducing 4 of the cases that we did during our study. And lastly, I'll conclude by just commenting on what we learned about how tactical urbanism is developing in Korea. So just to show you how the general situation of walking is in Seoul, I think this picture pretty much sums it up. So you have less than a meter of sidewalk, and then the rest of it is on-street parking. This was taken in Apgujeong, and this particular spot is a very foot traffic heavy part of the city. Here it's the same deal. This just makes you wonder what on earth the contractors that built this sidewalk or the city officials that are inspecting this sidewalk are thinking. They're not thinking, basically. And again, if if you see here, not to mock the COVID pandemic situation, but as many of you are aware, there is a pandemic of SUVs all across the globe, and it's the same in Seoul. The car on the left is a very popular car. It was a very popular car in Korea about 20 years ago, and you can see next to it how much citizens' preferences for size has grown over the years. This would be the last slide in this section, and just some basic numbers. On the left side in blue, you can see the length of road versus the length of sidewalk for pedestrians, and on the right side in orange, you can see the number of car parks per kilometer versus number of pedestrian crossings. And just as a side note, the number of car parks is just that, the number of car parks. It's not the number of parking spaces, so that would be higher, obviously. Yeah, so that was just a brief overview of how it's like to be walking in Seoul in Korea in general. So moving on to the next section of my presentation is just to introduce the concept of tactical urbanism. Many of you may be familiar with it, many of you might not be. And tactical urbanism, so to tackle the previous problems that I showed you of walking in the city, and of course, other problems stemming from car-centric urban design, tactical urbanism is a method in which it's becoming a serious contender all across the world as a better way to design cities. According to one of the pioneers of tactical urbanism, you can define tactical urbanism as a city organizational and/or citizen-led approach to neighborhood building using short-term, low-cost and scalable interventions to catalyze long-term change. Moving on to the next part of the presentation is the first of the 4 cases that I would like to introduce. The first case was done by an organization called MUI, and MUI is an organization working to improve mobility for people with disabilities. In Korean, MUI means to make disabilities meaningless. Our team was interested in their first project, which was to develop a map of Seoul's subway stations for people in wheelchairs. I'm told that when you're in a wheelchair, even the slightest of a curb can feel like a huge impediment. So MUI got people together and mapped out the best routes to move through each station. Now, those of you who are familiar with tactical urbanism might think that this project doesn't really look like a typical tactical urbanism project, since it's not a physical intervention in any way, it's a mapping project. But this is one of the major findings that our study kind of found, and it's also one of our imperatives, which is that in Korea, there tends to be more tactical urbanism projects that are rooted in community mapping types of projects, or documenting or archiving or simulating situations than there are actual physical remedies. I'll talk more on this point in the conclusions part. And the next case is called Jiangsu Chair. This case was impressive since it was an actual physical implementation. It's very simple. It's a one-person bench that can be attached to a telephone pole. In tactical urbanism jargon, you can categorize this as a form of chair bombing. And if you read in the slide, it has an interesting backstory. So the person who developed this one-person bench is a police officer, and he spent his own money and his own time to develop his own design. He spent about $2,000 in US to make 60 of these chairs. And then he went around his precinct with a few friends during his off time and started to install these benches without proper or official sanctions in the beginning. But now, these days, you can see these chairs all across Korea. The third case that I'd like to share is actually a case done by our group, by Changewalk. And in this project, we set out to duplicate a toilet plunger method that's kind of like a one of the first waves of tactical urbanism methodology. And our target site was a stretch of road in front of a primary school in Seoul. And as you can see in the bottom picture here, the stretch of road, the street was always filled with pedestrians, yet the official sidewalk width was only about 1 meter in width. FYI, the minimum sidewalk width should be at least 2 meters according to Korean law, and even in extreme circumstances, it should be at least 1.5 meters. That's according to the law. But here it was less than 1 meter. So what we did is we tried to expand the width of the sidewalk in front of the school by using toilet plungers, and at the same time we tried to narrow the street to slow down the car speeds. We also implemented a DIY zebra crossing in front of the school's main gate, which connected to the children's favorite snack shop. The last case is a project that was done in a neighborhood in Korea called Chang'an. It was implemented by the neighborhood youth center and was carried out by the youth center personnel and also the middle school students in the neighborhood. One of the main urban issues in Korea is illegal trash dumping. And you can see that in a lot of urban intervention programs, this issue keeps popping up. So people in the neighborhood keep trying to solve people that are illegally dumping trash on the streets. And this project was aiming to try to deter that kind of behavior by using asphalt art. And in this case, the middle school students scoped out the places where the most illegal waste disposal was happening. They designed their own artwork and messages, and they painted the artwork themselves. One reason our team was intrigued about this project was because although there have been many projects in Korea that painted public murals on walls, there weren't too many that attempted to paint on roads or streets, and especially on roads that were meant for car travel. So this brought us to think about the concept of easy spaces versus hard spaces. So what I mean by that is in Korea, it seems like there are spaces that are easy to intervene in. These would be primarily pedestrian spaces like sidewalks or indoor spaces or private spaces. But when you actually try to do something with road space or public space or outdoor public spaces, the task gets exponentially trickier because of driver backlash. And even if the intervention is meant to be temporary, you can see that you're faced with a lot of backlash. That's why we were very interested in this particular project. Sorry for rushing through everything. So this would be the last slide in my presentation. So the conclusions of our study was that through the 4 cases, we found that in our actual study, we took a look at 19 cases, but for the presentation, it's 4 cases. We have found that tactical urbanism is as much a valuable methodology to providing citizen participation opportunities, but it's also very valuable as a method to enhance walkability and walker safety and walker convenience as well. A lot of the times, when people think of urban interventions, sometimes they tend to lose focus of the basic underlying built environment, which is streets and sidewalks and zebra crossings and so on. But I think in that aspect, tactical urbanism is a very effective method. And the aim of our Beginner's Guide to Tactical Urbanism study project was twofold. So the first one was to unearth tactical urbanism projects in Korea, because in Korea, the concept of tactical urbanism wasn't widely known at the time. It still isn't, but it was more or less known back in 2019. The second aim was to extract practical and hands-on knowledge on how to successfully carry out tactical urbanism projects, especially in the Korean urban planning setting. For the first aim, what we found is that although superficially there weren't any projects in Korea that self-identified as tactical urbanism per se, in actuality, many projects did in fact pertain to tactical urbanism. At the same time, we found that these projects seldomly explicitly self-promote as projects that aim for better walking outcomes. But this, again, we found that this is precisely the eventual outcomes that these projects delivered. Also, many urban intervention projects in Korea seem to steer towards, especially when it's coming from a citizen-led approach, most projects seem to steer toward non-physical methods, such as documentation or archiving. And again, we think that this is related to driver backlash and the deeply rooted tradition or culture of car-centric urban design. Lastly, I would just like to point out that again, obviously this would be the same for a lot of cities around the world, but we feel that especially in Korea, there's a lot of bureaucracy and red tape citizens need to get through when they want to increase walkability or walker safety or walker convenience. And we just hope that tactical urbanism could be one of the methods that could cut through some red tape in the future. Thank you for listening.
Great, thank you very much, Trey, for that. I think there were lots of great ideas in there, some that people will be familiar with and some I was quite curious about, but we'll come back to that. So I'm going to move straight on to Andre. If you could move to your presentation. Will you walk with me?
Yes, good morning, Jenny. Is my presentation visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, good morning and good afternoon, everybody. My name is Andre de Wit, Advisor Mobility at the Municipality of Rotterdam. And I'm very pleased and privileged to join this beautiful conference. Like Jenny said, it's a pity that we aren't able to walk through the beautiful streets of Seoul, but this is also nice to see each other. Today, I'm going to tell you about how we involve our citizens in working towards an ambition and how co-creation can help us get results on the street. These are the 4 topics I will address. So first, our research we've done, the Will You Walk With Me campaign. Will you walk with me? Of Wil je met me lopen? It was a Dutch sentence people used to ask each other out for a date. Well, we were inspired by the work of Sonia Lavadio, the research, and we invited our citizens to tell us where they love or hate to walk. And that was during a three-week campaign developed by DTV consultants, and people could place a pointer on a map. And the campaign started on Valentine's Day and ended 1 week before our first lockdown. The people placed about 3,500 pointers, and it's all visible on a map. This is the North Bank, and you see the pink dots are the hearts. That's a place where people like to walk. The black spots are the broken hearts. So you see that people like to walk in the green, near the water, and definitely some of the city center streets where the big shops are, that are problematic. This is a map of the South Bank. Here you see less pointers, but the image is more or less the same. People like the green, like the water, and some streets are very dramatic for pedestrians. Well, like I said, reasons why people like to walk are space to walk, green surroundings, and no or low nuisance by cars. Reasons to dislike or nuisance by car, unpleasant places to stay, and the lack of green. Those were not really surprising outcomes, but they are really good in setting the political agenda. So that people need more space, need more green, so that they can sojourn and walk in a pleasant way. Then we went into our first lockdown and we had to deal with a new reality. And the new reality was a 1.5 meter society, social distancing. So we used the same technique again to ask our citizens where social distancing was a problem. And again, it was about 3 weeks, and we There were 900 reactions, and this also we fit into a map. So again, you see a lot of the same streets appearing, where lack of space for pedestrians was a problem, or there was no place to dodge for the pedestrian by parked cars, and sometimes there was not enough waiting space near the traffic light. So then we came to a couple of temporary measures for pedestrians. One was giving priority for pedestrians at traffic lights. That was a very maybe simple measure. And we also blocked off streets to make room for pedestrians. A good example was in a very famous street in Rotterdam, de Witte, a lot of local businesses and terraces. And the local businesses came with the initiative to block off the streets from 5 o'clock in the afternoon until closing time. So the car lane could be used by pedestrians and could still visit the terraces. So that's the way we managed to get the co-creation with the business people. Residents also came with initiatives, and in 7 streets during the summer holiday, they were closed off by 4 cars, so that people could have a holiday in front of their front door. So that was an initiative started by humankind, and was very successful that period. In the meantime, we were still working on our ambition from home, and maybe you see some familiar faces. And on the 8th October 2020, we launched our ambition document. My colleague Jose Besselink yesterday already mentioned this document and our objectives with it. We want to make people see that walking is an easy and accessible way to exercise. We want to have people walking more often and farther distances, and we want to have people make different choices for short trips. We have designed 3 tracks along which we want to reach those objectives. And I will, that's link and place, awareness and promotion, and knowledge and research. Well, I'll give you a few examples for each track on which we're working now. The first is link and place. Alderman Buckhoven, she already told about the 7 urban projects we're starting here. The city allocated 250 million euros for these big projects. And we're going to make a lot of room for pedestrians, also for cyclists, add more green to places, and reduce the number of car lanes. On a more detailed scale, we're working at a district approach. And we're searching for the missing links and quick fixes we can find in the different districts in Rotterdam. And another part is we can connect to the tradition of co-creation we have in the city through resident groups, city labs, and urban activists or people working for the city. Then we have awareness and promotion. This is ways to get, we're not only investing in infrastructure, but also in ways to motivate people to get walking or walking more. One of the things we started is the pilot in Overschie. It's one of the districts together with humankind. And we're trying to make walking act like a medicine. So to prevent diseases and make feel better. So we're aimed at people who have a disease problem, and we're trying to motivate them to start walking. And we maybe add some changes in public space. Last but not least, we're gathering data and knowledge for our network, a pedestrian network, and we do it in 2 ways. We're making a network map, and we prioritize our network, or our future network, based on ambitions, wishes, and needs. Where there's a lot of noise reduction we want to try, and we also have heat maps, so places where it's very warm in the summer to walk, So that's one way to work on for the network map. Another thing we're just developing with the engineering bureau Witteveen and Bos is to prioritize the existing pedestrian network by using pedestrian intensities. And we try to combine these intensities, and we try to combine it with the characteristics of the network, so we can predict where people like to walk. And that looks like this. We see the yellow lines are the most valuable streets for people when they want to walk 400 meters. So this is a useful tool to designate the important streets in our city, and that can be helpful for restructuring, maintenance, or adding program to our city. So that's something we just developed, and we're trying to get this done for the whole city now. Well, it's mentioned before in 2020, the pedestrian was the winner. Also in the Netherlands, we had a rise of the model shift for pedestrians with 8%. And our challenge now is to keep this momentum going and make the rise a constant rise. So I just showed you a couple of examples of how we invite public and private partners to walk with us and to improve walking conditions and more people walking in Rotterdam. Well, thank you for your attention. That was my presentation.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Andre. That was fascinating, especially after having had our last Walk21 in Rotterdam, to see what you have been doing. Our next speaker is Dr. Al-Ansari. I'm going to let him take over and share what he's going to be sharing with us tonight.
Hello, good morning. This is Dr. Saleh Al-Ansari from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. This is my first time to join you in this nice conference. I hope it was a real meeting. Anyhow, I'll be talking about 14 years of experience of spreading the awareness on walking for health, as well as I will also try to give my personal experience on walking, because I myself used to walk every day, and I used to do 6 to 10 miles a day, 6 to 10 kilometers a day since more than 30 years. And I used to look at walking as the best cure for our health problems, especially in the Middle East, where chronic diseases are prevalent. I will talk briefly about Health Promotion Center that was founded 2006 in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We work in training, consultation, research, content creation, as well as initiatives on health promotion. And we focus a lot on combating communicable disease, working in the Gulf states, Saudi Arabia, and the Arab states. Walking for Health is our mission. I founded the Health Promotion Center, and basically I'm a physician, and I used to be a graduate family and community medicine, author, trainer, and as well as a consultant in public health for Ministry of Health at a certain time. I wrote 2 books on walking and another one on walking and obesity. I'm supervising a lot of initiatives on spreading the awareness of walking in Saudi Arabia mainly. And initiated a lot of walking groups and walking in nature groups and initiatives under the name Durub al-Arab, or Treks of Arabia. February 2020, I joined Fiona Bull and the group who was reviewing the international standards for physical activity in Geneva, WHO. These are a summary of our efforts to create a walking community through awareness. Content creation, raising awareness in media and mainly in the social media, training on walking and walkability, communication and connection. We launch a lot of community initiatives on walking. We also supporting, monitoring, giving consultations to Riyadh walkers, I will be talking about shortly, Saudi walkers, and another initiative called Our Neighborhood Walking, as well as many of our social media activities on spreading the word on walking and walkability for health. We used also to do some of the initiatives of some sort of international experience, like joining Walk with a Doctor. We also working for many other health initiatives and doing research projects on walking and walkability. This is my book, Your Health and Walking, Obesity and Walking as a Cure. I also had the chance to communicate with Dr. Mike Evans, who developed a very well-known whiteboard film that talks about walking, 20 hours and a half, and another film on how to choose your walking shoes. I also produced an 90-minute audio album on walking and walkability, as well as many activities on YouTube, and I have my own channel on YouTube, as well as Twitter account, Facebook account, as well as Instagram account. In the area of content creation, we are writing, editing, translating, and publishing more than 200 articles on walking. Walking as a physical activity, walking for health problems, some success stories for those who could live with chronic disease or even combat diabetes, hypertension, obesity through walking mainly, as well as we have translated a lot of walking and walkability issues, and we produced a lot of infographics, tables, equations, measures on assessing progress of personal improvement on walking. Thousands of frequently asked questions have been given in the social media. This is some of the samples of the infographics that we use to design and produce and disseminate on how to walk, when to walk, how about walking and pregnant ladies, how about the walking for the youth. And I used to appear in maybe tens of television interviews for the local, regional, as well as the Arab broadcasting centers. We used to do a lot of training on walking and walkability through lectures, through conferences, as well as training courses on walking and walkability. The activities took more than maybe 14 years of experience. And this is one of the things that we used to do, is to visit the municipalities and the mayors of our Saudi cities to encourage making and creating more walking paths, improving walkability. And this, in this picture, His Excellency, the Minister of Health, Dr. Tawfiq Al-Rabi'a, joined us in one of our walking strides with walking Riyadh walkers. And he is really very much supporting for our educational activity. And we also used to do a lot of digital activities to activate health through Nike, Strava, all these programs that you know about. In the community side, other than content creation, we used to support Riyadh walkers, Durub al-Arab for walking in the nature, Walk with a Doctor in the Arabic version in the Western province at the Gulf area, from the sea shore of Saudi Arabia, as well as Saudi walkers. And we used to put an Twitter account that is named Walk Stories KSA. Walk Stories KSA used to disseminate the stories of people who succeeded to implement walking and use walking for cure of many health problems. This is walking. This is Saudi مشاة السعودية. We call it Saudi Walkers, established on 2016. More than 140 walking groups nationwide. They used to walk and they used to spread the they spread the idea and the motivation for people to walk more. These are the logos for a lot of walking groups. Mushat al-Riyadh, Jeddah, Yanbu', you can name it. The list goes to more than 140 walking groups in Saudi Arabia. The most important one, or the biggest group, is Mushat al-Riyadh, that was formulated on November 2016. More than 1,000 members who used to walk and spread the awareness. They have more than 19,000 followers on Twitter. These are some of the activities that we do for Riyadh walkers. We used to walk for 10 miles every Friday morning. Maybe sometimes we have a people of a number of 100, 150 participants before COVID-19, of course. But after COVID, we started to make it in smaller groups. The Minister of Health joined us in one of our walking strides, Dr. Al-Rabi'a, and we also celebrated the 4th anniversary for Riyadh walkers only 1 year back. On another small program that is called Our Neighborhood Walking, 2018, establishing smaller groups walking in Riyadh city. Each group comprised of 30 to 50 members each. And we used to walk in certain areas in Riyadh other than Friday. But on Friday, the whole groups come to walk together in one area in the early morning walking. And this is another initiative, Walk Stories, established 2018, that documents the success stories. More than 80 success stories for people who managed to combat obesity, hypertension, coronary artery disease as well, and they could live with in a very good manner using walking and walkability. We also supported the initiation of Walk with a Doctor in the Eastern Province Ministry of Health. When at that time the WHO representative in Saudi Arabia, Dr. Ibrahim Azig, was joining that activity. For nature walk and institutional hiking, we are the earliest hiking trip to do on institutional form under Saudi HPC as Durub al-Arab Treks of Arabia, that was established 2015, and we managed to run more than 180 hiking trips inside and outside Saudi Arabia, and we reached to Kilimanjaro, Tanzania, 19 participants joined, and we all managed to reach to the top of Africa 2016. And these are some other initiatives for retiree people with that was done with Saudi Public Pension Agency in order to promote retired people to put walking in their lives to improve their social, mental, as well as physical activity. I really need to appreciate the support and help of Dr. Tawfiq Al-Rabi'a, and we used to give some consultation for the Ministry of Health in their initiative that was called Walk 30. That means walk 30 minutes. And we used to give other consultation to Ministry of Pilgrimage, Hajj, which is our holy Hajj to Mecca. Maybe all know about Muslims and their. We used to promote walking through Hajj season, and we used also to give some consultative activities to Kuwait to let people walk more and do something through schools as well as in the community. The effects of walking groups participation was a small study that took something like 900 walkers who used to respond to this research project to describe who walks, where he walks, how about gender, what is the age category of people in Saudi Arabia who promote or practice walking, and we came up with some results that is workable, we can plan on, and we can let the people and the decision making to understand that walking can really reduce the cost of health care. It can also improve the status of people who, especially using walking groups as a motivation. And this is to prove that walking can really affect weight. It can really affect health problems like hypercholesterolemia, hypertension. And this is the impression of the people who participated. I am looking forward to create more walking culture in the Arab state, Gulf states, Saudi Arabia, in cooperation with Walk21 and other partners through training, initiatives, content creation, consultation, as well as research. I'm really glad to be with you today and ready to give some answer later in the session. Thank you very much, Jenny.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Alan-Sarah. I know you had lots to cover there, and I did see that you were called the Dean of Walking, so perhaps I'll refer to you as Dean of Walking. I'm going to move really quickly on to Professor Koike, who's going to be our next speaker.
Okay, hello. I'm Hiro Koike from Japan, and I'm a frequent attendant to Walk21, and I'm glad to come back, although it's online. Let's try to share my presentation here. Okay. Okay, can you see? Jennifer, can you see me? The slides? Oh, good. Okay. Let me try to start. Today, I'd like to present the current health problems in Japan, then discuss solutions for the issues in line with this session's theme, community co-creation and health promotion campaigns. As a case study, I will present efforts in Utsunomiya City, where I live. Japanese population started to decline 10 years ago for the first time. Now, a quarter of the population is 65 years or older. By 2060, 2 out of 5, or 40% of Japanese, will be over 65 years old. Japanese life expectancy is also increasing. Now the average lifespan for a female is 87, and for a male 81. It will continue to rise, as you see in this graph. Increase of elderlies cause soaring social security expenditures. Pension, medical care, and welfare costs take 1/3 of the Japanese national budget. Among them, the medical care cost for the elderly is increasing. What can we do to reduce the medical care cost? In this slide, the green line shows the current status in which the increasing cost among the elderly continues to be the burden on the national budget deficit. Preventive healthcare management for the age group between 20 and 50 will reduce total medical care costs. Then the expected cost curve will become this pink line here. The problem is not limited to the elderly. Lack of physical mobility due to excessive auto dependency increases adult diseases such as diabetes. This slide shows the transportation mode and diabetes patients in 3 major cities in Japan, Tokyo, Osaka, and Aichi. Toyota's central plant are in Aichi, where the private auto usage is the highest, and so are the diabetes patients. The answer is Smart Wellness City Movement, or SWC. SWC is a Japanese English word named by Professor Shinya Kuno of Tsukuba University. In Japanese, it means healthy, happy city. The purpose of SWC is to reduce the frailty of the elderly through the community health movement. It involves not only healthcare, but also the improvement of the city environment. The primary objective of SWC is to promote active transport, such as walking, cycling, and public transport, by reforming toward more walkable cities. SWC Mayors Association, established in 2009, which now has a number of municipalities, over 80. The ideal image of a smart wellness city is a pleasant, walkable urban environment like this. Smart Wellness City aims at health improvement and reduces the municipality's medical cost. Although also the gathering of people contributes to social capital development with crime prevention and disaster reduction. The revitalization of community enhances businesses and commercial activities. Besides, the reduction of automobile usage contributes to carbon dioxide reduction. Now, let me introduce Utsunomiya City, where I live. Utsunomiya City is a regional capital with 500,000 population and located directly north of Tokyo by 100 kilometers. It has Honda and Nissan, the leading automakers in Japan. Accordingly, the city has the highest auto dependency in Japan. The city is trying hard to revive the CBD with a pedestrian, as I show in the next slides. After the motorization in Japan started in the 1960s, the population, once concentrated in the city center, gradually dispersed to the suburban areas, the so-called urban sprawl phenomena. This slide showed the change of population density in a quarter of a century in Utsunomiya City. The blue in the CBD shows the decline in population, and the red increase in the suburbs. Once busy shopping arcade in the city center, full of shoppers in the 1980s, has changed to this. The same shopping arcade is like a deserted ghost town. The suburban shopping center is prosperous with full of shoppers who come by automobiles. This shopping center is in the suburbs of Utsunomiya, where 10,000 parking spaces are filled with cars. To shift from an auto-dependent, sprawled city to a walkable, people-oriented, compact city, Utsunomiya developed a networked compact city plan, or NCC, in 2008. The Utsunomiya NCC became the model for the nationwide urban renewal planning authorized by the national government. This slide shows the schematic image of the networked compact city. People can walk, cycle, or use local transit within each community, and between communities are connected by public transport like light rail transit and buses. The major LRT stations form the transit center or transit-oriented development. Utsunomiya City aims to change from an auto-dependent sprawled city to a compact city where public transport network with LRT and buses play an important role. The first newly constructed LRT in Japan will be in service in 2023, 2 years from now. Utsunomiya is also well known for its active promotion of cycling. It hosts the Japan Cup Cycle Road Race. Since 1990, the highest ranking race in Asia equivalent to Tour de France. 100,000 spectators gather every October with more than 100 racers from around the world. Since 2010, we host criterium in the city center of Utsunomiya, the first in Japan. Bicycle usage is quite high among Utsunomiya citizens. However, the City Hall survey shows that the number of people currently engaged in health activity is low, except among the elderly. Half of the citizens in the age group between 20 to 50 are interested in health activities, but do nothing yet. Another half are not interested or indifferent to health. The big challenge is how to make these people start health improvement activities. Utsunomiya City started a new incentive program called Health Point System 3 years ago. Participants in daily health activities and improving the health condition can obtain health points. Those points acquired can be exchanged for bus ticket or gift certificate or used at stores. Since Utsunomiya is a cycle city, participants can get health points both by walking and by cycling. To measure the number of steps walked or distance covered by bicycle, one can download a smartphone app and register at the City Hall. This smartphone app measures the daily walking and cycling and convert them to health points to accumulate, like here. The health point program started in April 2018, 3 years ago. As you see, the number of participants continue to increase despite the COVID-19 crisis. Among them, male is 40% and female is 60%. The age group shows an interesting findings. Almost 60% of the participants are between 30 to 50 years old. These are the groups. Age group shows interest in health, but have not engaged in exercise before. To summarize the Health Point program results after 3 years, more than 24,000 people, citizens, participated, with the largest group in the middle age. The average walking amount increased by 2,000 steps a day, or 50% more from the start of the program. And as a result, more than 70% of participants improved their body mass index. For the city whole, improving citizen health conditions result in reducing the city's medical budget. Health improvement initiatives, such as the Health Point system, are beginning to spread throughout Japan. Increasing healthy elderlies curb the increase of medical costs, which is one of the primary objectives of SWC, the Smart Wellness City. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Koke. Apologies, there's a little bit of noise in the background here if people can hear that. So I'm going to move really quickly on to our final speaker, and then we've got some questions. Richard, if you could share your presentation with us.
Okay, surely do. Okay, as you can see in the screen right now, hello everyone, my name is Richard Vince. I'm from Indonesia, from an organization called Koalisi Pejalan Kaki, and here's my presentation called KOPEKA App, a crowdsourcing approach to better walkable city. So we're going to talk about three things. We're going to talk about the background problem, and then we're going to talk about the idea and the solution, and we're going to talk about future improvements. So the problem is, according to World Health Organization, back in 2013, more than 270,000 pedestrians die every year globally because of traffic accidents. This accounts for 22% of all traffic accidents. Although the number is not, the more detailed number is not far more than motorized 2 3-wheelers or car occupants, but the number of pedestrians died each year globally is quite disturbing, because the pedestrian is often the victim of the traffic accident, is not the actor of the accident itself. And it's happened in low-income country, in the middle-income country, and high-income country as well. So it happens everywhere. So how about here in Indonesia? In Indonesia, pedestrians account for 16% of all death by traffic accident back in 2016. We haven't got the latest data yet from 2020, but personally, for me, the number will be quite similar to this. Although it's far lesser number than riders of 2 to 3-wheelers, as you can see in the screen, with 74%, pedestrians are mostly the victims of crash, hit and run, or poor pedestrian facilities. I'm a firm believer that picture speaks louder than words. So here's the condition of pedestrian facilities back here in Indonesia. So you can see that the number will make sense if you see how is the condition here in Indonesia. For those who may ask, do you have any rules and regulation to solve this? Sure we can. Sure we do. There's a national regulation that regulate this, that said that every person who drives a motorized vehicle on the road must prioritize the safety of pedestrians and cyclists. So we're kind of a big deal here, and we have to be prioritized. And also pedestrians are entitled for the availability of supporting facilities in the form of sidewalks, crossing, and other facilities. But the existence of the facilities and the existence of regulation doesn't mean the existence of the obedience, and also the conformity of the people. As you can see in this image, the sidewalk here in Indonesia usually used as a parking spot, and the zebra cross here in Indonesia usually used as I guess as an ornament in the city. We don't really use it to cross the street because as you can see, it's quite difficult to cross the street or to walk safely here in Indonesia, especially in Jakarta. So there are several images we gather throughout the country and to show you everyone that this is the real condition back in Indonesia. So we have three problems. We have three problem statements. The first one is this is everywhere. So the problem occurs is in most countries, both in low, middle, and income countries. And also the problem is long term. So how can we facilitate people to walk safer? And maybe the main reason is the lack of information. Maybe government want to help, maybe everyone wants to help, but they don't know what to do, where to do it, on when to do it. So how can we inform them about this condition? So our proposed idea is to build an app and a dashboard to gather the data about the poor facilities of pedestrian. So the app consists of three features. The first one is the form, so that you can select the category, select the subcategory, and then the app will detect your location automatically and then send it to the server, and then you can attach the image. The second feature is the report itself, so you can see chronologically the report, and you can see more detailed report on where is it, who reported, what is the category, etc., etc. For those who want a more high-level approach or more bird-eye view approach, we also built a dashboard that you can explore publicly. So this is the public data, so everyone can see it anywhere, anytime. So you can see the report, you can see who reported, you can see the location, you can see the intensity, you can see the category, so that people can use this data to talk about their government or everyone about the condition and how we can fix this. Okay. Because we are quite a visionary, we already talk about future improvement on how to make the application better, and we describe it as 3 steps plan. So, and how to make it faster so that we can help more people. So we can allow the user to just take a picture and then go, and also give them a real-time notification, so we can assist them in walking more safer in the street. And also we intend to power the application by machine learning. So we develop a machine learning model to categorize the image so that we can just take a picture and then continue walking without filling too much detail on the form. And the third one is we are going to build a more robust dashboard so everyone can see more detailed report. Okay, so we are already building the prototype of the real-time notification. So the idea is wherever you walk, you have to open the app and then lock your phone and then keep your phone in your pocket, and using your headset while walking will give you a real-time notification wherever around you may be a danger for you. For example, if there's a broken sidewalk there or any violation of pedestrian facilities. So then using this, we can help disabled people, especially blind people, to walk more safer. So this is our initiative to make walking more inclusive here in Jakarta and probably all around the world as well. And we already building a more robust dashboard using heat map, so you can see the public data more detailed in several categories. So then the idea is you can use the data to talk about this to government, to tell everyone how serious the condition is. We are planning to release this application globally because we realize that not every country have this kind of application, so that they can use the data publicly, and we can fix this problem altogether. Who are we? We are Koalisi Pejalan Kaki or KOPEKA, and we are a proud member of IFP based in Indonesia. We are actively defense pedestrians' rights by teaming up with other NGO and also public. We are participates in urban planning and sustainability, especially in pedestrian facilities. And we have more than 17K followers on Twitter and 56K followers on Instagram. And for those who want to connect more with us, wants to ask more or wants to collaborate with us, let's connect. You can contact us on our email and our Twitter on the screen. I think that's it for me. It's 10 minutes for me. Thank you so much. Back to you, Jenny.
Great, thank you very much, Richard. Thank you to all of the speakers. They were really interesting presentations and quite a range. I liked how we got our way through into the more technology and the app-based, and from the tactical urbanism in the front. So very nicely flowing through. We have a couple of questions that have come through during this time. The first question, I'm wondering, Andre, if you could perhaps be the first person to give a response to this, and perhaps Trey as well, you may have some thoughts on this. So Andre, the question is, do people need to be reminded to walk with campaigns and messages only when the environment doesn't already invite them? So do people need to be reminded to walk with campaigns and messages only when the environment doesn't already invite them? So a little bit on that. What's the environment getting them to do? And do we need to keep reminding them? Do we need to have campaigns and messages if we've got the right environment? What do you think?
I think we have to do both continuously, actually. Like I said, it's during the pandemic, it was visible that people walked more. So and because they already had the space before, and they didn't use it that before their time. So I think there's a lot to be gained by keeping people aware that walking is a very good option to get your exercise. So I think we have to do both simultaneously and constantly.
Great, thank you. A little bit of reminder and a little bit of creating the physical setting. Trey, what do you think about that? Tactical urbanism.
Yeah, thank you. I would agree with Mr. DeWitt, but also at the same time, I think the whole school of thought of new urbanism, for example, or tactical urbanism, is that all across the world, we're trying to experiment if we can change the environment to be walker friendly. Would people walk more? Because so far from the 20th century and before, we've only been able to experience a city that was only mostly meant for automobiles. So I think it's definitely an interesting question, but I would lean on, I wouldn't say I have a definite answer, but I'm definitely curious to see whether just the physical remedies in the city itself could, if that alone would be enough to encourage people to walk or take other modes of transport rather than cars, for example. And yeah, I think that's definitely something I'm more curious to find out.
Great, I agree. It's a very good question for us to answer, and I'm curious about us as humans, and that way we create something for us that we think is going to solve the problems, and then we go and do our own things with it. So yes, we do need to, we're a curious creature and we need to be reminded. Do any of the other panelists have any comments on that one before I move on to the next question? Oh, okay, question number 2. This is actually for Dr. Al-Ansari. Someone was very curious with your presentation with the huge range of walking and all your walking groups that you have, and they're obviously thinking about the context of where this walking is taking place. So they've asked, how do they manage high temperatures during walking on the pavements and roads? So there's obviously someone who really feels those temperatures. How does that impact on the health promotion and getting people to walk more? And others may have some comments on this as well, but it was directed at you first of all, Dr. Al-Ansari.
Yes, we used to say to people, no excuses. We used to say, close the excuse box, break it and throw it away because you need walking for your health. At the same time, I have to say that 8 months in the year where Saudi Arabia weather is tolerable or great sometimes. The other thing is that we used to let people decide about the timing. Sometimes you can walk early in the morning, whether at that time throughout the year, the weather will be very nice, at least tolerable. You can walk later at night somewhere when the weather is still good. But I'd like to go back to the previous question to say about the environment and the excuses. We used to say that we as health promoters, we used to think about growing from the upstream. We used to work on grassroots. When those people, the majority of people, the whole population, everybody by word of mouth know about walking and the benefits, from down there to upstream, we can reach our voices to the decision makers and for those who are in charge of environment. That's why I used to utilize and invest a lot in awareness.
Yes, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Does anyone else want to comment on that? On the comment about the temperatures? Because we do have some other quite warm temperatures that people experience, and or less than. Yes, Trey.
Just from my personal experience, I was doing an internship in Dubai for 2 months a couple of years back, and our CEO took us out on a walk for about 2 hours one morning, and it was Dubai, so I think it was the same temperature as in Saudi Arabia. But the thing that got me most on that day was that I was walking in loafers, and that was more terrible than the heat itself. So during Al-Ansari's presentation, he also mentioned about the video about how to choose the proper shoes for walking. So I think it's definitely not a matter of temperature per se, but other factors would be more important, I would say.
I was wondering if you were going to mention that. Otherwise, I was going to say yes. You need to see the video there, and there is, that reminds me of a saying we had when I was living in the UK, where sometimes we'd say there's no such thing as bad weather. It's just the wrong clothing. So as long as we're dressed for it and we're ready for it, and if you go out and get wet in the rain, you can come home and get changed. So that's the other extreme moment. But a good point, and of course carrying water in those hot conditions. But I like that there's not that excuse, and that brings together those 2 points about the campaign messages and the environment. Is there any other? Yes, Andre, you want to comment on that?
Well, maybe something about heat problem. Sometimes walking also, sometimes you have to stand still, or maybe you want to enjoy the neighborhood, or sometimes you have to use public transport. So maybe, and sometimes you have a waiting time there. So I think that's something to keep in mind, that those particular places, also in Netherlands, the temperature in the summertime is going up. So we have to keep in mind to make that moment of rest or waiting time more pleasant. So we have to also make it cool as well. It's something we have, or maybe otherwise people want to change, change their way of traveling.
Yes, that's a really good point. I think that comes to that infrastructure thing that we were talking about before. If we get the environment right, then people will walk more. So if we've got the environment where we don't just expect people to get by and we want them to just walk no matter what, but we make it so that we've got shade and shelter for people so they can walk comfortably. From the station here in Wellington, we have a lot of pedestrian covering, which when it is quite a blustery and wet city at times is at the bottom of the North Island, but that makes it a little bit more pleasant and a lot of people walk. In fact, I've been told since I returned here that we've got the highest level of walking of any city in the Australasian area. So the Wellingtonians are very, very proud of that, and we are not necessarily known for the best weather. So we can certainly, if we have the infrastructure for people. Does anyone else have a comment or thought on that point? Okay, well, we're actually coming towards the end of the session, and I really want to thank everyone for sharing the learning that you have, the experiences that you have. I was fascinated to see that the range of things that are going on. Trey, I absolutely loved those seats. I am going to be sharing that tomorrow with colleagues in both at Wellington City Council and also at the transport agency where I work as well, and telling them about that and saying, you know, let's think about this. I worked with older people in a project in the UK, and I just thought moments like that where there's just that delightful point in there, the broken hearts and the what parts you love, very visible, very easy for people to just engage because they know what that means to them, and that's definitely very, very, very much about that walking environment. Dean of Walking, I'm never going to forget that you're the Dean of Walking. There's Dr. Ansari. Professor Kolke, I was really fascinated on the slide that you had about the older population and the preventable, and just how we can get that curve, you know, get that message across. It's so important in the health promotion of how we can show that this will actually help us with so many of our health measures. But it's such a challenge to get that message across and say, let's do it before we have the health needs. Yeah. But very, very supportive of that one.
Mm-hmm. Especially when like a country like Japan, which is increasing in the elderly population, so we have to make ourselves more healthy when we are getting older. But we have to start that from the age when people are still young. So yeah. We have the make it custom to do the exercise or walking is quite important, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. I think there's definitely an economic case, and we know that our decision makers do understand that, and it's coming closer and closer as we have a lot of aging countries and aging nations. And I just want to say, last of all, for our session at the end, it was just really nice, Richard, that how people are just sharing into that app, and you're get that really rich data about what people are experiencing, and seeing the images you had there and thinking of places that I have visited, and looking at those sites and those holes. There were holes. They were holes, weren't they? Right in the middle of the pavement with the lid completely open. It is not just in Indonesia. I've actually nearly fallen down a hole like that in New York, in Brooklyn, where that's how they put things in under the shop. So you just go past and there's this gigantic hole. There is a lot we need to do to keep doing. Yeah. We're coming to the close of our session. I want to thank everyone very much, and also to the people who have come along to listen. There's lots to learn here and lots of people to keep sharing with. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Well, thank you once again for that great discussion as well as the oral presentations. Well, to be frank, as a self-professed driver turned walker, or a recent walker, I do find it very intriguing on the various different health benefits that you had talked about. So thank you once again for that discussion. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take another short break for you to stretch and get some fresh air, and we will come back with our next following session. The following will be the oral presentation number 3 under the topic of walking and public transport, the benefits and impacts. Please do come back, and we'll see you in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is around 4 p.m. here in Korea, Seoul, but I believe that some of you may be just starting off your day, or some of you might even be getting ready for bed. I believe the perks of this kind of online virtual conference is that we can still manage these differences in time zones. And once again, on that note, thank you to all of our participants who are joining us during the odd hours of the day. And now moving on to the oral presentation 3. The subject is walking and public transport, benefits and impacts. This session will be chaired by Dr. Ben Rossiter, the Executive Officer of Victoria Walks in Australia. It's also a topic that I'm very much looking forward to, curious about what other cities around the world are doing. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Dr. Rossiter.
Thank you, and good afternoon and welcome. I'm talking to you from Melbourne, Australia, and I'm thrilled to be moderating this very important session, Walking in Public Transport. It's great to recognise how important they are to each other. Now, governments often put walking and cycling together as active transport. And if we look at walking and bike riding, they're both healthy and enjoyable and share a need for calmer and safer streets. But that's about it. They have very different infrastructure needs and they're mostly different people. But if you're thinking about a natural partner for walking, it's public transport. Good, frequent, reliable and safe public transport is a key component of walkable cities. Walking and public transport really are best friends, best mates. And in Melbourne, which is a car-dominated city, we know 94% of people get to buses and trains by walking. And 63% get from home to trains by walking, tram or bus. The average distance people walk to get to a train station is about 700 metres, and it's about 350 metres to trams and buses. About 10 years ago, we found that people who catch public transport to work get an average of 41 minutes of physical activity a day. Those who drive get only about 8 minutes. But it's fair to say, cities like Melbourne that have high level of walking to public transport, this has not occurred through good planning and investment, rather it's occurred despite a lack of it, because we plan our cities around cars. Imagine what could be achieved if we really invested in walkable cities that provided safe, interesting and direct walking routes to public transport. It would give us more options to move around our urban areas, connect with our communities, and live healthier, happier, more active and richer lives. Importantly, it would also increase the number of public transport passengers as well as the number of walking trips. Now to the speakers. Unfortunately, one of our scheduled speakers, Francisco Burgos, is not able to be with us today. The good news is that gives us more time for discussion. And for the session to be a success, we need you to get involved. Join in, ask questions. Let's talk about what is being done and what needs to be done. We have 3 fabulous speakers who will explore the benefits and opportunities of walking through work in Norway, Bangladesh and South Korea. Now, the full bios of the speakers are on the conference website, so I won't provide a lot of introduction. So the first speaker is Helge Hilmhuter, who is Associate Professor at the Norwegian University of Science and Technology. And I was very fortunate to hear Helge speak at Walk21 in Rotterdam, and it was one of my conference highlights. So it's great he's back here again because his work really is inspiring and shows how to better plan for walking and public transport. Welcome, Helge.
Thank you very much for this nice introduction, Ben. I jump straight to my presentation. I just have to do some clicks to share my screen. And now we are somewhere in the middle. I'm sorry about this. Okay. Walking in public transport, yes, that's the topic that you introduced, Ben. I'm doing research, but I also have worked many years in practice, and what I present here now today is based on lots of different research activities that we do here, but not only in Norway, it's also from Denmark. I've been quite a while in Switzerland and other countries. So this is rather general, and that's how I present it. And I have 3 points that I would talk through with you here today. Well, you said it actually already, Ben. So public transport users, are they pedestrians? I have just some figures for you. We did some research on this. Of course, one journey has 4 trips when we talk about public transport, at least 4 trips. So we start at home, we walk to the stop, then we stand there, we wait, we get on the bus, and then the bus does not arrive right where we want to go. So it stops at a stop. We have usually no business there, and then we have to walk again until we reach our office, until we reach the school, our home, and wherever we want to go. So any public transport journey has these at least 4 stages, and often we have to change, and it's getting even more complex. But you see already there's quite a lot of walking involved here. And we've investigated this in 12 cities, very different cities, and we see there's little variation, and it's kind of, on average, we find it's 94% people access public transport on foot. So there's little bike, there's nearly no car, and so walking obviously works quite well for public transport. And then we've looked on how much time do people use along the whole trip from door to door. And we see that 44% of the total travel time, people are on foot. So that's actually quite interesting to see that nearly half of a public transport journey is taking place on foot and not as a passenger in the wheels. And we've done something funny as well. We asked the people to report quite openly on their experience and memories from a public transport journey that they have done the day before. And what we find is that, sorry, the numbers are actually quite a bit wrong. We find that 69% of the memories that they report on derive from that time when they were pedestrians, and 31% of the time derives from the experiences when they actually sit on the public transport wheels. So the time that we spend walking along public transport journeys are very important for our memory of the total journey. That is very important. And when we look at these figures that I've just shown, we can very safely see, yes, a journey by public transport is also a journey on foot. Public transport users are pedestrians, definitely. Even though if we communicate that completely differently, we say public transport is public transport. This is not really true. There's quite a lot of walking involved. So when we do something good for walking, is that also good for public transport? There must be some relationship, and we've looked a bit closer to what is going on. What we see is that in pedestrian-oriented urban environments, people walk actually 70% longer distances to public transport stops. Well, that's quite substantial, and we were wondering, how does this come about? And when we look at this figure here, we see that the urban area, at least in a simplified manner, from where public transport stop is accessible, is tripling in size. So it's getting much, much bigger. Even though when we get to the details of the pedestrian network, there's a quite large increase of potential public transport users in good walking environments around stops. So the walking environment around stops has a big impact on the number or the potential users of public transport. So there's much that public transport can gain actually with providing good walking environments around stops. The question now is, how can we do that? How can we redeem this effect that I've just shown, that people actually walk longer to stops, and then we have much more potential public transport users? I show you 4 elements. The first one is we need walking environments that kind of create good emotions and where pedestrians perceive distances as short. This gets quite long into psychology and different things. I can't explain this really. 2 important elements are we need stimulated walking environments, and we need walking environments that pedestrians perceive as pleasant. I can't say much more about it, but the effect when we do that is we receive about 30% longer walking distances. So it's a quite substantial effect. The second is we need access to shops and services along these walking routes to stops or around stops. This is very practical to pedestrians because they don't have to lock a bike, they don't have to park a car, they can just hop into a shop, buy something, and suddenly you have everything you need for a lunch bag or for whatever you need to purchase. Along the way, with a public transport, along a public transport journey. So this is very helpful and useful to public transport users to have these possibilities along these walking trips. The third one is, we all know this, when we have to wait, when we cross a big street with a traffic light, that takes up time, and it's quite annoying to have to stop even when you are under time pressure. We have measured this effect. When you have to cross a large street, the waiting time takes up 10 to 15% of a 300-meter walk to a stop. The problem is this is an average, so that means for everybody you can get quite unlucky, and it takes you even double. It can take you 30%. You can stand there for 60 seconds. This can easily happen. And when you want to catch a bus on the other side of a road, you have a problem. You really have to leave the house earlier. So this takes up a lot of time. And the fourth element is good footpath networks and obstacle-free paths. There's a lot of research about footpath networks, and it's we understand how this works, and we can measure the effect. It's in between 10 to 25% that we can improve a bad pedestrian network to being a good pedestrian network by establishing missing links and so on. The other one, no obstacles on street. I find very little research on what these obstacles actually do in lengthening the walk that we have to do, and what we found is it's a quite substantial effect, is up to 20%. So there is quite a lot to get when we kind of design streets right. And when we look at only these 4 elements that I've just presented, and there are some more, but these are kind of the important ones, we see that the effect of 70% that I presented before is quite realistic, actually. When we count together all these figures, we're getting easily to 70%. And the important story behind this is all about urban planning, it's about urban design, it's about transport planning. It is very doable. There's no hocus pocus to it. So it's a relatively something that we do already today. So we don't need to wait until any technology comes up, or if somebody comes up with a new idea. It's all in place. We just need to do it right, and then we can actually manage this. So this is the important message that I would kind of provide today, that providing good access to public transport is absolutely doable. And when we look at it, supporting walking and public transport, we're getting more out of it, substantially more. We get a higher return from the high investments that we place in public transport. Public transport is not cheap, but we get much more out of it when we think public transport and walking together. So these investments are much more effective. And we have, of course, also a much more effective way to reduce car driving in our cities, because the whole public transport system works much better. And what we are basically doing is we do 2 things. We support walking and we support public transport when we look at the walking environments around public transport stop, around stations, and so on. And then when we understand the relationship between public transport and walking, we also can look differently at, on these transport figures that we usually have, these model splits figures that I've shown here for 3 cities, just as an example. We see Zurich in the middle. 67% of all trips in this city are made either on foot, or it requires to walk quite a bit, as Ben said in the start. So walking is substantially important in this city, but also in other cities. Copenhagen is known as a cycle city. There's lots of walking going on in the city. Of course it is, but usually these figures don't show that. So take a critical look at these figures that you have from your cities. Public transport requires to walk substantially, and when we have more research on that, when even driving by a car usually includes quite a lot of walking. It's just that the figures do not show it, and that has something to do how we collect data and how we understand data. This is what I had for today. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Helge. And I noticed you had I think an Australian image in there, a photo of an Australian street scene. It was classically Australian because there was a whole bunch of pedestrians or walkers waiting at a traffic light to cross. So, which is unfortunate, resonated with me, unfortunately, that having to wait. Anyhow, thank you for that. To our next speaker, we have Shaila Islam, is Assistant Professor at Dhaka University of Engineering and technology in Bangladesh. She will speak on walkability and perceived obstructions in Dhaka, and she'll challenge us to think more broadly about walkability that embraces life and activity on the streets. Over to you, Shaila.
Hello, everyone. I'm just sharing my slides. Okay. Good day, everyone. It's me, Shaila, and today I'm going to present the walkable condition and the obstruction of Dhaka city. Mainly, I will focus the pedestrian obstruction, and this is part of my master's thesis. So yeah, I'm gonna show you some of the findings of this thesis, and this is my first presentation in Walk, so I'm nice to be here. Okay, let's start the presentation. Bangladesh is a small South Asian country, and Dhaka is the capital of Bangladesh and also the largest city and economic, political, and cultural center of Bangladesh. And the map shows actually how unevenly population is distributed throughout the country. I mean, you can see this, Dhaka's density is 47,000 people per square kilometer, which makes this city the world's most densely populated city. So this is the condition of Dhaka, and this is the everyday scenario, and we have the flood of cars, and we don't have any public transport yet. So I mean, this traffic actually making this scenario more worse day by day. So our traffic speed is average 8 km per hour, which is slightly higher than the walking speed. And 5 million working hour actually damaged every day. And 4 billion working yearly congestion cost is 4 billion. So this is very unaffordable for us, like a country like Bangladesh. So in this situation, government has a plan to make some public transport. So 3 BRT and 3 MRT is under construction, and they will be happening in 30 years. So next 30 years. So this is the scenario, and you will find interesting mode share. If you see Dhaka's 20% of the mode share actually happen on walk. So by foot 20% happen, and another around 40% trip happen on rickshaw, which is a non-motorized mode of transportation. So actually you will find non-motorized, I mean 60% of the transportation is happening in Dhaka with non-motorized way. That is a very good thing. But unfortunately 5% car owner actually occupy the 95% of the roads of the Dhaka city. So this is very unequal and uneven distribution of infrastructure and space and use as well. If you see the pedestrian condition of Dhaka, so you will find 60% of the roads of the Dhaka is no footpaths. And even if it has footpaths, 40% of the footpaths are actually occupied by different vendors or informal economic activities. So this is really very hard to walk actually in the pedestrian, and we don't have any dedicated bicycle way. That is another limitation, and not even any dedicated lane for the rickshaw, the non-motorized way. So this makes our pedestrian and road very unsafe. So this is the everyday scenario you will find. Then when the pedestrian is occupied by the informal economic activities and people needs to come down to the street for moving, and they have to move parallelly to the moving vehicles. So this is everyday's pedestrian scenario. Again, there's the silver lining, but if you see this in Dhaka, 21 million day trip happen each day. Among them, 8 million happen within 2 kilometers. That is very much reachable by walk and by cycling. And 60% trips happen within 5 kilometers. This is also very reachable by cycle or e-bike. But we don't have right now this kind of facilities. So in this situation, like Our first MRT line, which is line 6, will be happen, and it will go through the center of the city, connecting all the major important building connection and infrastructure. So this is going to be a very important line, and it will be it is now in construction. So hopefully in 2020 it will be complete. So this is a current scenario. I mean, this is 2018 photo. I took this one, and you'll see a bunch of car parking in the road. These are basically illegal parking. I mean, I'm saying this is illegal because there is no legal authorization to park their car here. But this is actually happening because there are lack of parking facilities, and this is the line. And another line, you will find a lot of umbrella, there are a lot of extension shade from the build form. You will find this is basically our pedestrian, which is occupied by the informal economic activities. This is that line. And the transport, the public transport that actually happen on the elevated one. So here the public transport will happen. And there will be huge line, and all the exit and entry of this station will be on the pedestrian. So it will make the pressure very higher after completing this station. So my main objective of this research is to find out the current obstruction scenario of the pedestrian, and understand the matrix between this obstruction or these informal economic activities, so that when we actually want to make some policy or design solutions, authority can make it in their concern. So this is kind of a my area choice, that why I picked this kind of station area, because government has a plan to make TODs in this station area. So I picked 5 station area, the most complicated one. If you see the Dhaka's land use, you will find mostly these are mixed use. So I choose 3 commercial dominating mixed land use and 2 residential dominating mixed land use, so that we can get the comprehensive findings. And I made the field survey, and I use GPS and also making videos. This is kind of a clip of my survey. So I actually go through the street of the 500-meter radius of the station area, each street, making video, making points of all the vendors and illegal or informal economic activities like parking, food vendors, apparel vendors, like this, and make our survey. And this is a scenario of how the survey has been done. And then next, then I put this in the GIS and software and make it analysis. So this is, you'll find the residential dominating mixed land use and commercial dominating mixed land use, and you'll find the undefined a lot of obstruction on pedestrian and surrounding the pedestrian. You'll see this animation. So this kind of points has been come out from my research or survey. And then you will find that in the commercial dominating zone, there will be more obstruction than the residential. And you will find like this kind of activity 500 times. So in this CBD area or commercial zone. And my research was not actually define this obstruction. I actually want to try to understand the relation in between, why these are happening in certain location and what is the reason. So I find that the most of the non-motorized vehicle, I mean the rickshaw, are actually stand in the road intersection. Sometimes where when the bus actually stops, because people use non-motorized vehicle as their last mile travel, or first mile travel. So that's why they actually rest there in the intersections. And the educational institute plays an important role on a non-motorized vehicle, because most of the schools are actually in the neighborhood scale. So people use the non-motorized vehicle, rickshaw, as a mode of transport to go a very short distance. And another thing is, when you find a lot of non-motorized vehicle, you'll definitely find a lot of food cart there, because there are relationship with them. Generally, non-motorized vehicles people are need to rest or need to eat something a certain time interval, and they have to wait for the passenger. So when they're waiting for the passenger and they want to eat something, so the food cart is generally appearing on that location. So there's a relationship also. And you'll find that there's some maintenance issue as well, because you'll find the big blocks there, they're basically governmental property and less maintained. So their boundary walls and their periphery is actually used as a display of their informal economic activities, shops or vendors. So these actually encourage them to be there. And another thing is like motorized vehicle. In case of motorized vehicle, you will find the most arterial roads are occupied by motorized vehicle, because they are easy to park and easy to go. And also there are a lot of people moving on the main street, so the surveillance is very high. So people use their car on that way. And another thing is, on the secondary road, people find that the service related, the maintenance related vehicles and other services are actually happening on the secondary roads and the backside of the roads. So these are the reason that why this kind of pedestrian activity and obstruction is happening, because my intention is to actually understand the I try to say that in the context of Dhaka, both informal and formal economic activities are working as a single loop. Additionally, pedestrian based hawker, which I'm calling sometimes illegal or informal economic activities, but they are actually serving essential services to our low income group of people, and definitely provide safety and richness of the street. So therefore, people associated with this thing should not say this illegal or lawbreaker. Instead, we should make our street and roads in a design as the same manner that can allow informal economic activities without disrupting the main purpose of pedestrian. So that is my actually say, and with this I want to conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Shah. It might be your first presentation at a conference on walking, but I'm sure it won't be your last. I found that really interesting. And if I heard you correctly, that 5% of the mode share cars have 95% of the space is just really quite astounding, and I think illustrates the challenges that you're facing. Anyhow, our next speaker is Seong Kook Woo, who's the Team Director from the Department of Road Traffic Operation and Pedestrian Mobility Research at the Korea Transport Institute. And I'll say we were chatting before we came on, and he told me that he has a team working with him. And I thought that's more than what we have in our Victorian transport agencies, where we don't have one pedestrian expert, and he has a team. So fantastic career. Anyhow, he will be looking at data and research that quantifies walking health benefits in transport planning, and he'll outline how to apply the walking health benefits to the Metro project feasibility study. So Seong Kook, over to you.
Thank you, Ben. Let me share my presentation material. Can you see?
Yes, we can. It's a bit small, but we can see it, yes.
Okay.
I think just proceed.
Is it good?
Yes, I think that's okay.
Uh-huh. I'm Seung-guk Woo, working for Korea Transport Institute, which is a government research agency to support Ministry of Transport and Ministry of Safety. The topic I'm going to present today is health benefit from walking, and we applied that benefit to a feasibility study for a metro project. Let me talk about a brief background. Current transport investment feasibility analysis methodology in Korea does not consider health benefits from walking to metro station. As Helge mentioned in his presentation, you must walk to metro station to take the train. So this is very essential part of public transport, but that benefit is not yet considered in our system. So I'm going to show the how to calculate the benefit and why it is important in public transport project. So let me talk about the previous studies first. There are many studies talking about the relationship between walking and health. If you walk, you can reduce body fat, you can decrease hypertension, and you can decrease the probability of getting diabetes and many diseases. And the researcher Song and et al., they found that medical expense decrease by the walking time, the regular walking time you take every day. And in the Han and Zhang study, they found the benefits from mortality rate decrease with the cycling. And also they found that benefits from a decreasing number of off days from a health problem. Also from Harvard Men's Health Watch, they estimated 22% of mortality rate decrease with 9-mile walking per week. And Warburton et al. Found that if you walk or take regular physical activities, the cardiovascular disease can be decreased by 33%, and diabetes decreased by 29%. And there are many other studies showing the similar result. So let me talk about the factors we considered in this study. This is the condition. We consider only commuters and students using urban metro 5 days a week. And we consider 3 benefit terms: decreasing mortality rate, reducing medical expense, and decreasing off days due to illness. To estimate the benefits from decreased mortality rate, we use the methodology from Han and Zhang, and mortality rate comes from National Statistical Office, and decreasing mortality rate is from Harvard Men's Health Watch. And social cost from mortality is this number from Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, and Transport. And this is parameters to estimate benefits from reduced medical expense. Decreasing rate of attack with the walking for metro ride is 33%. I already mentioned in the previous slide in cardiovascular disease, 29% for diabetes. And this percentage applied to average medical expense. The Korean National Health Insurance pays like 57% of your payment for cardiovascular disease and 66% payment for diabetes. So if we reduce the overall medical expense, we can save the government funding. Let me show how we calculate the benefits from decreased illness or off days. Decreasing off day is 60%. This percentage from WHO research. And average off day in Korea is 0.69 day per year. I think this is very small because Koreans are hardworking. And the social cost from off day is calculated from the value of time with this number. Let me see statistics on the walking access to metro. Share walk mode to metro is 66% in Korea. Bus is also 27%, but you can imagine to take bus, you walk a little bit, but I only consider the walking access to metro station. And proportion of commuters, students using metro to the total ridership. In Seoul, it is 36%. In most metropolitan areas in Korea, it's around 30%. And this is average walking access egress distance to metro station. There are many studies. The average number is like a 500 to 600 meter. So you have 4 walking access or egress to take a metro. So per day, you walk 2 to 2.4 kilometers per day. And also you walk 200 some meters in a transport station. So if you're summing up all these numbers, per day you walk 2.4 to 2.8 kilometers. And if you convert this number to walking time, you have 3 to 4 hours per week for walking. So this is pretty much long time of walking, and it is sufficient to generate health benefit. So let me show how to estimate the health benefit from metro project. Step 1 is forecasting the demand. Step 2 is applying ratio of 3 purpose and walking access ratio. Step 3 is estimate benefits using many parameters I already mentioned. Let me skip these ugly equations. So I applied this methodology and many parameters to a case study of Gijang line, which is extension of Busan Metro Line 4. It is still under planning, not constructed yet, because in the pre-feasibility study, the benefit cost ratio is too low. So when I applied to methodology to the existing case feasibility study, I found that the walking health benefit for one person per year is 850,000 Korean won. And so this is a kind of summarizing table. You see there are 6 benefit terms in this table: travel time saving, vehicle operation cost, traffic accidents reduction, environmental cost, parking cost, and health benefit. So in our conventional feasibility study, we have only 5 benefit terms, and we add 1 more health benefit. And the walking health benefit is 8% of total benefit. And without the health benefit, the benefit cost ratio is 0.46, and with health benefit, 0.5. It looks very small, but I don't think it's small because the health benefit is 8% of total benefit. Let me conclude with this last slide. we only considered commuters and students, but if we consider more riders, more frequent riders, the benefit becomes higher. And also we consider only vascular disease and diabetes, but in many studies mentioned the benefit comes from reduction of cancer, hypertension, many other diseases. So if we develop health benefit terms for feasibility analysis for metro project, we can make the metro project more attractive. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Seong Kook. That was wonderful, and I was caught a little bit thinking the amount of walking that people are doing in Seoul explains why they're healthier and don't have days off. And then the other side, I'm thinking they should have more days off. So I'm caught between.
I think so. I think so.
Yeah, I think so. In Australia, we have the session, a term called chucking a sickie, which means having a sick day off when you're not really sick. And it sounds like maybe Koreans need to chuck a sickie a bit more and have a few days off. But that's very interesting to see that. We might just move to the question time with the panelists, and please put your questions in the chat. We'd love to have some really good ones coming through, and I'll start with the first one, which is to Helga, which is a question which I've wondered about. I think it's a very good question. Does shared space help to enhance walking?
Well, yeah, there's a quite a big discussion around shared space, at least here in Scandinavia, going on, and also I noticed it in the UK. I mean, shared space is where you do have to have your cars in, and where you do not have to have enough space to really provide sufficient space for cars separately from pedestrians and so on. But shared space is kind of it's something that we do, and we simply have no other possibilities, I think. It looks funny, and in residential streets, shared space can work quite well, where you don't have too many cars and so on, and there are enough pedestrians walking. If you do shared space where you don't have enough pedestrians, cars usually just drive, and they drive faster than they are allowed. Often we have an example here in Oslo, and we have lots of other examples where we see it does not work. So there are quite a lot of questions still to be asked around shared space, but it can help in situations where you simply have no other option. But it's not the optimal. So it's much more safe. It's much more easy when you simply take the cars out where you need the space for pedestrians and push cars back. They can park somewhere else, and then people can walk from their cars, for example, to the stations, whatever you have. So it's not something that we kind of do because we think it's working so well. It's something that we do because we need to, and we don't have another option.
That's a good answer. I like the way you answered that. It resonated with me. A question for Shaila. Such a vibrant street life in Dhaka. What are the solutions to improve the short walk trips?
Actually, in my perspective, it's better to provide walking facility like free pedestrian, more pedestrian space for walking. And also cycling. I mean, in pandemic, when the car was getting down, and the lot of people actually started biking, because in the general time it's very difficult to bike in this situation. You see this, there are a lot of people and a lot of cars parallelly moving, so people don't use bike on that time. So I think providing a better pedestrian space and also biking facility can really improve this situation.
I'm interested, I like the way you're sort of saying for the vendors and the hawkers, they're really a really integral part of the urban fabric. Is there a separate space for them and walking, or how do they mix? What do you think would be an ideal? Obviously more space, I think, for walking and for both, but is there a shared element with there or separating? What do you think?
Actually, I mean, each and every space of Dhaka city is very much valuable. So even they are not allowed to sit there because in the pedestrian, there are a lot of people moving. So there are a lot of potential to buy and sell their products. So they eventually come to that point. We don't have any space for these pedestrian vendors or other things. Actually, they know that if people move on that street, so their product will be sold out. So that's why they choose to sit on specific locations. And as we don't have enough space in our city right now, but so it's kind of a difficult situation that how we can accommodate this huge amount of economic activity, informal economic activity, because they don't have any formal license as well. I mean, this is informal way of buying and selling. So somehow we need to manage this huge amount of economic activity and certain regulation and make a proposal how to integrate this with either the built environment, either the pedestrian space, or alongside the road, or I mean, how should we relocate and rearrange them in the fabric?
Is that in Seoul? I haven't been to Seoul, Seon Cook. Is that something in Seoul which is relevant to Seoul as well, or is that a bit different?
We have informal vendors, street vendors in Seoul, in many older cities, and they have a kind of license from city. And I want to mention one thing about my city, Sejong. Do you know Sejong, city of Sejong? This is a new capital, the government city. It's only like 10 years old, and street vending is strictly prohibited in this city. So this is kind of extremely opposite case of Dhaka, and I don't think this city is attractive. Our street is kind of empty. So there are many people, but we don't have any, attractive food, street food, or any, some retailers that makes city visitable. But we don't have any in the city of Sejong. Maybe the government think this is a government city, so they want to make it clean and neat. But I think city should be like city.
Yeah. And I was thinking for Helga, obviously, that makes, I'm assuming it makes, it might be a busy city, but a more interesting city that would make a walking trip more pleasant. Or what, do you have thoughts?
Well, yes, it always depends a bit on why you walk. If you're in a hurry, you would probably appreciate to have space, not to have to take care of many obstacles and so on. If you do walk, getting out for break in your lunch break or something, that is absolutely true. I mean, it's not about, then walking is not transport. It's about kind of taking place in things that happen, and you want to have that things happen because that makes walking interesting. It's actually, as Sun Cook said, that makes it interesting. And what does not work for walking is if we kind of build highways for pedestrians. Those would not work neither for walking. If we walk for transport, like getting to a public transport stop, but getting to a station, we do not need these walking highways. That's nonsense. We need, and pedestrians need environments that are stimulating, that are interesting, that make them feel getting forward, that are attractive, and that have these sensory cues that we can catch up things with our eyes and so on. Even if we want to walk fast and get forward, these such environments are important and help support walking and make it more attractive. It's kind of like when we've started in Europe building highways, driving with cars getting so bored, they get all these car radios. You need something like this for walking as well. And walking is an outdoor mobility, so you need good walking environments in cities, and we can provide it if we are aware of it.
Thanks. I better be a good moderator and pay attention to the questions in the chat, because I do have some other questions in my mind. But the gains are in health and costs. The gains in health, the costs are to transport. Is this the problem, stopping our cities being efficient for walking? Different departments spending and saving. I'm not quite sure what's been asked there, but Held, you're nodding your head, so I'm going to throw to you first, but maybe then to Seong Kook. Do you have a response, Hel?
Pardon me?
Maybe I was going to see if Hel was going to respond first, but Seong Kook, mate, would you like to respond to that?
Could you say again?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Maybe I'll pass. I'm not quite following that question someone's written there, so we'll come back to that question. Sharla, in Dhaka, wouldn't it be possible to start a pilot testing in a main street to reserve a lane for selling, similar to a parking lane, which would separate the sidewalk from the road?
Actually, there's one pilot project actually started, but this is very very short, just like 200 meter or something like that. So they are making this. So from intersection to intersection, they are planning to make a bicycle way. But there, the pedestrian and the walking, the car width. So the road width is also very big. So on that location, they managed to put this kind of bicycle way. But if you see the average pedestrian width of Dhaka, we'll find hardly 1 to 3 meter width of the pedestrian. So this is really very hard, and buildings are actually on the edge of the pedestrian. So there's no space in between, like green space or other space, buffer space. So this is really very difficult because our city is very dense and compact already. So there could be an option like redevelopment could be an option when the station is happening. If this kind of station happen, so redevelopment alongside the station could be an option to make a better, I think the better environment at the station area, at least better than now.
Thank you. A question for Seong Kook. Are you able to factor in some of the, say, mental health benefits as well as the physical health benefits, if social cohesion, connecting while walking? Have they been able to factor in or not?
You mean the other benefit from walking, like
yeah.
mental disorder, many other diseases?
Well, the positive benefits, we know that walking is good for mental health. It's not just physical health, but mental health.
I only considered the cardiovascular and the diabetes because only they are commonly mentioned in previous studies, and I can get the specific numbers. There are many studies mentioning the by walking you can reduce the risk of catching many diseases, but in this study I included only 2 because they have numbers. That's kind of limitation of my study.
Makes sense. A question for Helga. While many go through shops or public space, many of the pedestrian access to public transport in Hong Kong are like highways. Do you think sometimes they actually give needed priorities? I did, while you were talking, I did think about superhighways. I remember walking around Hong Kong, and I must admit, I didn't feel a lot of them were very pleasant for that reason. So do you have thoughts on that?
Well, yeah, it always depends a bit. So I know actually Hong Kong, and I've been walking there. It's quite a while ago. I've been working in Asia, and I've been often in Hong Kong as well. It depends. If you walk through a long underground tunnel, and the underground in Hong Kong is very good actually, and has quite a lot of pedestrian tunnels and so on to connect everything. And we find that in all big cities, kind of these systems where you simply have to get from A to B, and there's no chance to take a bike or ask people to even drive or something. We have to walk always. And then sometimes you have these tunnels, these sections where you just have to, even in an underground situation where you have to get from A to B. Well, I don't think they are really attractive, but but there are, I see that airports, for example, they kind of start to kind of do illustrations. They kind of design these environments. They try to make them attractive with light installations and so on. There are a lot of possibilities that I don't think we have really in a big extent thought of such possibilities so far. What happens probably is people take out their phones, they look on their phones, and when you have an unobstructed path in front of you, you can actually read something or doing things like this, or even at least listen to music or something. So a lot of possibilities to entertain yourself and self, and not making the walk boring. But if you don't do that and you're walking in a tunnel, that is boring simply. I'm pretty sure. So walking on a sidewalk where things happen, where you have shops and so on, is always more interesting, I think. And when you have enough space, you can walk fast enough to get trains and so on. That usually works. I mean, not everywhere, but when you have enough space for walking, these kind of urban environments where you have things happening around are always more attractive for walking, even if you just walk to get from A to B. But sometimes that's just not possible.
Yep. Charlotte, you mentioned, I think there was an elevated line to come into Dhaka is going to be planned and coming in. I was wondering about now that was a public transport, rapid bus, I think, or rapid train, but public transport. What impact is that going to have on the walking environments below? Is it going to enhance, or is it going to make it not very nice on the street space because there's an elevated line above? What do you think it'll be like?
I have seen, I have seen the design of the elevated station, but unfortunately the elevated station, because actually the city is already very developed, and there's easy way and non-expensive way to make this thing elevated. So they are actually doing the same. And as they don't have any preparation with the land, so that's why they actually put all the entry, exit, escalator, lifts, all the supportive columns and supports on the pedestrian. So after completing this station, the pedestrian will be more vulnerable. There will be a lot of columns and supports will be on the street, and when the station will complete, there will be more people. So when there will be more people, there will be more chance to get and sell their products. So they will be around the entry and exit point more oftenly. So my understanding and my thinking is it's need to be actually solved somehow, or like we don't have any, unfortunately we don't have any plan right now. Our government or our city has any plan right now, but this is going to be happen in future. This is a real big challenge. And the pedestrian will be, and pedestrian walkability will be more vulnerable, because even if they use the escalator or the lift, sometimes the width of the road is pedestrian is very narrow, so you can't move your wheelchair or your like wheelchair. So shopping cart. So you cannot move this on the pedestrian.
doesn't sound too good. This is a question, I think, for everyone in the panel. It's a pretty good question. If the benefits identified are for health, but transport has to pay for the measures, is this the problem stopping our cities being, cities being efficient for walking, a mismatch between the budgets and the benefits? So one department's paying for the money, but another department or agency gets the benefits. Do you think, is that one of our problems? Seong Cook, do you want to start with that?
Yeah, the benefit for different departments, maybe the benefit is not fairly enjoyed. So, but I think the walking benefit, I only calculate in numbers, but the numbers can be much larger because every people using metro station should walk and that their body gets healthier. Very difficult question, but for in terms of governance of the city or central government, they may not identify this benefit as their supporting data to make budget. As you see in my presentation, the calculation is very much complicated. So we must persuade the decision makers to spend money for public transport, and this walking benefit is kind of additional weapon to persuade, but it's very much complicated. I think that's that might be a good reason this benefit is not in our feasibility analysis system, but I hope someday this should be in our feasibility test system.
It should. It definitely should, I would say.
So how the original question, do you think that that's one of our challenges is, health and transport to pay? Yeah.
Yeah, I would say very clearly. And we see that in not only in terms of costs, but kind of that we have separated departments in cities that are responsible for only part of it, for one part of the whole business in cities that is generally recognized as a problem. It creates lots of difficulties, and this is one very interesting part that is important, I think, to get over. And I just try to kind of convert the currency of these figures that you named, Senkok, here. I come up to kind of $5,800 per year per person who is using public transport. That was the health benefits. I'm not quite sure if I'm completely off, but the costs that are related to to these health benefits are quite substantial. The problem is that they are often generalized. It's kind of they are spread over the public, they are not made visible and so on, while the costs for building infrastructure are of course discussed and so on. I think the problem is that in transport, we always look at cost benefits are kind of traditionally related to time that we spend for traveling. And then often the car wins because it is kind of the fastest, because we have the best infrastructure for that, obviously. So, but looking at it from different angles and calculating different costs and including that into the calculation, I think makes absolutely sense, because that's what it is. Because everything else is kind of a theoretical perspective. Health is important. Transport is related to health, and there are a lot of costs related to transport from the health perspective, and we should, of course, calculate that in.
Yeah, mate,
can I add one more?
Yeah, please.
The cost calculation is relatively easier because you have capital cost and your maintenance cost, but benefit calculation is much more difficult than cost calculation.
I mean, some of the other probably savings is infrastructure savings, that building for walking is cheaper than building for vehicles, decongestion that cities save to individuals, but also individual operating costs. All these costs put together as to why investing in walking makes very good economic sense. So I think we have to get it's hard because, I mean, how we can bring all this together to put up a stronger argument for the economic benefits for walking. A question here, public transport operators are slowly recognising the value of investment in walkable catchments. Sydney's new metro, for example, has done this, but many don't. I think even Melbourne, my town, has failed to do this effectively. Your work, Ben, highlighted this lost opportunity. Thank you. What more can we do to shift investment to include catchments? Which is a really good point to think about. If we're having all this walking to public transport, the benefits to all the catchments. So, Hel, do you have a thought about that one?
Yeah, I mean, the problem that I see often, I meet a lot of city administrations. I work quite a lot with Copenhagen on this topic and so on how to kind of improve access to public transport, how to use your money that you have perhaps for walking strategy. I always say, well, focus around the public transport stop. That's a good place to start, at least. The problem often is that the public transport companies, it's not in their responsibility and it's not in their profession often. And very often they are not interested in that then because of that either. They don't have funds for that and so on. So I think the key is really to kind of get together. So the walking environment is, of course, often under the responsibility of city administrations. They are responsible for the street spaces, the streetscape, and so on. They need to work closer together. That shouldn't be difficult because a public transport company is usually not a company that can just do their business everywhere. They are located, they are bound to a city, that's their place, that's their part of the business. And working together with city councils and those who have responsibilities and funds to kind of build proper pedestrian environment is the key to that. So I think that should be possible, but it's not done. And in many cities yet, we see it here in Scandinavia, and it's getting more and more into the strategies, the transport strategies, cities writing this into their strategies, but kind of getting really onto it and making public transport operators and public transport agencies interested in walking and kind of that they see that and see the value of this. This is an important part of the work, I think, but these figures that we've shown here today, I think that they help.
Yeah, I think so. We don't do, well, I think some cities have started it, but not countries or states, but integrated transport strategies where it's a jigsaw puzzle. And if you miss one bit of the jigsaw puzzle, it just doesn't work. And I think, hope that a lot of local authorities are doing it, but as you rightly point out, they're the ones responsible for the footpath network, the walking network. And I think sometimes the public transport operators or state agencies or city, the big city, is only interested in getting the trains or the trams to buses to run on time. So, but not failing to deal with those bigger issues. Yeah, I agree. Did other speakers wanted to comment that or have another question? Okay, for Shaila, a question to you. Obviously, it's a very complex situation you're facing in Dhaka. Just wondering, if we were to give walkers the space they should have, the space they deserve, and to make a livable city, where is the biggest opposition from? Is it from political leaders, business, motor industry? What are the challenges, which I imagine would be quite big? So where are the biggest oppositions for you?
I think we have lack of collaboration with the different governmental entities. I think this is the main problem. If that happened smoothly, I think the 80% problem will be solved, because the first thing is maybe you need more space for the pedestrian, but the authority is not allowed to widen their pedestrian, and also the road authority is different, so they will say, no, this is our area and we have a lot of service lines underneath this, so we will not allow this. And public transport, transport authority like bus or other things, they have a huge syndicate, so they actually run on their way, how they will get profited, because 2 kilometers is nothing actually. if you ensure the pedestrian more or like cycleway enough, then it will be good enough to move around the city. But the situation they are making is that you have to go for a car or you have to go for a bus. There is no other option. So I think, I mean, the collaboration between these authorities is a very low. So that's why this problem is happening, and no one is actually sacrificing, and no one is actually have the goodwill to solve this problem. And this is the thing, I think.
Maybe a question for Helge, or Helge, sorry, mispronounced your name. Thinking about, are there cities you think which are starting to try and address the issues that you think need to be done in, like, you know, the walking networks? Are there cities you think are really, you know, are looking at it a bit more holistically, or not?
Well, I do not know of many cities that have actually started doing something. They're certainly there. I'm pretty sure, but I simply do not know about it. But what I can tell a little story from Copenhagen, where I've visited Copenhagen quite a lot in this context, and we discussed with the public transport company and with the city council on how we can do that, and there are a lot of interest and so on. There were what we started there being concrete by simply looking at these elements that I've presented in my presentations and we analyzed public transport stops according to these elements. So what can we do there? So we say, okay, this and that we can't do, but we can improve this, we can establish a missing link, and so on. So there are a lot of things that you can actually do. And sometimes even in a very simple manner, like these ideas around tactical urbanism are not very new anymore. So there are a lot of things that you can do pretty quick and simple and cheap to test and start. This is what we are planning there right now, but kind of actually getting money to it and starting doing it is still complex, I think, in for the context of the city of Copenhagen and probably for every city, because it's so unusual to kind of really have dedicated budgets for such walking infrastructure. It's usually integrated in some funds for road building. It's in some other things, but really getting on it as you have a budget to build a bridge for cars or something. This is still unusual, so in my experience. So kind of thinking of when you build a new public transport infrastructure, kind of dedicating money to do these improvements would probably be a good path to it, and not because right now what we see mostly in cities is public transport is planned in the dimensions that you need for the driving vehicles, right? So and that is kind of like 4, 5, 6, 8 meters or something, and that's it. You have some stop areas or something, and that's what you do basically. And to extend that would possibly be a possibility, but I do not know of really good examples where this is done in a larger scale that you really see. We look at the footpath networks around stops, at least to a distance of 100 or 150 meters or something. That would be a big jump, I think.
Yes, I totally agree. Seong Kook, do you aware of any in Asia or Seoul that are really doing the networks to public transport and planning the footpath network and walking?
No, we don't. It's kind of same problem the Sharla mentioned. The public transport or the road transport is governed by Minister of Transport. And in my country, in Korea, the pedestrian environment improvement is governed or regulated by Minister of Safety. Minister of Safety. So a different body. So the budget, the public transport budget comes from Minister of Transport, and the pedestrian project comes from Minister of Safety. So it's very hard to coordinate.
Yeah, I mean, because, you know, walking's, it's transport, it's road safety, it's health, it's community, it's environment, you know, it's you know, so many different, and it cuts across, and that's one of the reasons.
I'm gonna say one more thing. So I think the local government is the one to coordinate that the different bodies, but usually local government gets fund from central government, so they cannot speak up.
Yeah. Or for us, they get it from local rates, but they don't get enough money. They can't afford to do it. So yeah, it has to be central governments to do it. We're getting towards the end, but I just wanted to ask just a more of a personal question to each of our three panelists about, you know, your favorite areas to walk. It can be to public transport, doesn't have to be, but, you know, what are your favorite urban areas to walk in your local area, and why?
Let me do first. My team is the traffic operation and pedestrian mobility teams. I put them together because to make pedestrian environment safer, you should regulate car movement. So to make pedestrians safe, you should make cars slower. So it should not be separated. You should do the two things at the same time. So always car movement is connected to pedestrian movement. So Helge, or you mentioned the shared street. So shared street kind of very good thing, but it is very hard because the speed is different. Pedestrian is very slow, car is fast. So I think the to make our street more safe, more pedestrian friendly, we should look at cars first. That's my opinion.
Helge, do you have response?
Yes. What is my favorite area? I think I'm not so much different from many other people. So from most people, I like to walk where other people walk, where things are happening in the city, where people do things outside, where they sit and eat, where there's kids playing, where there's some kind of activity. I like to have these environments. I like to walk in these environments where other people are. And that is mostly in the city center, of course, where cars are kind of, at least they are not allowed to drive so fast, or even often in older parts of the cities where you have these small gashes where you nearly can touch both sides with your hands of your path. And when you have some shops and cafes and things to look at and so on, that's kind of my favorite area to walk when I walk in cities. Yeah.
Charlotte?
To me, actually, I like both. I mean, I like busy street, and I like also calm and quiet street as well, because actually I decide where street I should go. It depends actually on my mood. So sometimes when I feel really very good, so I prefer to go to the busy street, and where like city center, like a lot of foods and other shops are there. So like this kind of street, like shopping street. And I also prefer to go to the street which is more green dominating, or like where I can hear the bird songs. So it depends on my mood. I mean, I like both.
Yeah, it's funny. I wasn't planning to ask myself that question, but while you're all talking, I kind of started to think about where I like to walk, and three things popped to mind. I love the big city, that idea of getting lost and exploring, and it's one of the joys of walking is that anonymity and the chance encounters. And then I love walking in my neighborhood and bumping into people I know and seeing my favorite tree or my favorite fence, or saying hello to a dog or whatever. And the other one I started doing during COVID was my in lockdowns is going for my morning walk in the dark for about an hour. And I'm very lucky. I've got a kind of like a national park near where I live in an area, and going in the morning when it's dark while the birds are waking up. And that's when I do my best thinking. if my thinking is good, what I think's good. And often when I want to think about it, I take my phone out and I record a little message to myself on notes and send it to myself. And I think that's part of that joy of walking. And and I think
I think in this lockdown, what happened, like there was a predetermined some area that when we will go out, we'll go that places. But in this lockdown, what happened that those areas are actually restricted and prohibited to go. So people are exploring their neighborhood and their like very small parks, very small spaces by walking. So I think this experience, I think everyone experienced throughout this lockdown, that exploring the very close and neighboring green spaces or simple streets.
Now, I think no one's told me we have to stop yet, so I'll keep going till we're told to stop. But do any of you have a final comment you'd like to make? Or something that one of the other speakers has made you think about that you might have thought about before? No.
It comes a bit spontaneous, but I think the cost element is quite important that Seung Kook presented, and we should think about much more on that. This is actually very interesting, and that receives, in my experience, too little attention. And then what Shayla presented is also reminding us that the context for walking and what we need to know can be very different. What you presented, Shayla, was so much different from what we see in Europe. When you showed these figures, 5% car use of all, then we in Europe, we would say, oh yeah, we are there already, but the problems are completely different, of course. So that requires that we kind of focus on that and ask questions and do research and try to understand, work with it and so on. So the next session I have joined is about the future of research and walking. And yes, it was a good input from you, both of you, I think. Very nice.
Yeah, but I think sharing our research methods and having maybe some, shared methods that we're all doing, I think would be very helpful in that. So, yeah, definitely. I've got it at 6:20. My time is we're supposed to finish, but I haven't got a time coming up yet. So I believe we're supposed to finish. So what I might do is thank all our speakers. It's been really wonderful hearing you talk in really different contexts, and I think our audience has loved it as well. So thank you to everyone who's put your questions in, but that's absolutely brilliant. Helga, thank you very much. Shyla, thank you very much. And yes, also I had one last question. I'm trying to find it. No, I haven't got it, but sorry. Seung Kook, thank you very much for your contribution too. It's really fascinating work, and keep it up, but it's great. So I think we'll hand back to Walk21. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much to the speakers and our moderator, Dr. Rossiter. As to your last question on what my favorite part of the city was, is actually the Cheonggyecheon, which is a stream right in the middle of the city where you have buildings on each side, but you have flora and fauna and a walkway that connects various different districts. It's very unfortunate that you weren't able to come in person to experience it yourself, but maybe in a couple of months or maybe next year you'll be able to. So I do urge you to visit and take a walk on the Cheonggyecheon stream. Well, thank you once again for your contributions and your moderation. Next, we will move on to Plenary 6, titled The Future of Research for Walking, VREF session, after we come back after the short break. Thank you very much, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our last and final session for day 2. Our last session, unfortunately, for this day is the plenary 6 under the topic of the future of research for walking, the VREF session. We'll have a wide-ranging topics as well as a couple of presenters for this session. And it will be chaired by Dr. Lorraine Darcy, the Senior Lecturer of the Department of Sustainable Transport and Mobility at the Technological University, Dublin. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Darcy.
Hi all, and good morning, evening, and good night, depending where you are in the world. And I'm speaking to you from Dublin, Ireland, and it's absolutely brilliant to be involved in this session. It's very close to my heart on the research of walking as a mode of transport. So what are to shape the ideas, the opportunities, the needs, and the wants for a research in this space. And first, we'd like to invite everybody to use the chat function, ask us questions, engage with the session, because I know, from conversations we've been having over the last few weeks, it sounds like there's a lot of interest in this area and something that, that we can all contribute to. And, how do we make it usable? How do we research the right things? So please engage with us and let us know. So first of all, we're going to ask for opening remarks from Henrik sorry, Henrik, I might have missed your name there, who is the director of VREF, which is the Volvo Research and Education Foundation.
So hello, everyone. I'm really delighted to welcome you to the session on behalf of the Volvo Research and Educational Foundations. And greetings from Sweden, Scandinavia, Northern Europe. Just first a few words about us. Volvo Research and Educational Foundations, or VREF as we usually abbreviate it, is a philanthropy based in Sweden, but working globally. Strong relation to the Volvo Corporation, but still working independently. So we're a tax-exempt philanthropy foundation, so we cannot do anything which is beneficial for the Volvo company or any other private enterprise. This is important to say at the beginning of every such speech. Our mission, as we work in research and education, we are initiating, inspiring, and supporting research and education on transport and mobility of people and goods in cities. We operate through the FUT, Future Urban Transport Program, since 20 years. Some of the panelists have been active in this program over the years, and some haven't, but it has inspired the recent decision to launch a new program on walking as a mode of transport. Preparations for that started last year with Heather Allen's background report on non-motorized transport and active mobility, which you will hear more about from Heather, summarizing the findings in just a minute. And inspired and informed by that, the VREF board then decided to focus on walking and walking as a mode of transport. That was a decision which was based on for example, the fact that to get as much added value as possible of the limited funds available for us, we wanted to find a niche where added value could be maximized. And we thought walking has been an underfinanced field of research for many years. So we're in an initial phase this year. It's a 1-year process of defining the scope of the program and the modalities for implementing the program. There will be consultations, and today is actually the start of that. There will be in-depth studies, for example, bibliometric studies, literature reviews, think pieces, etc. And the target is then to present a roadmap by this time next year for a long-term program. And we hope that the board then will decide in June next year on a long term, which means perhaps 5 years program for funding of research. And hopefully the timing is right to announce that at next year's Walk21 event in September 2022. So I'm really excited being for the first time at Walk21 and having a session co-organized with Walk21 at this year's event. Hopefully we will be here many times in the future, and I'm really looking forward to the panel. We have a fantastic, interesting panel today. So with that, I hope we get rewarding conversations today. And back to Lorraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Henrik, and that's really interesting and brilliant, and it's so excellent that this area has been identified and you know, a plan has been put in place. So I'm going to hand over now to Bronwyn Thornton, so CEO of Walk21.
Thank you so much, Lorraine, and thank you, Henrik. This is truly exciting news that the Volvo Research and Education Foundation is investing in research for walking as a mode of transport. Through all our conferences, Walk21 has championed walking, showcased research, practice, advocacy, and political commitments. In fact, one of the great things is that we bring all of these people together. We had an academic say to us in Hong Kong, "This conference is so great. I'm meeting the people who can apply my research," and that warms our hearts, because that's what we hope to achieve. We know we have to bring people together to share the ideas and translate the learnings. And over the years, we've seen emerging trends and developments in thinking. We've witnessed some true groundswells in approaches on streets and significant shifts in priorities for that research as well. But we've always needed more evidence, more evaluation, more engagement. We always want more projects that actually go back and measure impact. Some of you will particularly remember, I think, Calgary and The Hague as having strong academic and research content at our Walk21s, and they definitely revealed the depth of thinking and vibrant young ideas that are emerging with that level of attention. You can explore both those conferences, Calgary and The Hague, and all of the others, because today I'm really pleased, as alongside Henrik's announcement, to share that we're relaunching our Walk21 website of all the conference proceedings. Here you'll find the posters and presentations from the last 21 years, and it gives us a unique insight into the development of the walking conversation, research and gender, and city application over that time. So what next? What are the next 21 years? Well, this is definitely a great start for that. There is no doubt in my mind that as we celebrate 21 years of Walk21, that we stand on the cusp of a new era for walking. Over the last 10 years, I've often suggested we're experiencing a renaissance for walking, but it's always been unevenly distributed and patchy in its sort of momentum. But I know now that that global momentum for our favorite mode is gathering pace, and it's gathering pace everywhere. And this panel is a reflection of that. A solid research agenda is critical to maintaining this pace. And that's why I think the work that VREF is committing to and the time that we're going to spend together framing up that is really, really exciting. So thank you to the Volvo Research and Education Foundation for your investment in walking. And we look forward to working with you and showcasing the results. And very best wishes to a really rich discussion with the panel today.
Thank you, Bronwyn. So next we're going to move to our speaker for this session, who is Heather Allen, who has undertaken an international review on identifying the gaps in transport research in relation to walking and cycling. And today she's going to be emphasizing the cycling. So thank you very much, Heather.
Thank you, and let me try and share my screen. So, just let me know if this is working for you. I'm just trying to get it on full screen. Does it work for you? Good, good, fine, thank you. So yes, I'm sorry, I've just been struggling a little bit with some technical issues this morning, just unusually as often happens. So yes, my role is to just try and set the scene a little bit for our discussions and base this on the work that I did mainly last year. So this was done pre-COVID, and it was a review of the current state of research knowledge, as it were, painting the landscape of where we are in active transport. So I investigated both cycling and walking. But my main focus of this presentation is really on the walking component of this and how that will fit in to what Henrik mentioned of this new program from the VREF and their future urban transport program. So just one moment. Okay, so the way we did it was fairly traditional. We looked at the global north and the global south, high, mid, low income countries. We focused it mainly around the urban context and didn't actually define what we meant by active transport. And I'll come back to that because I think that's quite an interesting point. And we tried to capture where people felt this needed to go. So just taking a moment to look at it at that moment in time, pre-COVID, and then where do we need to take this new interest in active transport? Because we had seen that there was a lot of developments in the urban context. We've been aware, obviously, of the micro-mobility activities and how that has just sprung up all over the world. So we did an internet survey with more than 100 responses, and the emails and the people that responded to the survey were a big mix of both practitioners and researchers, academics, and people that had been active in the area for many years. So I think we got a good balance on that. It was a good balance geographically. It was a good gender balance, and we complemented that with a number of interviews. And I will say a rapid literature review, and that will become clearer as well in the next slide, if I can move on. What we found that there is a very high level of scholarship in both walking and cycling, and that was not reflected in people's perceptions. So the other thing we found was that despite the very high level of scholarship, and as Bronwyn just said, you know, there are 21 years of Walk21 presentations, and up until 5 or 6 years ago, there was maybe a little bit more bias even within Walk21 to present the academic research rather than the applied research. And that's because there was more of it as well. So there's a huge amount of work that has been done, a huge amount of research. But the majority of the walking papers were actually published more in health journals rather than transport journals, which obviously is reflected in the application on the ground. So transport is seen as being something that cycling can contribute to. But walking is much more, well, it's walking for health. Yes, it is access, but it's not really considered as a transport mode. A lot of the papers, more in walking than in cycling, were actually quite difficult to scale and replicate. So the majority of them was also all around the dangerous nature of walking. So if you wanted to look at road infrastructure and identify the two ways that you could get killed most by using the road infrastructure, you would go for pedestrians and cyclists, and then obviously car crashes. But actually, when it comes to injuries as well as fatalities, you know, walking is portrayed as being extremely dangerous. In terms of the place in the sun of walking, it is still overshadowed in terms of the kind of concrete communication aspects that you can talk to decision makers and investment people. And this was brought up a little bit in the session, the previous session, when Helga was talking between the benefits and costs and how you actually calculate those. And so that in those terms, it was much easier to calculate stronger benefit cost analysis, which is often very linked to the investment in transport infrastructure through cycling and not through walking. So walking is not seen as a strategic solution to a transport problem. And the terminology that we use is not very dynamic and exciting, actually. I think that has personally changed in the last 5 years or so, and I see that changing as well. So where do we need to go on this? We need to look at making walking more fundable. So the projects need to be presented so that walking is either an absolute central component of investment, or it is something that decision makers know that they have to integrate into other projects. And this goes through better communications to all the people that invest in all different types of transport decision making and infrastructure, because there isn't that connection. It's not clear yet. We need to look at also the multidisciplinary kind of approaches, that nexus between walking and the different other health benefits, economic benefits, well-being benefits. And of course, COVID does present a very new and exciting opportunity for that, because we have all heard a lot more about the benefits of mental health through walking. And we also know there's quite a lot of papers actually out there, but it very rarely comes up in the transport debate about how walking helps our creativity. And if, you know, we're going to address a lot of the big problems, climate change, low carbon well-being and low carbon lifestyles, you know, plastic in the oceans, we need to be more creative across everything. So actually walking is part of that. And walking for transport is not yet even really thought about in those terms. And the education at the universities, this came through actually quite a lot in the interviews, but also in the survey. The terminology that is used to attract people to study transport is very engineering and masculine based, as it were. And there's some quite interesting discussions going on at the moment as to if you know, what would happen if we actually shifted some of the course titles from transport engineering to transport sociology? Would we get different perspectives that would actually look at the value of what's often called the softer parts of transport, where walking sits? But it's not actually necessarily a softer part. It's just maybe a different perspective on the technical aspects of walking. So just sort of kind of to bring this into our discussion and to help generate some of the debate that I think that hopefully we will have, both from the panelists, which are a really good representation of the North-South divide. And there is definitely a difference between the perspective of walking within transport between the global north and the global south. The global north is more open to walking as being part of that non-motorized transport, active transport kind of field. And there is a lot more examples of projects and research opportunities. That said, you know, when it comes to funding, a lot of the grants are quite specific and they don't allow the flexibility for multi and transdisciplinary approaches. And one of those aspects is obviously equity and active transport. I work a lot in gender, and I know I and others say, oh, women walk a lot, but actually in that rapid review, I found it really, really difficult to find the top 10 papers that actually supported that in an evidence-based arguments. So I mean, I think that there is a lot of work still to do on that. The way we collect data, the tools we have, and the tools that we offer others to actually try and evaluate programs and initiatives. We need certainly to recognize walking as a transport mode and to unpick a little bit better the economic benefits of walking and cycling. Safety and security obviously is a real issue, particularly in low-income countries. And what does walkability look like in terms of the actual infrastructure, and how can research actually play a role to make that happen? What would we advise governments to do, and how could we make that that integrated into areas? And I just, you know, one example is looking at retail. You know, retail very often, there's a very big kickback if you want to take any parking places away from a retail shopping street. And yet there is a certain amount of the body of evidence to show that when you do that and you make it very walkable around shops, people spend more. And that's the basis also of shopping malls. But we haven't got the right research entries, I don't think, yet on that. Although, you know, the evidence is there, and obviously changing behavior. And this was ranked more highly in high-income countries. And yet I think that probably it's as important in low-income countries as well. So just to kind of also kick off a little bit more the discussion. So, you know, so what are the right questions that we need to ask? What are the right research components that we need to look at? And basically, what is the role of research to get walking recognized as a transport mode, rather than something that is good for health, good for mental health, good for physical health, and good for the poor? You know, we need to really kind of shift the perspective and the strategic thinking on that. What are we doing about preparing the experts of the future? Because that's you know, education in this was a huge issue. And one thing that also came out quite clearly was that part of the problem, if you want to call it a problem, part of the challenge of getting walking actually recognized as transport is that it's difficult to imagine a faculty professor who has climbed up the ladder to get to that position, who is maybe in his 50s or her 50s. She or he was educated at a time when walking really wasn't included in their education. So how can they hand that on? So somehow we need to break that circle. And, you know, how can we leverage the last 18 months? It's been a fairly dire time for everybody. But actually, from the perspective of walking and active transport, I think it has presented a real shift in mindset. And I think that as the research community could really fill those gaps that are there, I think this would be a really interesting leverage for people. So I'll stop there, and thank you very much. Just one moment, sorry. Those are my contact details, of course, if anyone wants to contact me about anything. And hopefully the background paper will be up on the VREF website in the next kind of few weeks.
Thank you very much, Heather. That was really insightful and very thought-provoking, and setting a great agenda for our discussion now for the rest of the session. So we're going to have a few questions for you. We'll take some questions from the chat and some questions. I'll start off with a question myself. And I thought it was really interesting about, you know, how do we leverage from the last 18 months? And, you know, there's been very different experiences all over the world. However, you know, we see in a lot of places walking and walkability has, you know, increased. Like, so here in Ireland, we see that 80% of our adult population are now walking regularly since the onset of COVID, which, you know, is really brilliant and a great baseline to work upon. So any key suggestions, anything that you've come across, or how do you think we can leverage from this?
Me. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I think that first of all, you know, I have to welcome this new research program, because I think that's absolutely key. But I also think that we need to build on getting citizens to think of the different perspectives of walking, and a lot we could do with social media. I think that actually is an extremely powerful tool that is not necessarily being used enough. And within the transport community, those that are interested in walking, you know, we can really mobilize people, because they have felt the difference. Before, it was more difficult to mobilize people because you couldn't feel the difference. But I think now transport decision makers and city authorities see those openings, but they need nudges towards it. And they need nudging to actually say, well, actually, this is what the citizens want. And so, you know, take the climate change kind of Greenpeace approach and mobilize citizens' interest in it, because certainly for well-being, it's incredibly important. Just on a personal level, you know, I walked every day because I had a dog who I love deeply. But since January, unfortunately, we had to put him down. And have I missed that daily walk? I cannot get myself walking every day with the same regularity. And physically and mentally, I notice the difference. So that's just me. And I think that there are many people out there. So let's mobilize that and really get people to actually ask more for the walking environment to be improved.
And it's so interesting what you're saying there, because we're talking about behavioral nudges and we're talking about behavioral norms and habits. And, you know, when they get broken, how do we optimize on that? And, you know, here it is. Here is the great disruptor to get us to think about change. And okay, so I think it's time now for move on. Thank you very, very much, Heather. That was really insightful, and we're looking forward to reading the paper when it becomes available to us. So I would now like to introduce the members of our panel for discussion. So we have a great global representation for this panel session, and so I'm going to introduce. So we have Regina Obili Omoko Sachi, who is a senior lecturer in the University of Cape Coast in Ghana. We have Helge Hunter, who is an associate professor in the Norwegian University of Science and Technology in Norway. And we have Geetam Tiwari, who is the Tripp Chair Professor in the Department of Civil Engineering of the Indian Institute of Technology in New Delhi in India. So very welcome everybody to our discussion. I think, I just want to, just waiting for you to come on screen. So, I think this is just such a fantastic opportunity for us, and it is great for to have had the scoping paper from Heather, to lay out a few key things for us. And I think especially, we'll come back to it in a while, but like our role as educators and as researchers in setting the agenda and and driving conversation and driving a focus on this is really great, and it's great to have this opportunity. So I'm going to start. First question being that the main title of this research program that we're discussing today is Walking as a Mode of Transport. And so I want to ask, what connotations does this term have, and how is research addressing this currently, in your opinion? And how is it seen, how is it valued, how is it provided for within the research space? And I might start with you, Regina, if you don't mind.
Thank you very much, Lorraine.
So what your thoughts on, the discussing walking as a mode of transport? So what does the connotation, what does the term mean for you?
All right, thank you very much, Lorraine. So walking can be described as a more socially balanced and widely accessible mode of transportation with both physical and environmental benefits. And for me, having my core area of research centered among children in sub-Saharan Africa, I I look at it right from their perspective, and to them, walking is not just about physical exercises, but it is what is available to them. It is what is affordable, and it is what is most accessible to them. When we even look at it from a more cultural, localized perspective, when it comes to research, what I see is that walking as a mode of transport is not even, walking is not even seen as a mode of transport. It is actually walking and other modes of transport. Walking itself is not regarded as a mode of transport. So you have a child who would say that, I wish I am provided transportation. And this is because the child walks and doesn't even see walking as another mode of transportation. However, we see that much of our research has been focused on walking being a physical activity, and so much of it has been, or the point has always been centered around its public health benefits, including reduction in sedentary lifestyles, leading to a reduction in obesity and heart-related issues. But for me and for the area of research that I focus, I believe that walking is more than that. Walking is part of daily means of survival for a lot of people, because that is how they do interact. Thank you very much.
That's really interesting. I like what you say there, really. They're just drawing attention to the fact that it is about survival. So for many people who only have walking as an option to them, by not providing for them, you know, we are really depriving them of a human right to survive. Yeah. Sure. So thank you very much. So Geeta, I'll come to you next. Your thoughts?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I think Heather has brought out some very interesting points, but to address your question directly now, since I have spent a long time in research institute and teaching institute, so I find that actually pedestrian related issues do attract a lot of research questions. A lot of PhD students get interested in working on this topic. And it is in two main, I would say, categories. One is where we are trying to understand the travel patterns. Because just like Regina mentioned, in all over Asia and definitely India, when we look at just travel patterns, we find that majority of the people in urban and rural, both areas, as a commute, they walk. Our census, Indian census, which was done 10 years ago and the new one is going on, actually brought out the fact that more than 30% of commute trips and non-commute trips would even be higher share would be on walking. And a lot of interesting facts came out there. These are mostly short trips. There is a difference between how what distances men are walking, what distances women are walking, etc., age distribution. But walking comes out to be the majority, the most dominant mode of transport. And this thing has been picked up by many researchers in trying to understand attitude, behavior, travel patterns, how do you predict it, etc. And the other theme of research, which I have seen, which is being done in many engineering institutes, in fact, not just in India, outside also, it's a very interesting theme. A lot of physics and maths disciplines are looking into simulations. You know, how do pedestrians move? And eventually these simulation packages are being used then to explain walking behavior, predicting walking trips, predicting safety issues and conflicts. And very typical, you know, like when we are, I mean, the whole world has spent more than 100 years looking into motorized traffic. And when we are planning lane width, capacity, the fundamental diagram of traffic engineering, which is the relationship between volume, density, and flow, these are the kind of things these researchers are studying for pedestrians. So that's also a fascinating area for research. It is happening. And from that, I have seen now being translated into guidelines. So what should be the capacity of a typical lane, which is only 2.5 meter wide, etc. And so I would say as a topic, it does attract attention. I think where I find, you know, a major gap is that when we know so much about walking and also related to safety and security issues about walking, we don't see enough of it getting translated into our actual physical infrastructure. So that is where I guess we need a lot of work and understanding, and I guess very clear priorities. You look at SDGs, you look at all the targets, I think walking does emerge as a major, you know, a key absolutely key mode to achieving any of those targets. And one more part, you know, which struck me, where walking again is come out as a strong mode, is access trip to public transport. So when you look at bus trips or you look at metro trips, you cannot have without walking. It could be either 500 meters of walking, or it could be sometimes even longer. So in many of the guidelines now, we see that when we are, you know, you're asked to plan metro stations and bus stations, these catchment areas are identified to make it more walkable. So I would say still the more comprehensive priority is lacking, but we do find a lot of these kind of topics being picked up by serious researchers. And actually, I think that's what Heather also mentioned. There is the quality of scholarship is quite high, but how come we don't see it implemented on the ground and in level of, you know, financing and funding? So I don't know whether you want to pick up that topic now or later, because I can come back to that a little later.
I think that's something that we should come back to later for definite. Okay. And I think you made really important points there in relation to the translation of the research and that intersectionality between from someone who trained as a civil engineer but then worked in behavioral science and sport and physical activity, and there's a constant translation that has to happen, and then how do we implement this then as well? Yeah. So I think you raised that well, and it's something to come back to. This obsession with the traffic engineer's level of service, and how do we make that more applicable for pedestrians. And I also thought it was really interesting when you mentioned the maths and physics, because I think we are seeing a lot more of this, and that there was this jump from detecting pedestrians for counting them on the street for a level of service to detecting them by autonomous vehicles. And it's almost like there was this big jump that happened on the pedestrian detection. Just the focus changed. So it's the vehicles seeing them now, and safety. So it's another, walking is such a diverse topic. And then your final topic that brought us, your second last topic that brought us to that public transport, leads us nicely to Helge's work. And Helge, so your thoughts on that first question?
Yes, I can say very generally, I think that walking is still not understood as a form of transport as car driving. That is probably received the most attention during the last 50 years, at least in these countries that can afford to buy a lot of cars, at least, and that did that actually. But I think walking, the challenge with walking is that it's so deeply integrated in our daily life. When we get out from bed in the morning, the first thing we walk probably to the bathroom. It's not considered as transport, but we do that every day, and we learn to walk when we are 1 year old. Most of us can walk, right? So something that is so fundamentally integrated in our daily life it can be very difficult to be understood in the context of transport. It is often, even when you ask people about walking, they're not aware of it, and that is probably the challenge that we have, kind of bringing that into a serious discussion. But when you ask on walking and public transport, we have probably a very similar problem, that we talk about public transport, and there's a very technical focus on that, and there's a research branch that focuses on public transport, on technology, and so on. And walking was not really considered. It's difficult to say why this actually did not happen and why it came up during the last 10 years. I see the interest increased significantly, but there was not much going on before, actually, globally, at least in the research world, I think. I think public transport companies would like to put the focus on their vehicles, on their technology, on the part of the public transport journey that goes fast in their perspective, and then these walking bits are called like the first and last mile or something, and then they just put it under the table. But I think this perspective changed very much when we focus on health questions, when we focus on livable cities for people, and all these things. This changed, and I think this helps also to support the relationship between walking and public transport. Another important problem in that perspective is that when we collect data on mobility in general, we usually collect data on what we call the main mode of transport, which is the mode that we use for the longest distance, not necessarily for the longest time. And then it's just called public transport. But in reality, public transport, any public transport journey is much more complex than journeys on bike and so on, because you have many different stages in the public transport journey. And when we look at that in detail, I've presented that just in the last session, we see that nearly half of the time that we spend from door to door when we use public transport we are pedestrians, actually. So, and that is completely it came under the table, but we have to push that forward. It's an important part of the whole story. Yeah.
It definitely is, and something that it came up in conversation with it was a student who happened to be from the global south, and was talking about two different tenders. So they were working in a local authority, and two different tenders came in for a public transport system. One from one country was all about the tech of the rail, and the other one, they were putting so much money into the urban realm around it, and they were laughing at this, going, well, what's this about? But then as she learned more, she was like, okay, this makes sense, I get it now. But there's so many of the engineers and people who are implementing who don't see that element of it. So yeah, I think that is something we need to promote and highlight. Thank you very much, Algay. So this next question kind of flows on from a lot. We've mentioned a lot of things already, but I just want to draw out if there's any other things that we want to add to it, and that the question being that does research in walking as a mode of transport approach imply different research questions and approaches than for other transport modes? And if so, why is that? And how should it be funded? So there's been a few mentions about the health focus, and interestingly, there's a lot of the physical activity research came off the obesity agenda. That they took the opportunity when there was money available for obesity research, and physical activity got a prominence of it, and almost walking for transport has almost gotten some little bit of funding off that, which has led to what we may consider a bias in where the publications in relation to walking are appearing. So how do we counteract this? How do we create a broader scope? So Regina, I might come back to you again on that one. The different research questions. Mm-hmm.
Thank you again, Lorraine. From the last question through to this one, I feel that in most cases we should aim for a well-integrated system. I think I'll come to this one, but then to tie it into the last one, we need a well-integrated system. It really doesn't matter which type of transportation that we are looking at. When the focus only becomes the mechanized system, it becomes a problem. But then, as we have already indicated, whether it is the first or the last mile, walking is prominently involved. So then we should have a well-integrated system when it comes to funding of infrastructure. For instance, we should have a well-integrated system. Talk about the first mile, talk about the middle, whatever you want to call it, in the last mile, because it's a through process. So we need to tackle that as well. Then coming to your question on does research on walking as mode of transport imply different research questions? Yes, it does. in some research, or most research, we see that when, especially when we talk about active, when we are looking at active transportation, what we see is that we lump cycling and then walking together, but then we should really learn to disintegrate this and look at them, because the determinants are somewhat different. The determinants itself are different. So probably we should have another look at cycling and then walking as two very different modes of transportation, even though in planning for it, we should have a well-integrated system. In research, I believe that dichotomy will work. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. They're very different determinants. And, you know, in when people are making that change, so in the progress of changing, like, you know, the contemplation stage for walking is much shorter than the contemplation stage for cycling in relation to the behavior that's needed. So no, very good, very, very interesting. Geetam, your thoughts?
Yes, I definitely agree that the research questions for walking and pedestrian has to be different. And there are at least 2 or 3 different reasons for that. First, I would put the issue that Helge mentioned. It's most fundamental to our existence. And, you know, so whether we talk about short trips, no matter who, regardless of income, gender, regardless of your any socioeconomic background, your age, after 1 year or 2 years, you have to walk. So it's most fundamental to our existence. Second point, and of course, then you look at all the health benefits, etc., that many people are doing. But to me, why again it's important is that since urban areas and cities are for people, again and again we keep hearing, and of course over the years we have turned it around and it's become more cities for cars now. But thankfully there is a lot of discussion now how cities are for people, and we have to look into that. To me, 100% of the city has to be pedestrian friendly. Now there are different ways of doing it. And that is where you start asking different questions. It's not that you have to provide a sidewalk in a narrow residential street. No, that is 100% pedestrian priority, where the car should feel like a guest. Motorized vehicles should feel a little uncomfortable. And then to go to high-speed road, looking at the conditions in India, even on our high-speed highways, we have to provide for pedestrians because there is no space, and because we are dealing with captive users. So whether we provide for them or not, their survival compulsion makes it that they have to use that infrastructure. And Heather also mentioned that safety and security issues in low-income countries. This is one of the important issues. That forgetting, because it's their survival compulsions, even if we have hostile infrastructure, we cannot ignore their presence will be there because traffic risk has much lower probability for them, personal probability. So to me, that is very, very fundamental. And this is the reason now we can look at different types of streets and what needs to be done, etc., etc. That's getting into the details. But yes, in a city as a concept, some areas can be completely restricted for cars, but 100% of the city has to be accessible and available to pedestrian in different ways. In fact, I remember reading a very fascinating history of sidewalks. And this article was done by Professor Robert Noland, where he mentioned that, in fact, the sidewalks started becoming, traffic engineers started planning sidewalks so that the pedestrians could be taken away from the path of the motorized vehicles. So right from the beginning, when the motorized vehicles made, their advent and traffic engineers started studying it, that was the beginning of sidewalks. It is not for pedestrian protection. So I think sometimes we have to go back and really question the fundamentals. And I would just mention one more thing, very, very important. Of course, this makes it inclusive, etc. But we have to understand that here we are dealing with a human being. A human mind is very creative. And a lot of our responses are based on the infrastructure that is given to us. It is a response to that. So a very simple example, I'll tell you that which we keep doing, we make, we don't like many situations, a high-speed road and pedestrians are crossing because that is where it's most convenient for them to cross. So we go and put a fence to stop the pedestrians crossing. And what do you observe in different countries, cities after cities? I have seen this happen. The pedestrians jump over the fence. So if you don't make enabling infrastructure, they can violate your design. It's very easy for pedestrians to do that. Cars will not jump a fence. So I think this fundamental thing we have to understand in asking our research questions. It is not, we cannot treat it like a motorized vehicle. It is different. And therefore our designs, if we want our designs to be honored by pedestrians, we will have to understand their needs and their requirements very, very carefully. And that is what we need to model in our, whatever fancy models we are developing. So those are the leading questions we have to ask.
I totally agree with you, Geetam. And I think that it's quite interesting as well that, like, as those of us that are are teaching in engineering faculties, that, we put an emphasis on, first principles design. And, in so many of our structural subjects, but whereas we don't apply that necessarily in our transportation subjects. But if we were to apply first principles design and put this pedestrian at the center and their needs, we probably would design very differently. And maybe that's something that we need to address, but and tap into that creativity that we're talking about, and build upon that. Helge, your thoughts on the so thanks very much for that, Geetam. Your thoughts on the research as a mode and the different research questions that it does imply.
Well, I think we mentioned already many aspects that I can just support. I think walking is very much different than any wheeled form of mobility or transport. And I'm not an expert in transport history and so on, but I have the impression that the discussion or research around transport evolved when technology was available to kind of move faster, basically. And that was basically the car, probably, that kind of boosted this. And this perspective on technology probably is still there, and engineers dealing with technology and so on. And that's possibly why it seems a bit difficult to kind of integrate walking into that, because walking has not so much to do with technology. It can have, of course, but it is so fundamental. It's much more human behavior probably than it is a question of how can we promote walking by developing technologies. We could do that, and we can do that also in research. Geeta mentioned all these new possibilities with collecting data and then actually building models. How do pedestrians behave? But this is very complex because, exactly as we said already, and that is something that we need to recognize, because you don't stop a pedestrians by building a fence.
Yeah.
We've said that, right? So you can walk even without streets and paths and whatever. You can walk everywhere, basically. You can climb a hill and all these things. And when you're healthy, you just do that. And I think sometimes this is also a background for why walking did not receive so much attention, because kind of many pedestrians can manage to kind of to deal with the most awkward situations that we can actually think of. But this is, of course, not making walking attractive. And we've put much effort the last 50 years in making cities that work for cars, providing infrastructure for cars, and many other things. and we are far behind, I think, of getting to that level for walking, probably also other modes, but I think walking is most far behind still compared to the other modes of transport when we consider walking as a form of transport.
There's a question here that's after coming in from the audience, and it is there space in the agenda for perceptions research? I think one of the barriers to walking is all about perception, that if you're walking, you're seen to be poor. And this could be the reason why in Africa, there's a preference to the use of private cars. And I think that there's that perception in many parts of the world.
Yeah.
Thoughts? Regina?
Yeah, so of course, perception is everything when it comes to walking. And I think I believe that has even affected government's investment into walking infrastructure, because in Africa, in most parts of Africa, I wouldn't want to speak for every country in Africa, but in most parts of Africa, the use of motorized vehicles is tied into some level of prosperity, or probably basically that is it. And so it is very, very important for us to work on the perception of the people. As I already indicated, where walking has not even been identified culturally as a mode of transportation, it becomes a problem. So then, if there is anything to be done, we talked about using social media. We are using social media to tackle the issue of road traffic crashes. We are using it to push the safety agenda. Why aren't we using same to drive home the need for us to perceive walking as something that is fundamental and something that we need to look at as researchers, and also push that agenda for government to respond positively in providing the needed infrastructure to support it. I think that is one way we can. Yes, perception is very, very important, and probably an education to drive home the point that walking is part of our everyday life and needs to be given much more attention is quite key. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I agree. And what is driving that decision for people to want to, you know, is it to be seen progressive, to be progressive? Is it to, you know, what is it? And exploring that. Any thoughts from anyone else on that topic?
Yes, may I come in, Lorraine?
Yeah, of course, Geeta.
Yeah, you know, I am a very strong believer in making change in the infrastructure. Perceptions can change if we change the hard infrastructure. And that is where, you know, our priority comes in. It's not about money. It's not about difficult technology, but it is about accepting the first question that you asked, walking as a mode. Second, what the point Helge raised, that it is fundamental. So we have to understand and we have to accept in our priority, and especially now when we talk about SDG goals and targets, etc., that our cities have to be made for people. If that is the question, then the perceptions will change only when we change the infrastructure. Another very small example I would like to share. So oftentimes we end up making these high-speed roads inside the city, and then of course it's difficult for pedestrians to cross, whether near a bus stop or even otherwise in market areas, etc. So what do? We make a foot-over bridge. Now, when you make a foot-over bridge, what is the message that is going to the people? The car, the right of way, car has the right of way. And if you are a pedestrian, you go up 6 meters up, then cross the road and come down 6 meters. And as one of my colleagues actually explained it, 1 meter of vertical distance is equivalent to walking 20 meters of horizontal distance. So in a way, you're asking this person that you walk about 90 meters and then cross the road. So in many of our engineering measures and the way we are designing our infrastructure, in the name of pedestrian infrastructure, also we are giving a signal, no, you are the second priority. And of course, every time when we go and check, the safety data, many times exactly the spot where we make pedestrian bridges become the hotspots for traffic crashes. Because individually people still, it is most fundamental for them to cross the road at grade. I think as traffic engineers, we fail to understand that. So I think this really has to, unless we make fundamental changes in the way we are designing our cities, the way we are designing our modern infrastructure, perceptions will not change. So I can give you any number of other examples where this exactly is what is happening. And in fact, I would go to the extent of saying that only infrastructure is also not a sufficient condition to change the perception. It's one of the essential conditions. And this is where the new research has to come in. So what else? What do we need after making good infrastructure?
And I totally agree. I totally agree. And I always remember Walk21 in New York, there was presentations where there was so many examples of people not taking underpasses and the risks. I just remember particularly at that conference, that was really highlighted. So when people go back to look back on previous conferences, do check that out. Now that all the paper is going to be made available. So Heather made an observation here on the chat with us, for, as she's listening in. In her lit review, that walking was often researched as from traditional transport perspectives, and so she thinks it's really important that we also not only different research questions but also new approaches to research. So the question is important, but we need new approaches to this and probably more transdisciplinary, multidisciplinary perspective. So that kind of leads us on to another question which I wanted to ask: is are we as researchers addressing the right issues and the true perceptions of people have of walking as a mode of transport, and how can multidisciplinary approaches enhance that research? So anyone want to come in on that?
I can start if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we have given some partly we answered it already by saying walking is not just getting from A to B. Walking is much more, and we're not just only walking to get from A to B. We're working to do many other things. We're basically mobile all our lives on foot. And so that kind of extends what we need to understand on walking very much from just kind of a question of transport to many other questions that play a role when we want to consider and understand walking as a form of transport. So and yes, absolutely. I mean, that is something that I try to push forward since a while. That we have lots of knowledge on human beings from a psychological perspective. We have lots of knowledge on humans being from a social perspective. We have lots of knowledge on human beings from, and that is developing during the last years very much with more technology available from brain researchers. How do we understand, how do we perceive time and all these things? All this knowledge is kind of in different fields, and I think we don't use it sufficiently to actually understand what walking is and what is going on when we walk, what is important to us as an individual while we walk. And there's a lot of knowledge that is produced that we could actually apply and transfer to walking as a form of transport, probably much more than this is necessarily for driving as a form of transport, because driving, you sit inside your car and you it's actually a private space that you move in and so on. When you walk, you are outside, all your senses are activated, you fear things and all these things that are kind of having an influence how individuals experience walking. I think there is a lot actually space to do quite interesting research by having that interdisciplinary perspective.
No, I totally agree. And some of my favorite walking and walkability studies are the walk-in times, like Kuzenbach's street phenomenology, one of my absolute favorites, where we get that richness. But oftentimes, when we want to drive something with data, you know, it takes a lot of time to do these in-depth interviews and translating that into big numbers, which sometimes can form the basis for investment. And how do we best, you know, bring that all together? Any other thoughts from anyone else in relation to that multidisciplinarity?
I would, yeah, go ahead, Rezaina.
Okay, I wanted to add something short that I think that funding agencies must also probably target multidisciplinary projects when it comes to walking. Let's bring people together so we can pool expertise from all angles to make the discourse much richer. Thank you very much. That's very short.
No, very good, excellent. Geetam.
Yeah, I was just going to add to this, you know, that I think, yes, there is already a discussion of the need for promoting interdisciplinarity for walking. And I think in the beginning, Heather also mentioned, and perhaps you also mentioned, bringing in health professionals.
Yeah.
So it's basically traffic psychologists, health professionals, civil engineers, and of course, I am trained as an architect and a planner. I think their intervention is extremely important, because eventually this is another very different thing. And this is what I learned from Jan Gale also. It's all about details, street details. When you are at a higher speed, what you see and what you move is very different. And when we are moving at 5 kilometers or 4 kilometers per hour, so therefore, bringing in these kind of different skills together, only then we will be able to successfully create an environment where the perception changes, and, you know, walking becomes, as we put it, as the choice mode, not by compulsion.
No, definitely choice mode. I like that. And it was in our initial conversations around this session, I think we kind of came to a conclusion that, like, you know, walking is easy, walkability is hard. That, you know, coming back to what Helge was saying earlier, that we walk as a matter of course. It's, you know, something we do all day, and we take it therefore to be simple and simplistic movement. But actually the determinants of that walking behavior and how we respond and behave is really, really complex, and it does require that multidisciplinary perspective. And, you know, using that now, I'm going to pull back to asking about the research. Should our research, given in the light of that, should our research be more applied or conceptual? Which, you know, where should we focus our efforts now? Is it about understanding what we don't know, or is it about, you know, evaluating what we have come to know? Anyone want to come in on that one?
Well, I think both are very important, because definitely we know quite a bit of things, and we need to start evaluating how it's working out in different contexts. However, at the same time, I think we are nowhere near the kind of efforts which has gone into motorized traffic research. So we do need to spend a lot of time in doing that fundamental research. Without that, you know, it's not that we know most of it and it's only about applications now. I don't believe in that at all.
So putting a value, you know, I think motorized transport, because there was markets behind it, and in the same way other aspects, putting a value. Yeah. Anyone else?
I perfectly agree with what Geetam said. So.
Yeah, yeah, it is. That's. I think we should not say we need either this or that. I think we need all of it to kind of get onto the pace that other forms of mobility achieved during many years, and with lots of research funds for research, and there's lots of research done, much more research done than on walking. We said that already, but I think. So I would not limit it to saying we need rather applied research, or we need rather more fundamental research. But I think what is important is that we have to remember when we think of research that the current big challenge is to get things done really in cities, kind of like get people on their feet, and this stems not from a research perspective. It stems from the climate challenge that we have and the achievements that we need to achieve within a few years, right? And when we consider a research project takes easily 3, 4, 5 years, and we're getting very close to this 2030 kind of deadline where we have a lot of goals that we have to reach, and that means we have to speed things up. So I think what is important is that when we think of research, we need to consider how can I get this message out, not in research papers. That is fine, kind of, we need to communicate research among researchers, but how can the research that I do contribute to get things on speed, get things going in the real world, not in research, in the actual world. And that is very important that we consider, I think, what methods do we use? What results do we get from it? How can we explain it? Is this a black box that we can not explain to everybody, or that we do not even understand ourselves because it is a complex computer simulation and so on? So these are important questions, I think, for research to what are we achieving that, and what difference can this make in practice? Actually, I think this is an important relationship, I think, that we need to consider right now in this stage of where we are in the world. I think this is
there absolutely is an urgency, I think, and I think, you know, your point about communication is really important, and I think that, you know, coming back, you know, to like initially saying that, look, there is a lot of research out there already on walking and walking as a mode of transport, but in different context. Like, you know, how do we communicate what is there? How do we, you know, discuss what is there in a more multidisciplinary context, for example? And, you know, how can we plan forward? And, you know, and so one final question now, because we're just up on time, but there's one final question, because I was to talk about, you know, needs. The conversation has been so interesting. We kind of only tipped upon it, but this is taking the terminology that is used around walking and how we're people that are walking and pedestrians, we can be perceived in different ways, but also the term vulnerable road users. Do you think this is an appropriate way for us to be described as people walking?
Okay, so coming in here, yes, we are vulnerable. We are vulnerable road users because that is what the system has made us. The pedestrian has become the second-class citizen when it comes to the road. Locally, when you look at languages that has evolved, in Ghana, for instance, I'll use this as an example. When we talk about the road, the connotation is around vehicles. It has nothing to do with human walking. So basically, we have become visitors in our own space. And this is something that we need to look at. It's unfortunate that we become vulnerable, but then I think that we should push and make the pedestrian more at home in the environment that he or she is made to live within and to walk and to have, I think it's a fundamental right that is being taken away from pedestrians if they cannot operate within their own spaces. And it's something that we need to address. So I agree that for now, we are vulnerable, but probably we should move towards a regime where the fundamental has equal right as a road user on our roads. Thank you very much.
I like that. I like that. Anyone else? Well, what I might do, might wrap up now. With the conversation just at the time, and just to say, you know, it is really important, you know, Henrik, that, you know, that this VREF program of research does support research that can make a difference. And I think we have a load of ideas about how, you know, the research could be used, and, you know, we have to make an impact in our cities, but not just our cities, our towns, our villages, or, you know, rural communities, in enhancing walkability and walking for everybody. So thank you. You know, thank you very much. Sorry, but I've just seen it. Our timings are a little off there. So, so has anyone got any final remarks? Anything that they would like to offer as a final contribution to our discussion today?
Just a short thing, which I wanted to say earlier about funding, because we have a lot of multilateral funding coming for metro projects. That does not include anything to do with pedestrians. We get a lot of other infrastructure projects because these are mostly loans. And you are supposed to generate some revenue and return the loans. So now you wonder, how do you package pedestrian infrastructure projects? So it becomes, it has value addition, it has revenue generation potential. So that is why I find that multilateral funding agencies do not find pedestrian, or for that matter, even bicycle infrastructure worth funding. So this is something we have to think about it, how. So it does not require too much fund, but it's not attractive for, perhaps that's the reason it's not attractive for many funding agencies. So we need to think about it.
Thank you, Geeta. Very important. Anyone else want to give a final comment? No, happy enough. Okay. And
yeah, I was muted. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
No, yeah. They muted it. No. I think the last aspect that we just discussed before, this perspective that pedestrians are vulnerable, is funny because it comes from the car. I'm not vulnerable with another pedestrians. I'm not hit by another pedestrian. That's not my problem. I'm completely safe. It's the cars that are the dangers. It's not me.
Yeah. Are we all sharing the space equally? Are we all equals in this world? And how do we ensure that equity on our streets and in our cities? Regina, are you happy? Yeah, okay. So I know that Henrik wanted to make sure that you were all thanked very much for your participation. Unfortunately, we can't join him back onto the screen now. But no, so on behalf of VRAF, he wanted to thank you for your contributions to the session. And it has been really insightful discussion, and I hope that we have over 100 people watching us here, and I'm sure plenty more will tune in at a more agreeable hour to them. They might be in bed already. That will take away these pointers and take away these learnings and contemplate and consider how they can apply it in their work and in their research. So I'm going to hand back now to Bronwyn for some closing comments. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much, Lorraine. Thank you very much for hosting this session, for moderating such an interesting discussion. I'm popping back in here because I've been catching up on all the chat, and whilst we might have had a bunch of panelists talking on the screen, we've had some very insightful remarks and commentary happening in the conversation as well. So thank you to both the panelists and to the chat in the discussion, because the ambition here is to have an impact on our cities, and we look forward to the research program that we're going to develop, and we encourage everyone to get involved and engaged on that program as the VREF fund takes their ambitions forwards. So thank you all for your time today.
Well, thank you once again to all of the speakers, as well as our moderator, Dr. Darcy, for the great session. Thank you for providing food for thought for our last session for day 2. But unfortunately, we do have to close for today. That would be the end of our official sessions. Just as Ms. Thornton said, please do make sure that you also contribute or participate in the chats. And you'll also be able to participate in a lot of different conversations on that as well. Before we let you go, I just want to remind you that we do have a photo contest that we have on the Walk21 official website. I actually have a couple of photos that I would like to post up, so please do join us and share your favorite walking pictures with the Walk21 Seoul participants. And tomorrow, plenary 7 session will take place from 9 a.m. once again, Korea Standard Time. We'll also have them on both of the YouTube channels for the Walk21 Seoul channel, as well as the Walk21 Foundation channel. I will see you back tomorrow morning. I hope you have a wonderful afternoon, evening, or morning wherever you are located, and I will see you tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.